August 1907. Introduction: Benjamin Franklin 10 years before the breaking out of the War of the Revolution. Hume called Franklin the first philosopher, and indeed the first great man of letters in the New World. On the very eve of that struggle, Samuel Johnson, in his astonishing pamphlet Taxation, No Tyranny, described him as a master of mischief who knew how to put in motion the engine of political electricity. And during the war, while Franklin was pressing the claims of the American patriots upon France, he was often represented in Vereker's attitudes as commanding and using the lightning as a servant of the cause of liberty. Turgot's famous line, Eripuicello fulmen, septrum caeterinus, happily expressed the two sides of Franklin's activity, which made a deep impression on Europe: his fruitful passion for science and his ardent advocacy of liberty. During the eventful years from 1765 to his death in 1790, Franklin was, from the European standpoint, distinctly the foremost man in America, and after the lapse more than a century, probable fee, no American save Lincoln is more widely known beyond the sea in this country. Other figures have to a certain extent withdrawn public attention from his extraordinary career and sensibly diminished his reputation. A process which has been aided B.V. Franklin's lack of idealism in mind, Zick's introduction and character, but the estimate of Franklin by Europe has been more adequate than the judgment of his countrymen. The more closely his career is studied, the more clear does it become that, with the exception of Lincoln, no man yet born on this continent has more strikingly expressed its feeling or illustrated the range of its opportunity. Like Lincoln, Franklin was of humble parentage, the representative for many years in a spiritual as well as official sense of the middle colonies. Franklin was born in Boston. It was in the year 1706. Queen Anne was served by a group of brilliant writers at home, and the colonies were fairly content in the New World. There were but 10 of them, and their combined population did not reach 400,000. A thin skirmish line of civilization stretched over the breadth of an immense and hostile continent. The earliest of American journalists came at a time when there was but one newspaper in the colonies. His father, an English dissenter, had come to Boston in 1685 and became a tallow chandler. The boy had various schooling, partly at home, partly at the Boston Latin School, and partly under a teacher of some local reputation, but his formal education was ended prematurely in his 11th year. His parents talked of the church as a career. The boy talked of the sea, but for 2 years his work was in his father's shop, cutting wick for the caudles, filling the dipping mold and the mold for cast candles, attending the shop, going errands. From early childhood he was fond of reading, and the little money that came his way went into books. The boy's first extensive purchase was John Bunyan's works in small volumes, a selection suggestive of literary taste, if not of religious instinct. These volumes were sold later in order to secure Burton's historical collections. The library of the elder Franklin was small in bulk and made up chiefly of books of polemical theology. And probably there has never been a mind more indifferent to Introduction 7 writing of the skin and thought. There was one oasis, however, in this desert of disputatious divinity, and that was the immortal work of Plutarch, which George Eliot so finely described as the pasturage of noble minds. From this rich soil of human experience and achievement, Franklin drew impulse and instruction in equal degree, and the reading of the lives left a permanent impression on his character. In his simplicity, frankness, courage, and industry, he was one of Plutarch's men. A book of Defoe's fell into his hands at this time, and was probably not without influence on his style. His tastes and the direction given to his thoughts by his passion for books inclined him to the printer's trade, although the siren voice of the sea had not yet ceased to sing to him. At the age of 12, he was bound to his older brother James by indentures which made him an apprentice until he was 21 years old. He learned his craft easily and rapidly, and having freer access to books, often sat up all night in order to return a borrowed volume in the morning. He was securing that education without which success in the higher fields of activity is impossible. Although essentially a man of understanding rather than of imagination, Franklin did not escape the charms of hers. He even succumbed to the temptation to turn the musical line, and a ballad of his making, dealing after the manner of ballads of the time with a drowning accident, had a great sale, and the flattered writer would have ventured upon larger enterprises of the kind, if his brother had not assured him that verse writers were generally beggars. Escaping this peril, Franklin devoted himself to prose, writing with an instinctive conviction that the ability to use the pen with freedom and power was to be of great importance to him. Several letters surfaced, written to an acquaintance in the progress of a discussion between them, fell into his father's hands. And the elder Franklin, who was a man of great natural sagacity, made Benjamin conscious of the lack of clearness, orderliness. 8. Introduction and eloquence in his style and awakened the critical sense in the boy's mind. As a rule, men of original power are fortunate in falling at the right moment on the material essential to their own liberation and growth. Franklin happily came upon a volume of The Spectator at this critical time in his education. He could hardly have found a better model, nor one which could deflect him less from his own line of growth, or teach him more of the things he needed to know. His native gift of clear, large, tolerant understanding, his controlling sense of reality, his resolute common sense, his immense capacity for learning the ways off the world, and the character of man found in the lucidity, humor, ease, and sincerity of the Spectator, both example and impulse. The boy suddenly found himself, for the purposes of his own development as a prose writer, under the wise, urbane, and captivating teaching of one of the masters of English writing. His use of the Spectator was so characteristic and of such great importance in his education, as a writer, that his own AC count of it must not be abridged. I thought the writing excellent, and wished, if possible, to imitate it. With this view, it took some off the papers, and making short hints of the sentiment in each sentence, laid them by a few days, and then, without looking at the book, tried to complete the papers again by expressing each hinted sentiment at length, and as fully as if it had been expressed before, in any suitable words that should come to hand. Then he compared my Spectator with the original, discovered at some faults and corrected them. Viewed or found he wanted as to cough words, or a readiness in recollecting or using them, which I thought I should have acquired before that time, if I had gone on making verses, since the continual occasion for words of the same import, but of different length, to suit the measure, or of different sound for the rhyme, would have laid me under constant necessity of searching for variety, and also have tended to fix that variety in my mind, and make me master of it. Therefore he took some off the tales, and turned them into verse, and after a time, when I had pretty well forgotten the prose too, earned them back again. I also introduction line on sometimes jumbled my collections of hints into confusion, and after some weeks endeavored to reduce them into the best order before I began to form the full sentences and complete the paper. This was to teach me method in the arrangement of thoughts. By comparing my work afterwards with the original, I discovered many faults and amended them. But I sometimes had the pleasure of fancying that, in certain particulars of small import, I had been lucky enough to improve the method or the language, and this encouraged me to think I might possibly, in time, come to be a tolerable English writer, of which I was extremely ambitious. My time for these exercises and for reading was at night, altar work, or before it began in the morning or on Sundays, when I contrived to be in the printing house alone. Evadingas mucas, I could think more attendance on public worship, which my lather used to exact of me when I was under his care, and which indeed I still thought agity, though I could not, as it seemed to me, afford time to practice it. In his way, Franklin studied their sources in quality self-English prose as thoroughly as did Robert Louis Stevenson, a whack into the need of education, a whack, and with a dim prophetic sense of his future work. He did not content himself with books of literature and exercises in writing. He mastered arithmetic, studied navigation and geometry, read Locke's On the Human Understanding, devoured Xenophon's Memorabilia, and promptly adopted the Socratic method. Discussion came under the influence of Anthony Collins and Lord Shaftesbury, and became a real doubter in many points of our religious doctrine. The printer's apprentice was fast emancipating himself, not only from the narrowness of his personal conditions, but from the provincialism of the little colonial world in which his lot was cast. Without formal education, means, friends, or travel, he had brought himself into touch with the finest English literary influence of an age of notable urbanity and elegance, and into sympathy with a view of religion radical, even in the England of Queen Anne, and antipodal to the Puritan teaching in his native city. Introduction at the age of 15, Franklin was writing for the New Land Current, which his brother had launched upon the untried sea of journalism. It had three predecessors in the New World: the Boston Newsletter, the Boston Gazette, and the American Weekly Furtier, published in Philadelphia. Several of James Franklin's friends endeavored to dissuade him from the enterprise. On the ground that one newspaper was enough for America, the younger brother, doubtful of the value of his work, thrust an anonymous paper under the door of the counting room, and had the pleasure of hearing it warmly commended and its authorship credited to men of learning and ability in the community. 2 years later, having run away from Boston on account of his brother's violent temper, Franklin reached Philadelphia with $1 and a shilling in his pocket. It was on a Sunday morning in October 1723. Franklin found employment as a printer, made a few friends, went to London on a fool's errand, walked the streets of the great city in search of work, and finally found it in a large printing house, fell into evil company, and became as licentious and wasteful as his companions. Wrote a pamphlet to prove that there is no ground for believing in a future life or in religion, which brought him to the notice of a group of skeptics. At 20, he was back in Philadelphia keeping books, setting type, and mending presses. It was at this time, writes Professor McMaster, that Benjamin founded the junto, wrote his famous epitaph, grew religious, composed a liturgy for his own use, and became the father of an illegitimate son. In 1729, he became the proprietor of the Pennsylvania Gazette. He had written on various subjects, and one pamphlet on paper money had attracted wide attention. He had also, reviving his love of the Spectator, begun a series of essays in which he endeavored to teach without being didactic, to moralize without being dogmatic, and to satirize without malice or bitterness. The busybody papers had prepared the introduction of way for the easy handling of such subjects as hoy to please in conversation, the meditations on a quart mug, on light tradesmen, on the waste of fun, on thieves. Franklin never caught the Addisonian tone, its urbanity, old-world ease, and refinement. But he was full of good sense, sagacious observations, effective if somewhat broad humor. The practical side of his nature was tireless in the effort to introduce better methods in domestic and municipal life. Indeed, in the application of practical ideas to life, Franklin is one of the foremost men in history. He was never content until he had substituted intelligence for habit or custom. The police and fire departments, then in the most rudimentary stages, were systematized or reformed at his suggestion. He was instrumental in organizing the first militia and in cleaning and lighting the streets, which has been called the mother of all the North American subscription libraries. He was largely instrumental in founding the Academy and Charitable School of the province of Pennsylvania, which subsequently became the Philadelphia College, and has now become the University of Pennsylvania. Poor Richard's Almanac, which brought him fame and fortune, was begun in 1732 and appeared annually for a quarter of a century. Almanacs were in every household and, in remote parts of the country, furnished the only reading matter. Professor McMaster tells us that they were the journals and account books of the poor. Strung upon a stick and hung beside the chimney place, they formed an unbroken record of domestic affairs, in many instances for 30 years. On the margins of one since picked up at a paper mill are recorded the interesting cases of a physician's practice, and the names of those who suffered with smallpox and flux. They were sold for a sixpence, and when the sixpence was not forthcoming, they were exchanged for produce rum stockings at CL. The traditional weather predictions, which curiously anticipated in an unscientific fashion the modern prognostications of the Bureau, they were rarely without a gene. Allowance of doggerel verse, and they aimed to guide the lives of their readers by proverbs and wise reflections on character and conduct. The fun was broad and often licentious, for the almanac, like the broadside, was in a certain sense the forerunner of the sensational newspaper. Poor Rye Hard followed the well-defined lines of his predecessors, but with inventiveness and originality. Poor Richard was not a maker of stale aphorisms borrowed or stolen from all sources and cheapened by the process. He was a shrewd observer of quick perceptions, a knowledge of life on the practical side which was almost unrivaled, and a genius for compact, arrow-telling statement. He had the literary gift, the faculty of saving things in a way which set the idea in a concrete and taking form. Be careful of the main chance, or it will never take care of you. Read the vague generalization of another almanac maker. Keep thy shop, said Poor Richard, and thy shop will keep thee. The wisdom of Richard was distinctly prudential. It was the wisdom which avoids mistakes rather than makes great successes. The wisdom of caution rather than of courage. But it was full of robust common sense. The Sermon of Father Abraham, which appeared in the Almanac for 1758, is a condensed philosophy of practical life. Its success was instantaneous. It was published again in Agam and found its way to the whole civilized world. Poor Richard's wisdom did not wholly originate with him, for proverbs are universal experience put into portable forms and pass. Like currency, from hand to hand without sign or mark of ownership. But Richard set his own stamp on material, which came his way and made it his own by virtue of the shape he gave it. His philosophy was not deep, but it was broad, introduction to 13 and serviceable. It was eminently sound so far as it touched morals, for it insisted that frugality and industry were the only roads to wealth. It was important teaching in a new country full of those undeveloped possibilities which stimulate the speculative temper, and it was unquestionably influential in fixing the habits of a host of readers. Franklin's conception of life, as recorded in Poor Richard's sayings, was very inadequate. The ends it set forth were immediate, the success it sought was material. Everything virtue included tended to prosperity. Nothing is so likely, he writes, to make a man's fortune as virtue. His public services and his contributions to science were continuous and important. As Postmaster General off the colonies, he found a rudimentary organization, practically without system and wholly inadequate. He created a comprehensive and thorough system of rapid mail communication and delivery, and met the public needs with characteristic shrewdness. He studied electricity to such purpose that his pamphlet, published in 1751, received attention throughout the scientific world, was translated in several languages, and won him an election to the Royal Society of London, and later a medal. He had proved that lightning and electricity are identical. He devised a plan of union among the colonies which antedated the fact by more than 20 years. This plan was discussed at the conference held in Albany in 1754, but it was too far in advance of public opinion to secure serious consideration. From 1757 until 1762, Franklin was in London as commissioner from Pennsylvania. In 1765, he returned to London as the agent of the same colony, but he was really the representative of all the colonies. His position was extremely difficult, for passion was steadily rising on both sides of the Atlantic. With unflinching courage, rare sagacity, and the most effective humor, he strove to explain the grievances and feelings of Englishmen in the New World to Englishmen in the Old Home. He, 14 introduction, was quick to seize every opportunity of gaining access to the English mind, but the breach had grown too wide to be breached. June 1776, he was in Paris off the United States. For 9 years, he was one of the most striking figurettes in the French capital. The most influential men and women of France counted his acquaintance and honored his friendship a distinction. Lee was recognized on all sides as the foremost man of the New World. He was as well known among the people at large as among the scientists and public men. His achievements in science had done much to give him this extraordinary reputation. Poor Richard had done more, but his advocacy of liberty had done most. To the French people, he was the representative of the democratic movement, the exponent of the rights of man. He was cheered, crowned, kissed, and caricatured. His portrait was everywhere conspicuously displayed. Meanwhile, his panagged somewhat, but he still conducted the great debate between England and her colonies with astonishing skill and undiminished vivacity, for as he grew older, Franklin gained in freedom and ease of style. 10 large volumes do not contain all he wrote. So great was his industry and so persistent his productive power. Letters, essays, pamphlets poured from his active mind in an almost continuous stream. And this voluminous production was characterized in every form by transparent clearness, directness, simplicity, and humor. In 1771, during a visit to Twyford as the guest of the Bishop of St. Asaph, Franklin began writing his autobiography. 5 chapters were completed, and the work was laid aside until 1784, when the story was resumed to be interrupted a second time the following year by Franklin's return to Philadelphia. 3 years later, in response to the urgent solicitation offerings, the work was resumed and the story brought down to 1757. It was never completed. In point of time, it was the first real contribution to American literature, but it was not given to the public in this country in any complete introduction, in form until several years after the publication of Knickerbocker's History of Steve York. It remains one of the most important contributions which that literature has yet received. It is a piece of sincere and genuine literary work, simple, honest, unaffected, and full of human interest. It is a classic both in form and substance, for its presence, with singular clearness and charm, one of the most original and fertile men who has yet appeared in America. A man whose greatness is revealed not in elevation, but in extension, not in insight, but in understanding, not in imagination, but in practical reason, not in spiritual vision, but in broad, varied, and useful productivity. Franklin's literary and philosophical training was of the old world. His sympathies, characteristics, and convictions were wholly of the new world. He was the first American to secure European reputation. He was the foremost contributor from the American side to the great debate which preceded the breaking out of the Revolutionary War. He was the most effective interpreter of America to Europe. He did more for science and for practical life than any other American of his time. And beginning and continuing all his life, a journalist, he made the first enduring contribution to our literature, the Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, Chapter 1. I have ever had a pleasure in obtaining any little anecdotes of my ancestors. You may remember the inquiries I made among the remains of my relations when you were with me in England, and the journey I undertook for that purpose. Imagining it may be equally agreeable to you in the circumstances of my life, many of which you are unacquainted with, and expecting the enjoyment of a few weeks' uninterrupted leisure, I sit down to write them. Besides, there are some other inducements that excite me to this undertaking. From the poverty and obscurity in which I was born and in which I passed my earliest years, I have raised myself to a state of affluence, all some degree of celebrity in the world. As constant good fortune has accompanied me even to an advanced period of life, my posterity will perhaps be desirous of learning the means which I employed, and which, thanks to Providence, so well succeeded with me. They may also deem them fit to be imitated, should any of them find themselves in similar circumstances. This good fortune, when I reflect on it, which is frequently too autobiography of the case, has induced me sometimes to say that if it were left to my choice, I should have no objection to go over the same life from its beginning to the end, requesting only the advantage authors have of correcting in a second edition the faults of the first. So would I also wish to change some incidents of it for others more favorable. Notwithstanding, if this condition was denied, I should still accept the offer recommencing the same life. But as this repetition is not to be expected, that which resembles most living one's life over again seems to be to recall all the circumstances of it, and to render this remembrance more durable, to record them in writing. In thus employing myself, I shall yield to the inclination so natural to old men of talking of themselves and their own actions, and I shall indulge it without being tiresome to those who, from respect to my age, might conceive themselves obliged to listen to me, since they will be always free to read me or not. And lastly, I may as well confess it, as the denial of it would be believed by nobody. I shall perhaps not a little gratify my own vanity. Indeed, I never heard or saw the introductory words without vanity, I may say, etc. But some vain thing immediately followed. Most people dislike vanity in others, whatever share they have of it themselves. But I give it fair quarter wherever I meet with it, being persuaded that it is often productive of good to the possessor, and to others who are within his sphere of action. and therefore, in many cases, it would not be altogether absurd if a man were to thank God for his vanity among the other comforts of life. And now I speak of thanking God. I desire with all humility to acknowledge that I attribute the mentioned happiness of me past life to his divine providence, which led me to the means I used and gave the success. My belief of this induces me to hope. Though I must not presume that the same goodness will still be exercised toward me in continuing that happiness or enabling me to bear a fatal reverse, which I may experience as Benjamin Franklin. No, that's it. The complexion of my future fortune being known to him only in whose power it is to bless us, even our afflictions. Some notes, which one of me uncles, who had the same curiosity in collecting family anecdotes, once put into my hands, furnished me with several particulars relative to our ancestors. From these notes, I learned that they lived in the same village, Ecton, in Northamptonshire, on a freehold of about 30 acres for at least 300 years. And how much longer could not be ascertained. This small estate would not have sufficed for their maintenance without the business of a smith, which had continued in the family down to my uncle's time, the eldest son be always brought up to that employment, a custom which he and my father followed with regard to their eldest sons. When I searched the registers at Ecton, I found an account of their marriages and burials from the year 1555 only, as the registers kept did not commence previous thereto. I, however, learned from it that I was the youngest son of the youngest son for 5 generations back. My grandfather Thomas, who was born in 1598, lived at Ecton till he was too old to continue his business, when he retired to Banbury in Oxfordshire to the house of his son John, with whom my father served an apprenticeship. There my uncle died and lies buried. We saw his gravestone in 1758. His eldest son Thomas lived in the house at Ecton, and left it with the land to his only daughter, who with her husband, one Fisher of Wellingborough, sold it to Mr. Isted, now lord of the manor there. My grandfather had 4 sons who grew up, viz. Thomas, John, Benjamin, and Josiah. Being at a distance from my papers, I will give you what account I can of them from memory, and if my papers say are not lost in my absence, you will find among them many more particulars. Thomas, my oldest uncle, was bred a smith under his father. For autobiography of but being ingenious and encouraged in learning, as all his brothers were, by an Esquire Palmer, then the principal inhabit, and off that parish, he qualified himself for the bar and became a considerable man in the county. Was chief mover of all public spirited enterprises for the county or town of Northampton, as well as of his own village, of which many instances were related of him. And he was much taken notice of and patronized by Lord Halifax. He died in 1702, the 6th of January, 4 years to a day before I was born. The recital which some elderly persons made to us of his character, I remember struck you as something extraordinary from its similarity with what you knew of him. Had he died, said you, 4 years later on the same day, one might have supposed a transmigration. John, my next uncle, was bred a dyer, I believe, of wool. Benjamin was bred a silk dyer, serving an apprenticeship in London. He was an ingenious man. I remember when I was a boy, he came to my father's in Boston, and resided in the house with us for several years. There was always a particular affection between my father and him, and I was his godson. He lived to a great age. He left behind him 2 quarto volumes of manuscript of his own poetry, consisting of fugitive pieces addressed to his friends. He had invented a shorthand of his own, which he taught me, but not having practiced it, I have now forgotten it. He was very pious and an assiduous attendantate. The sermons of Thebes preachers, which he reduced to writing according to his method, Odd had thus collected several volumes of them. He was also a good deal of a politician, too much so perhaps for his station. There fell lately into my hands in London a collection he had made of all the principal political pamphlets relating to public affairs from the year 1641 to 1717. Many of the volumes are wanting, as appears by their numbering, but there still remain 8 volumes in folio and 20 in quarto and in octavo. A dealer in old books had met with Benjamin Franklin 5 Theua, and knowing me by name, having bought books of him, he brought them to me. It would appear that my uncle must have left them here when he went to America, which was about 50 years ago. I found several of his notes in the margins. His grandson, Samuel Franklin, is still living in Boston, Our humble family early embraced the Reformed religion. Our forefathers continued Protestants through the reign of Mary when they were sometimes in danger of persecution on account of their zeal against popery. They had an English Bible, and to conceal it and place it in safety, it was fastened open with tapes under and within the cover of a joint stool. When my great-grandfather wished to read it to his family, he placed the joint stool on his knees and then turned over the leaves under the tapes. One of the children stood at the door to give notice if he saw the apparitor coming, who was an officer of the spiritual court. In that case, the stool was turned down again upon its feet, when the Bible remained concealed under it as before. This anecdote I had from Uncle Benjamin. The family continued all of the Church of England till about the end of Charles II's reign, when some of the ministers that had been ousted for their nonconformity. Behold, in conventicles in Northamptonshire, my Uncle Benjamin and my father Josiah adhered to them, and so continued all their lives. The rest of the family remained with the Episcopal Church. My father married young and carried his wife with 3 children to New England about 1685. The conventicles being at that time forbidden by law and frequently disturbed in the meetings. Some considerable men of his acquaintances determined to go to that country, and he was prevailed with to accompany them thither, where they expected to enjoy the exercise of their religion with freedom. By the same wife, my father had 4 children more born there, and by a second 10 others, in all 17 of whom I remember to have seen 6 Autobiography of 13 sitting together at his table, who all grew up to years of maturity and were married. I was the youngest son and the youngest of all the children, except 2 daughters. I was born in Boston, in New England. My mother, the second wife of my father, was Abiah Folger, daughter of Peter Folger, one of the first settlers in New England, of whom honorable mention is made by Cotton Mather in his ecclesiastical history of that country, entitled Magnolia Christi Americana, as a godly and learned Englishman, if I remember the words rightly. I was informed he wrote several small occasional works, but only one of them was printed, which I remember to have seen several years since. It was written in 1675. It was in familiar verse, according to the taste of the times and people, and addressed to the government there. It asserts the liberty of conscience in behalf of the Anabaptists, the Quakers, and other sectaries that had been persecuted. He attributes to this persecution the Indian wars and other calamities that had befallen the country, regarding them as so many judgments of God to punish so heinous an offense, and exhorting the repeal of those laws, so contrary to charity. This piece appeared to me as written with manly freedom and a pleasing simplicity. The 6 lines I remember, but have forgotten the preceding ones of the stanza. The purport of them was that his censures proceeded from good will, and therefore he would be known to be the author, behatip with my heart. From Sherborne town, where now I dwell, mine amato pudere, without offensurial friend, it is Peter Folger. My elder brothers were all put apprentices to different trades. I was put to the grammar school at 8 years of age, my father intending to devote me as the tithe of his sons to the Benjamin Franklin J. service of the church. My early readiness in learning to read, which must have been very early, as I do not remember when I could not read, and the opinion of all his friends that I should certainly make a good scholar, encouraged him in this purpose of his. My Uncle Benjamin, too, approved of it, and proposed to give me his shorthand volumes of sermons to set up with, if I would learn his shorthand. I continued, however, at the grammar school rather less than a year, though in that time I had risen gradually from the middle of the class of that year to be at the head of the same class, and was removed into the next class, whence I was to be placed in the 3rd at the end. But my father, burdened with a numerous family, was unable, without inconvenience, to support the expense of a college education, considering, moreover, as he said to one of his friends in my presence, the little encouragement that line O'Fliffy efforted to those educated for it. He gave up his first intentions, took me from the grammar school, and sent me to a school for writing and arithmetic, kept by a then famous man, Mr. George Brownwell. He was a skillful master and succeeded in his profession, employing the mildest and most encouraging methods. Under him, I learned to write a good hand pretty soon, but I failed entirely in arithmetic. At 10 years old, I was taken to help my father in his business, which was that of a tallow chandler and soap boiler. a business to which he was not bred, but had assumed on his arrival in New England, because he found that his dyeing trade, being in little request, would not maintain his family. Accordingly, I was employed in cutting wicks for the candles, filling the molds for cast candles, attending the shop, going errands, etc. I disliked the trade and had a strong inclination to go to sea, but my father declared against it. But residing near the water, I was much in it and on it. I learned to swim well and to manage boats, and when embarked with other boys, I was. 8. Autobiography of commonly allowed to govern, especially in any case of difficulty. And upon other occasions, I was generally the leader among the boys, and sometimes led them into scrapes, of which I will mention one instance. As it shows an early projecting public spirit, though not then justly conducted, there was a salt marsh which bounded part of the mill pond, on the edge of which, at high water, we used to stand to fish for minnows. By much trampling, we had made it a mere quagmire. My proposal was to build a wharf there for us to stand upon, and I showed my comrades a large heap of stones, which were intended for a new house near the marsh, and which would very well suit our purpose. Accordingly, in the evening, when the workmen were gone home, I assembled a number of my playfellows, and we worked diligently like so many emmets, sometimes 2 or 3 to a stone, till we brought them all to make our little wharf. The next morning, the workmen were surprised at missing the stones which had formed our wharf. Inquiry was made after the authors of this transfer. We were discovered, complained of, and corrected by our fathers. And though I demonstrated the utility of our work, mine convinced me that that which was not honest could not be truly useful. I suppose you may like to know what kind of a man my father was. He had an excellent constitution, was of a middle stature, well set and very strong. He could draw prettily and was skilled a little in music. His voice was sonorous and agree, able so that when he played on his violin and sung withal, as he was accustomed to do after the business off the day was over, it was extremely agreeable to hear. He had some knowledge of mechanics, and on occasion was very nanny-wit not in her tradesmen's stools, but his great excellence was his sound understand. And his solid judgment in prudential matters, both in private and public affairs, both in private. It is true he was never employed in the latter, the numerous family he had to educate, and the straight Benjamin Franklin 9ness of his circumstances, keeping him close to his trade. But I remember well his being frequently visited by leading men, who consulted him for his opinion in public affairs, and those of the church he belonged to, showing a great respect for his judgment and advice. He was also much consulted by private persons about their affairs when any difficulty occurred, and frequently chosen an arbitrator between contending parties. At his table, he liked to have, as often as he could, some sensible friend or neighbor to converse with, and always took care to start some ingenious or useful topic for discourse which might tend to improve the minds of his children. By this means, he turned our attention to what was good, just, and prudent in the conduct of life, and little or no notice whatsoever taken of what related to the victuals on the table, whether it was well or ill dressed, in or out of season, of good or bad flavor, preferable or inferior to this or that other thing of the kind, so that I was brought up in such a perfect inattention to those matters as to be quite indifferent what kind of food was set before me. Indeed, I am so unobservant of it that, to this day, I can scarce tell a few hours after dinner of what dishes it consisted. This has been a great convenience to me in traveling, where my companions have been sometimes very unhappy for want of a suitable gratification of their mortalities, because better instructed tastes and appetites. My mother had likewise an excellent constitution. She suckled all her 10 children. I never knew either my father or mother to have any sickness, but that of which died he at 89 and she at 85 years of age. They lay buried together at Boston, where I some years since placed a marble over their grave with this inscription: 10 Autobiography of Josiah Franklin and Abiah his wife lie here interred. They lived lovingly together in wedlock 55 years, and without anesthete or any gainful employment, by constant labor and honest industry, with God's blessing, maintained a large family comfortably, and brought up 13 children reputably. From this instance, reader, been courageous to diligence and toiling, and distrust not providence. He was sapious and prudent man, shed a scretan, virtuous woman, theoriangeston, in filial regard to their memory, Placistone, JFF, BBRRN, and 16666I75, DDI, IED 1742, MNT 859. By my rambling digressions, I perceive myself to be grown old. I used to write more methodically. But one does not dress for private company as for a public ball. Perhaps it is only negligence. To return, I continued thus employed in my father's busy nest for 2 years, that is, till I was 12 years old, who was bred to that business, having left my father, married, and set up for himself at Rhode Island. There was every appearance that I was destined to supply his place and become a tallow chandler. But my dislike to the trade continuing, my father had apprehensions that, if he did not put me to one more agreeable, I should break loose and go to sea, as my brother Josiah had done, to his great vexation. In consequence, he took me to walk with him and see joiners, bricklayers, turners, braziers, etc., at their work, that he might observe my inclination and endeavor to fix it on some trade or profession that would keep me on land. It has ever since been Benjamin Franklin 11 a pleasure to me to see good workmen handle their tools. And it has been often useful to me to have learned so much by it as to be able to do some trifling jobs in the house when a workman was not at hand, and to construct little machines for my experiments at the moment when the intention of making these was warm in my mind. My father determined at last for the cutler's trade and placed me for some days on trial with Samuel, son to my uncle Benjamin, who was bred to that trade in London and had just established himself in Boston. But the sum he exacted as a fee for my apprenticeship displeased my father, and I was taken home again. From my infancy, I was passionately fond of reading, and all the money that came into my hands was laid out in the purchasing of books. I was very fond of voyages. My first acquisition was Boyen's works in separate little volumes. I afterwards sold them to enable me to buy R. Burton's historical collections. They were small chapmen's books, and cheap 40 volumes in all. My father's little library consisted chiefly of books in polemic divinity, most of which I read. I often regretted that, at a time when I had such a thirst for knowledge, more proper books had not fallen in my way, since it was resolved I should not be bred to divinity. There was among them Plutarch's Lives, which I read abundantly, and I still think that time spent to great advantage. There was also a book of Defoe's, called An Essay on Projects, and another of Dr. Mather's, called An Essay to Do Good, which perhaps gave me a turn off thinking that had an influence on some of the principal future events of my life. This bookish inclination, at length, determined my father to make me a printer, although he had already one son, James, of that profession. In 1717, my brother James returned from England with a press and letters to set up his business in Boston. I liked it much better than that of my father, but still had a hankering for the sea, to prevent the apprehended 12 autobiography of effect of such an inclination. My father was impatient to have me bound to my brother. I stood out some time, but at last was persuaded and signed the indenture when I was yet but 12 years old. I was to serve an apprenticeship till I was 21 years of age, only I was to be allowed journeyman's wages during the last year. In a little time, I made a great progress in the business and became a useful hand to my brother. I now had access to better books. An acquaintance with the apprentices of booksellers enabled me sometimes to borrow a small one, which I was careful to return soon and clean. Often I sat up in my chamber reading the greatest part of the night when the book was borrowed in the evening and to be returned in the morning, lest it should be found missing. After some time, a merchant, an ingenious, sensible man, Mr. Matthew Adams, who had a pretty collection of books, frequented our printing office, took notice of me, and invited me to see his library, and very kindly proposed to loan me such books as I chose to read. I now took a strong inclination for poetry and wrote some little pieces. My brother, supposing it might turn to account, encouraged me and induced me to compose 2 occasional ballads. One was called The Lighthouse Tragedy, and contained an account of the shipwreck of Captain Worthylike with his 2 daughters. The other was a sailor's song on the taking of the famous Teach, or Blackbeard, the pirate. They were wretched stuff in street ballad style, and when they were printed, my brother sent me about the town to sell them. The first sold prodigiously, the event being recent and having made a great noise. This success flattered my vanity, But my father discouraged me by criticizing my performances and telling me verse makers were generally beggars. Thus I escaped being a poet, and probably a very one. But as prose writing had been of great use to me in the course of my life, and was a principal means of my advance, Benjamin Franklin 13 meant. I shall tell you how, in such a situation, I acquired what little ability I may be supposed to have in that way. There was another bookish lad in the town, John Collins by name, with whom I was intimately acquainted. We sometimes disputed, and very fond we were of argument, and very desirous of confuting one another, which disputatious turn, by the way, is apt to become a very bad habit, making people often extremely disagreeable in company by the contradiction that is necessary to bring it into practice. And thence, besides souring and spoiling the conversation, it is productive of disgusts and perhaps enmities with those who may have occasion for friendship. I had caught this by reading my father's books of dispute on religion. Persons of good sense, I have since observed, seldom fall into it, except lawyers, university men, and generally men of all sorts who have been bred at Edinburgh. A question was once, somehow or other, started between Collins and me on the propriety of educating the female sex in learning and their abilities for study. He was of opinion that it was improper and that they were naturally unequal to it. I took the contrary side, perhaps a little for dispute's sake. He was naturally more eloquent, having a greater plenty of words, and sometimes, as I thought, I was vanquished more by his fluency than by the strength of his reasons. As we parted without settling the point and were not to see one another again for some time, I sat down to put my arguments in writing, which I copied fair and sent to him. He answered, and I replied. 3 or 4 letters on a side had passed, when my father happened to find my papers and read them. Without entering into the subject in dispute, he took occasion to talk to me about my manner of writing. Observe that, though I had the advantage of my antagonist in correct spelling and pointing, which he attributed to the printing house, I fell far short in elegance of expression, in method, and in perspicuity, of which he convinced me by several instances. I saw the justice of his 14 autobiography of remarks, and thence grew more attentive to my manner of writing, and determined to endeavor to improve my style. At this time I met with an odd volume of Spectator. Degree I had never before seen any of them. I bought it, read it over and over, and was much delighted with it. I thought the writing excellent, and wished if possible to imitate it. With that view I took some of the papers, and making short hints of the sentiments in each sentence, laid them by a few days, and then, without looking at the book, tried to complete the papers again by expressing each hinted sentiment at length, and as fully as it had been expressed before in any suitable words that should occur to me. Then I compared my Spectator with the original, discovered some of me faults, and corrected them. But I found I wanted a stock of words or a readiness in recollecting and using them, which I thought I should have acquired before that time, if I had gone on making verses, since the continual search for words of the same import, but of different length to suit the measure, or of different sound for the rhyme, would have laid me under a constant necessity of searching for variety, and also have tended to fix that variety in my mind and make me master of it. Therefore I took some of the tales in the Spectator and turned them into verse, and after a time, when I had pretty well forgotten the prose, hashed them back again. I also sometimes jumbled my collection of hints into confusion, and after some weeks endeavored to reduce them into the best order before I began to form the full sentences and complete the subject. This was to teach me method in the arrangement of the thoughts. By comparing my work with the original, I discovered many faults and corrected them. But I sometimes had the pleasure to fancy that, in certain particulars of small consequence, I had been fortunate enough to improve the method or the language. And this encouraged me to think that I might in time come to be a tolerable English writer. Benjamin Franklin 15, of which I was extremely ambitious. The time I allotted for writing exercises and for reading was at night, or before work began in the morning, or on Sundays, when I contrived to be in the printing house, avoiding as much as I could the constant attendance at public worship which my father used to exact of me when I was under his care, and which I still continued to consider a duty, though I could not afford time to practice it. When about 16 years of age, I happened to meet with a book written by one Tryon, recommending a vegetable diet. I determined to go into it. My brother, being yet unmarried, did not keep house, but boarded himself and his apprentices in another family. My refusing to eat flesh occasioned an inconvenience, and I was frequently chid for my singularity. I made myself acquainted with Tryon's manner of preparing some of his dishes, such as boiling potatoes or rice, making hasty pudding, and a few others, and then proposed to my brother that if he would give me weekly half the money he paid for my board, I would board myself. He instantly agreed to it, and I presently found that I could save half what he paid me. This was an additional fund for buying of books, but I had another advantage in it. My brother and the rest going from the printing house to their meals, I remained there alone, and dispatching presently my light repast, which was often no more than a biscuit or a slice of bread, a handful of raisins or a tart from the pastry cook's, and a glass of water, had the rest of the time till they returned for study, in which I made the greater progress from that greater clearness of head and quicker apprehension which generally attend temperance in eating and drinking. Now it was that, being on some occasion made ashamed of my ignorance in figures, which I had twice failed learning when at school, I took Cocker's book on arithmetic, and vowed through the whole by myself with the greatest ease. He also read Sellers Audsterney's book on navigation, which made me acquainted with the little geometry of degree, 16 Autobiography of contains, but I never proceeded far in that science. I read about this time Locke on Human Understanding and the Art of Thinking by Messrs. de Port-Royal. While I was intent on improving my language, I met with an English grammar, I think it was Greenwood's, having at the end of it 2 little sketches on the arts of rhetoric and logic, the latter finishing with a dispute in the Socratic method, and soon after I procured Xenophon's memorable things of Socrates, wherein there are many examples of the same method. I was charmed with it. Dropped my abrupt contradictions and positive argumentation, and put on the humble inquirer, and being then from reading Shaft's, Berry and Collins made a doubter, as I already was, in many points of our religious doctrine. I found this method the safest for myself and very embarrassing to those against whom I used it. Therefore, I took delight in it, practiced it continually, and grew very artful and expert in drawing people even of superior knowledge into concessions, the consequence of which they did not foresee, entangling them in difficulties out of which they could not extricate themselves, and so obtaining victories that neither myself nor my cause always deserved. I continued this method some few years, but gradually left it, retaining only the habit of expressing myself in terms of modest diffidence, never using, when I advanced anything that may possibly be disputed, the words certainly, undoubtedly, or any others that give the air of positiveness to an opinion, but rather say, conceive or apprehend a thing to be so and so. It appears to me, or should not think it so or so for such and such reasons, or I imagine it to be so, or it is so, if ye am not mistaken. This habit, I believe, has been of great advantage to me when I have had occasion to inculcate my opinions, and persuade men into measures that I have been from time to time engaged in promoting. And as the chief ends of conversation are to inform or to be informed, Tocqueville's Benjamin Franklin, 17, or to persuade. I wish well-meaning and sensible men would not lessen their power of doing good by a positive assuming manner that seldom fails to disgust, tends to create opposition, and to defeat most of those purposes for which speech was given to us. In fact, if you wish to instruct others, a positive dogmatical manner in advancing your sentiments may occasion opposition and prevent a candid attention. If you desire instruction and improvement from others, you should not at the same time express yourself fixed in your present opinions. Modest and sensible men who do not love disputation will leave you undisturbed in the possession of your errors. In adopting such a manner, you can seldom expect to please your hearers or obtain the concurrence you desire. Pope judiciously observes, men muspatal, tassif utat temnot, and things unknown proposed as things forgot. He also commended it to us to speak, though sure, with seeming diffidence, and he might have joined with this line that which he has coupled with another, I think, less properly, for one of modesty as one of sense. If you ask, why less properly on, I must repeat the lines. Immodest words admit offense. For want of modesty is one of sense. Now is not the want of sense where a man is so unfortunate as to want it, some apology for his want of modesty, and would not Theline stand more justly thus? Immodest words admit, but this defense, that one of modest eyes, want or sense. This, however, I should submit to better judgment. C.A.T. an autobiography of my brother had in 1720 or 1721 begun to print a newspaper. It was the second that appeared in America and was called the New England Courant. The only one before it was the Boston Newsletter. I remember his being dissuaded by some of his friends from the undertaking as not likely to succeed, one newspaper being in their judgment enough for America. At this time, 1771, there were not less than 25. He went on, however, with the undertaking. I was employed to carry the papers to the customers after having worked in composing the types and printing up the sheets. He had some ingenious men among his friends who amused themselves by writing little pieces for this paper, which gained it credit and made it more in demand, and these gentlemen often visited us. Hearing their conversations and their AC counts of the approbation their papers were received with, I was excited to try my hand among them. But being still a boy and suspecting that my brother would object to printing anything of mine in his paper, if he knew it to be mine, I contrived to disguise my hand and writing an anonymous paper. I put it at night under the door of the printing house. It was found in the morning and communicated to his writing friends when they called in as usual. They read it, commented on it in my hearing, and I had the exquisite pleasure of finding it met with their approbation, and that in their different guesses sat the author none were named, but men of some character, among us for learning and ingenuity. I suppose that I was rather lucky in my judges, and that they were not really so very good as I then believed them to be. Encouraged, however, by this attempt, I wrote and sent in the same way to the press several other pieces that were equally approved. And I kept my secret till all my fund of sense for such performances was exhausted, and then discovered it, when I began to be considered a little more by my brother's acquaintance. However, that did not quite please him, as he thought it. Benjamin Franklin 19 tended to make me too vain. This might be one occasion of the differences we began to have at this time. Though brother, he considered himself as my master and me as his apprentice, and accordingly expected the same services from me as he would from another, while I thought he degraded me too much. In some he required often, who from a brother expected more indulgence. Our disputes were often brought before our father, and I fancy I was either generally in the right or else a better pleader, because the judgment was generally in my favor. But my brother was passionate, and had often beaten me, which I took extremely amiss, and thinking my apprenticeship very tedious, I was continually wishing for some opportunity of shortening it, which at length offered in a manner unexpected. Perhaps this harsh and tyrannical treatment of me might be a means of impressing me with the aversion to arbitrary power that has stuck to me through my whole life. One of the pieces in our newspaper on some political point, which I have now forgotten, gave offense to the Assembly. He was taken up, censured, and imprisoned for a month by the Speaker's warrant, I suppose because he would not discover the author. I, too, was taken up and examined before the council, but though I did not give them any satisfaction, they contented themselves with admonishing me, and dismissed me, considering me perhaps as an apprentice who was bound to keep his master's secrets. During my brother's confinement, which I resented a good deal notwithstanding our private differences, I had the management of the paper, and I made bold to give our rulers some rubs in it, which my brother took very kindly, while others began to consider me in an unfavorable light as a youth who had a turn for libeling and satire. My brother's discharge was accompanied with an order, and a very odd one, that James Franklin should no longer print the newspaper called the New England Courant. On a consultation held in our printing office among his friends, what he, 20 autobiography of should do in this conjuncture. It was proposed to elude the order by changing the name of the paper, but Ray Brother, seeing inconveniences in this, came to a conclusion as a better way, to let the paper in future be printed in the name of Benjamin Franklin, and in order to avoid the censure of the Assembly that might fall on him as still printing it by his apprentice. He contrived and consented that my old indenture should be returned to me with a discharge on the back of it, to show, in case of necessity, and in order to secure to him the benefit of my service, I should sign new indentures for the remainder of my time, which were to be kept private. A very flimsy scheme it was. However, it was immediately executed, and the paper was printed accordingly under my name for several months. At length, a fresh difference arising between my brother and me, I took upon me to assert my freedom, presuming that he would not venture to produce the new indentures. It was not fair in me to take this advantage. And this I therefore reckon one of the first errata of my life. But the unfairness of it weighed little with me when under the impressions of resentment for the blows his passion too often urged him to bestow upon me. Though he was otherwise not an ill-natured man, perhaps I was too saucy and provoking. When he found I would leave him, he took care to prevent my getting employment in any other printing house off the town by going round and speaking to every master who accordingly refused to give me work. I then thought of going to New York, as the nearest place where there was a printer. And I was rather inclined to leave Boston when I reflected that I had already made myself a little obnoxious to the governing party. And from the arbitrary proceedings of the Assembly in my brother's case, it was likely I might, if I stayed, soon bring myself into scrapes, and further that my indiscreet disputations about religion began to make me pointed at with horror by good Benjamin Franklin, 21 people, as an infidel and atheist. I concluded, therefore, to remove to New York. But my father now siding with my brother, I was sensible that if I attempted to go openly, means would be used to prevent. My friend Collins, therefore, undertook to manage my flight. He agreed with the captain of a New York sloop to take me, under pretense of my being a young man of his acquaintance that had an intrigue with a girl of bad character, whose parents would compel me to marry her, and that I could neither appear nor come away publicly. I sold my books to raise a little money, was taken on board the sloop privately, had a fair wind, and in 3 days found myself at New York, near 300 miles from my home. At the age of 17, October 1723, without the least recommendation or knowledge of any person in the place, and very little money in my pocket. Chapter 2. The inclination I had had for the sea was by this time done away, or I might now have gratified it. But having another profession and conceiving myself a pretty good workman, offered my services to a printer of the place, old Mr. William Bradford, who had been the first printer in Pennsylvania, but had removed thence in consequence of a quarrel with the governor, George Keith. He could give me no employment, having little to do and hands enough already. But he said, "My son at Philadelphia has lately lost his principal hand, Aquila Rose, by death. If you go thither, I believe he may employ you." Philadelphia was 100 miles further. I set out, however, in a boat for Amboy, leaving my chest and things to follow me round by sea. 22 Autobiography of In crossing the bay, we met with a squall that tore our rotten sails to pieces, preventing our getting into the Kill, and drove us upon Long Island. In our way, a drunken Dutchman, who was a passenger too, fell overboard. When he was sinking, I reached through the waterto, his shock pate, and drew him up, so that we got him in again. His ducking sobered him a little, and he went to sleep, taking first out of his pocket a book which he desired I would dry for him. It proved to be my old favorite author, Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress in Dutch, finely printed on good paper, copper cuts, addressed better than I had ever seen it wear in its own language. I have since found that it has been translated into most of the languages of Europe, and suppose it has been more generally read than any other book, except perhaps the Bible. Honest John was the first that I know of who mixed narration and dialogue, a method of writ, being very engaging to the reader, who in the most interesting parts finds himself, as it were, admitted into the company and present at the conversation. Defoe has imitated him successfully in his Robinson Crusoe, in his Moll Flanders and other pieces, and Richardson has done Thesom and his Pamela, etc. On approaching the island, we found it was in a place where there could be no landing, there being a great surge on the stony beach. So we dropped anchor and swung out our cable toward the shore. Some people came down to the shore and hallooed to us, as we did to them, but the wind was so high and the surge so loud that we could not understand each other. There were some small boats near the shore, and we made signs and called to them to fetch us, but they either did not comprehend us or it was impracticable, so they went off. Night approaching, we had no remedy but to have patience till the wind abated. Awed in the meantime, the boatman and myself concluded to sleep, if we could. And so we crowded into the hatches, where we joined the Dutchman, who was still wet, and the spray, breaking over the head of our boat, leaked Benjamin Franklin 23 through to us, so that we were soon almost as wet as he. In this manner we lay all night with very little rest, but the wind abating the next clay. We made a shift to reach Amboy before night, Having been 30 hours on the water, without victuals or any drink but a bottle of filthy rum, the water we sailed on being salt. In the evening, I found myself very feverish and went to bed. But having read somewhere that cold water, drunk plenty, fully was good for fever, I followed the prescription and sweat plentifully most of the night. My fever left me, and in the morning, crossing the ferry, I proceeded on my journey on foot, having 50 miles to go to Burlington, where I was told I should find boats that would carry me the rest of the way to Philadelphia. It rained very hard all the day. I was thoroughly soaked, and by noon a good deal tired, so I stopped at a poor inn where I stayed all night, beginning now to wish I'd never left home. I made so miserable a figure, too, that I found by the questions asked me, I was suspected to be some runaway indentured servant, and in danger of being taken up on that suspicion. However, I proceeded next day and got in the evening to an inn within 8 or 10 miles of Burlington, kept by one Dr. Brown. He entered into conversation with me while I took some refreshment, and finding I had read a little, became very obliging and friendly. Our acquaintance continued all the rest of his life. He had been, I imagine, an ambulatory quack doctor, for there was no town in England nor any country in Europe of which he could not give a very particular account. He had some letters and was ingenious, but he was an infidel and wickedly undertook, some years after, to turn the Bible into doggerel verse, as Cotton had formerly done with Virgil. By this means he set many facts in a ridiculous light, and might have done mischief with weak minds if his work had been published, but it never was. 24 Autobiography of At His House. I lay that night and arrived the next morning at Burlington, but had the mortification to find that the regular boats were gone a little before, and no other expected to go before Tuesday, this being Saturday. Wherefore I returned to an old woman in the town, of whom I had bought some gingerbread to eat on the water, and asked her advice. She proposed to lodge me till a passage by some other boat occurred. I accepted her offer, being much fatigued by traveling on foot. Understanding I was a printer, she would have had me remain in that town and follow my business, being ignorant what stock was necessary to begin with. She was very hospitable, gave me a dinner of fox cheek with great goodwill, accepting a pot of ale in return. However, walking in the evening by the side of the river, a boat came by, which I found was going toward Philadelphia with several people in her. They took me in, and as there was no wind, we rowed all the way, and about midnight, not having yet seen the city, some of the company were confident we must have passed it, and would row no further. The others knew not where we were. So we put toward the shore, got into a creek, landed near an old fence, with the rails of which we made a fire, the night being cold in October, and there remained till daylight. Then one off the company knew the place to be Cooper's Creek, a little above Philadelphia, which we saw as soon as we got out of the creek, and arrived there about 8 or 9 o'clock on the Sunday morning, and landed at Market Street Wharf. I have been the more particular in this description of my journey, and shall be so of my first entry into that city, that you may in your mind compare such unlikely beginnings with the figure I have since made there. I was in my working dress, my best clothes coming round by sea. I was dirty from my beings along the boat. My pockets were stuffed out with shirts and stockings, and I knew no one nor where to look for Benjamin Franklin, 25 lodging. Fatigued with walking, rowing, and the want of sleep, I was very hungry, and my whole stock of cash consisted in a single $1 and about a shilling in copper coin, which I gave right to COTUHNETBOFMN. TMY and have FI or NMO PADSS. AGBUTIINSES. Man is sometimes more generous when he has little money than when he has plenty, perhaps to prevent his being thought to have but little. I walked toward the top of the street, gazing about till near Market Street, when I met a boy with bread. I had often made a meal of dry bread, and inquiring where he had bought it, I went immediately to the baker's he directed me to. I asked for biscuits, meaning such as we eat at Boston. That sort, it seems, was not made at Philadelphia. I then asked for a 3-penny loaf and was told they had none, not knowing the different prices nor the names off the different sorts of bread. I told him to give me 3-penny worth of any sort. He gave me accordingly 3 great puffy rolls. I was surprised at the quantity, but took it, and having no room in my pockets, walked off with a roll under each arm and eating the other. Thus I went up Market Street as far as 4th Street, passing by the door of Mr. Reed, my future wife's father, when she, standing at the door, saw me, and thought I made, as I certainly did, a most awkward, ridiculous appearance. Then I turned and went down Chestnut Street and part of Walnut Street, eating my roll all the way, and coming round found myself again in Market Street Wharf, near the boat I came in, to which I went for a draught off the river water, and being filled with one of my rolls, gave the other two to a woman awed her child that came down the river in the boat with us, and were waiting to go further. Thus refreshed, I walked again up the street, which by this time had many clean-dressed people in it, who were all walking the same way. I joined them, and thereby was led into the 26 Autobiography of Great Meeting House of the Quakers, near the market. I sat down among them, and after looking round a while, and hearing nothing, said, being very drowsy through labor, and what oppressed the preceding night, I fell fast asleep, and continued so till the uninting broke up, when someone was kind enough to rouse me. This, therefore, was the first house I was in, or slept in Philadelphia. I then walked down toward the river, and looking in the face of everyone, I met a young Quaker man whose countenance pleased me, and accosting him, requested how he would tell me where a stranger could get a lodging. We were then near the sign of Tea Light Three Mariners. Here, said he, is a house where they receive strangers, but it is not a reputable one. If thee wilt walk with me, I'll show thee a better one. And he conducted me to the Crooked Billet in Water Street. There I got a dinner, and while I was eating, several questions were asked me, as from my youth and appearance I was suspected of being a runaway. After dinner, my host having shown me to a bed, I laid myself on it without undressing, and slept till 6 in the evening, when I was called to supper. I went to bed again very early, and slept very soundly till next morning. Then I dressed myself as neat as I could, and went to Andrew Bradford, the printer I found in the shop, the old man his father, whom I had seen at New York, and who, traveling on horseback, had got to Philadelphia before me. He introduced me to his son, who received me civilly, gave me a breakfast, but told me he did not at present want a hand, being lately supplied with one. But there was another printer in town lately set up, one Keemer, who perhaps might employ me, if I should be welcome to lodge at his house. And he would give me a little work to do now and then, till fuller business should offer. The old gentleman said he would go with me to the new printer. And when we found him, neighbor, said Bradford, Benjamin Franklin, 27, I have brought to see you a young man of your business. Perhaps you may want such a one. He asked me a few questions, put a composing stick in my hand to see how I worked. And then, said he would employ me soon, though he had just then nothing for me to do, and taking old Bradford, whom he had never seen before, to be one of the townspeople, that had a good will for him, entered into a conversation on his present undertaking and prospects, while Bradford, not discovering that he was the other printer's father, on Keimer saying, he expected soon to get the greatest part of the business in his own hands, drew him on, by artful questions and starting little doubts, to explain all his views, what influence he relied on, and in what manner he intended to proceed. I, who stood by and heard all, saw immediately that one was a crafty old sophister, and the other a true novice. Bradford left me with Keemer, while I was greatly surprised when I told him what the old man was. The printing house I found consisted of an old damaged press and a small worn-out font of English types, which he was using himself, composing an elegy degree on Aquila Rose before mentioned, an ingenious young man of excellent charm, actor, much respected in the town. Secretary to the assembly and a pretty poet. Keimer made verses too, but very indifferently. He could not be said to write them, for his method was to compose them in the types directly out of his head. There being no copy, but one pair of cases, and the elegy probably requiring all the letter, no one could help it. I endeavored to put his press, which he had not yet used and of which he understood nothing, into order to be worked with. And promising to come and print off his elegy as soon as he should have got it ready, I returned to Bradford's, who gave me a little job to do for the present, and there I lodged and dieted. A few days after, Keemer sent for me to print off the elegy, and now had got another pair off cases and a pamphlet to reprint, on which he set me to work. 28 autobiography of these two printers I found poorly qualified for their business. Bradford had not been bred to it and was very illiterate, and Keimer, though something of a scholar, is a mere compositor, knowing nothing of press work. He had been none of the friend, prophets, and could act their enthusiastic agitations. At this time he did not profess any particular religion, but something awful on occasion, was very ignorant of the world, and had, as I afterward found, a good deal of the knave in his composition. He did not like my lodging at Bradford's while I worked with him. He had a house indeed, but without furniture, so he could not lodge me, but got me a lodging at Mr. Reed's before mentioned, who was the owner of his house, and my chest of clothes being come by this time, a maid rather on my rear, spectable appearance in the eyes of Miss Reed than I had done when she first happened to see me, eating my roll in the street. I began now to have some acquaintance among the young people of the town that were lovers of reading, with whom I spent my evenings very pleasantly, and gained money by my industry and frugality. I lived very contented and forgot Boston as much as I could, and did not wish to be known where I resided, except to my friend Collins, who was in the secret and kept it faithfully. At length, however, an accident happened that occasioned my return home much sooner than I had intended. I had a brother-in-law, Robert Holmes, master of a sloop that traded between Boston and Delaware, he being at Newcastle, 40 miles below Philadelphia, and hearing of me, wrote me a letter mentioning the grief of my relations and friends in Boston at my abrupt departure, assuring me of their goodwill to me, and that everything would be accommodated to my mind if I would return, to which he entreated me earnestly. I wrote an answer to his letter, thanked him for his advice, but stated my reasons for quitting Boston so fully, and in such a light as to convince him that I was not so much in the wrong as he had apprehended. Benjamin Franklin, 29. Sir William Keith, governor of the province, was then at Newcastle, and Captain Holmes, happening to be in company with him when my letter came to hand, spoke to him of me and showed him the letter. The governor read it, and seemed surprised when he was told my age. He said I appeared a young man of promising parts, and therefore should be encore aged. The printers at Philadelphia were wretched ones, and if I would set up there, he made no doubt I should succeed. For his part, he would procure me the public business, and do me every other service in his power. This my brother-in-law Holmes afterward told me in Boston, but I knew as yet nothing of it. When one day Keimer and I being at work together near the window, Avey saw the governor and another gentleman, who proved to be Colonel French of Newcastle, in the province Delaware, finely dressed, come directly across the street to our house, and heard them at the door. Keimer ran down immediately, thinking it a visit to him, but the governor inquired for me, came up, and with a condescension and politeness I had been quite unused to, made him many compliments, desired to be acquainted with me, blamed me kindly for not having made myself known to him when I first came to the place, and would have me away with him to the tavern where he was going with Colonel French to taste, as he said, some excellent Madeira. I was not a little surprised, and Keimer stared with astonishment. I went, however, with the governor and Colonel French to a tavern at the corner of 3rd Street, and over the Madeira he proposed my setting up my business. He stated the probabilities of my success, and both he and Colonel French assured me I should have their interest and influence to obtain for me the public business of both governments. And as I expressed doubts that my father would assist me in it, Sir William said he would give me a letter to him in which he would set forth the advantages, and he did not doubt he should determine him to comply. So, it 30 Autobiography of was concluded, I should return to Boston by the first vessel with the governor's letter. To my father, in the meantime, it was to be kept a secret, and I went on working Whitley Keimer as usual. The governor sent for me now and then to dine with him, which I considered a great honor, more particularly as he conversed with me in a most affable, familiar, and friendly manner. About the end of April, 1724, a little vessel offered for Boston. I took leave of Keimer as going to see my friends. The governor gave me an ample letter, saying many flattering things of me to my father, and strongly recommending the project of my setting up at Philadelphia as a thing that would make my fortune. We struck on a shoal, and going down the bay and sprung a leak, we had a blustering time at sea, and were obliged to pump almost continually, at which I took my turn. We arrived safe, however, at Boston in about a fortnight. I had been absent 7 months, and my friends had heard nothing of me, for my brother James was not yet returned, and had not written upon. The unexpected appearance surprised the family. All were, however, very glad to see me, and made me welcome, except my brother. I went to see him at his printing house. I was better dressed than ever while in his service, having a genteel new suit from head to foot, a watch, and my pockets lined with near £5 sterling in silver. He received me, not very frankly, looked me all over, and turned to his work again. The journeymen were inquisitive where I had been, what sort of a country it was, and how I liked it. I praised it much and the happy life I led in it, expressing strongly my intention of returning to it, and one of them asking what kind of money were there. I produced a handful of silver, and spread it before them, which was a kind of rarette show they had not been used to, paper being the money of Boston. Then I took an opportunity of letting them see my watch. And lastly, my brother Benjamin Franklin, 31, still groom and sullen, gave them $1 to drink and took my leave. This visit of mine offended him extremely. For when my mother, some time after, spoke to him of a reconciliation and offer wished to see us on good terms together, and that one might live for the future as brothers, he said I had insulted him in such a manner before his people that he could never forget or forgive it. In this, however, he was mistaken. My father received the governor's letter with some surprise, but said little of it to me for some time. Captain Holmes returning, he showed it to him and asked him if he knew Sir William Keith, and what kind of man he was adding that. He must be of small discretion to think of setting a youth up in business who wanted 3 years to arrive at man's estate. Holmes said what he could in favor of the project, but my father was decidedly against it, and at last gave a flat denial. He wrote a civil letter to Sir William, thanking him for the patronage he had so kindly offered me, and declined to assist me as yet in setting up, I being, in his opinion, too young to be trusted with the management of an undertaking so important, and for which the preparation required a considerable expenditure. My old companion Collins, who was a clerk in the post office, pleased with the account I gave him of my new country, determined to go thither also. And while I waited for my father's determination, he set out before me by land to Rhode Island, leaving his books, which were a pretty collection in mathematics and natural philosophy, to come with mine and me to New York, where he proposed to wait for me. My father, though he did not approve Sir William's proposition, was yet pleased that I had been able to obtain so advantageous a character from a person of such note where he bad resided, and that I had been so industrious and careful as to equip myself so handsomely in so short a time. Therefore, seeing no prospect of an accommodation between my brother and me, he gave his 32 autobiography of consent to my returning again to Philadelphia, advised me to behave respectfully to the people there, endeavor to obtain the general esteem and avoid lampooning and libeling, to which he thought I had too much inclination, telling me that by steady industry and prudent parsimony, I might save enough by the time I was 21 to set me up, and that if I came near the matter, he would help me out with the rest. This was all I could obtain, except some small gifts as tokens of his and my mother's love, when I embarked again for New York, now with their approbation and their blessing. The sloop putting in at Newport, Rhode Island, I visited my brother Joe, who had been married and settled there some years. He received me very affectionately, for he always loved me. A fruit of his, one Vernon, having some money due to him in Pennsylvania, about 35 pounds currency, desired I would recover it for him and keep it till I had his directions what to employ it in. Accordingly, he gave me an order to receive it. This business afterward occasioned me a good deal of uneasiness. At Newport, we took in a number of passengers, among whom were 2 young women traveling together, and a sensible matron-like Quaker lady, with her servants. I had shown an obliging disposition to render her some little services, which probably impressed her with sentiments of goodwill toward me, for when she witnessed the daily growing familiarity between the young women and myself, which they appeared to encourage, she took me aside and said, "Young man, I am concerned for thee, as thou hast no friend with thee, and seems not to know much of the world or of the snares youth is exposed to. Depend upon it, these are very bad women. I can see it by all their actions. And if thee art not upon thy guard, they will draw thee into some danger. They are strangers to thee, and I advise thee, in a friendly concern for thy welfare, to have in no acquaintance with them." As is memed at first nod to Benjamin Franklin, 33. Think so ill of them as she did. She mentioned some things she had observed and heard that had escaped my notice, but now convinced me she was right. I thanked her for her kind advice and promised to follow it. When we arrived at New York, they told me where they lived and invited me to come and see them, but I avoided it, and it was well I did. For the next day, the captain missed a silver spoon and some other things that had been taken out of his cabin, and he got a warrant to search their lodgings, found the stolen goods, and had the thieves punished. So though we had escaped a sunken rock, which we scraped upon in the passage, I thought this escape of rather more importance to me. At New York, I found my friend Collins, who had arrived there some time before me. We had been intimate from children and had read the same books together, but he had the advantage of more time for reading and studying and a wonderful genius for mathematical learning, in which he far outstripped me. While I lived in Boston, most of my hours of leisure for conversation were spent with him, and he continued a sober as well as industrious lad, was much respected for his learning by several of the clergy and other gentlemen, and seemed to promise making a good figure in life. But during my absence, he had acquired a habit of drinking brandy, and I found by his own account, as well as that of others, that he had been drunk every day since his arrival at New York, and behaved himself in a very extravagant manner. He had gained, too, and lost his money, so that I was obliged to discharge his lodgings and defray his expenses on the road and at Philadelphia, which proved a great burden to me. The then governor of New York, Burnet, son of Bishop Burnet, hearing from the captain that one of the passengers had a great many books on board, desired him to bring me to see him. I waited on him and should have taken Collins' 34 Autobiography of with me had he been sober. The governor received me with great civility, showed me his library, which was a considerable one, and we had a good deal of conversation relative to books and authors. This was the second governor who had done me the honor to take notice of me, and for a poor boy like me it was very pleasing. We proceeded to Philadelphia. I received in the way Vernon's money, without which we could hardly have finished our journey. Collins wished to be employed in some accounting house, but whether they discovered his dram drinking by his breath or by his behavior, though he had some recommendation shem with, no success in any application, and continued lodging and boarding at the same house with me, and at my expense, knowing I had that money of Vernon's. He was continually borrowing of me, still promising repayment as soon as he should be in business. At length he had got so much off it that I was distressed to think what he should do in case of being called on to remit it. His drinking continued, about which we sometimes quarreled, for when a little intoxicated he was very irritable. Once in a boat on the Delaware with some other young men, he refused to row in his turn. "I will be rowed home," said he. "We will not row you," said I. "You must," said he, "or stay all night on the water, just as you please." The others said, "Let us row, what signifies it?" But my mind being soured with his other conduct, I continued to refuse. So he swore he would make me row or throw me overboard. And coming along, stepping on thieves toward me, when head came up, hand struck at me, I clapped my head under his thighs, and rising, pitched him head foremost into the river. I knew he was a good swimmer, and so was under little concern about him. But before he could get round to lay hold of the boat, we had with a few strokes pulled her out of his reach, and when her head drew neareth boat west him a foot draw. Striking few strokes, toe sly her away from him. He was ready to stifle with vexation, and all the Benjamin Franklin 35 Steinetly would not promise to row. Finding him at last beginning to tire, we drew him into the boat and brought him home dripping wet. We hardly exchanged a civil word after this adventure. At length our West India captain, who had a commission to procure a preceptor for that society gentleman at Barbados, met with him and proposed to carry him thither to fill that situation. Accepted and promised to remit my wet hoed meal off first money he should receive, but I never heard of him after. The violation of me trust respecting Vernon's money was one of the first great errata of my life, and this showed that my father was not much out in his judgment when he considered me as too young to manage business. Sir William, on reading his letter, said he was too prudent, that there was a great difference in person, and discretion did not always accompany use, nor was youth always without it. But since he will not set you up, I will do it myself. Give me an inventory of the things necessary to be had from England, and I will send for them. You shall repay me when you are able. I am resolved to have a good printer here, and I am sure you must succeed. This was spoken with such an appearance of cordiality that I had not the least doubt of his meaning what he said. I had hitherto kept the proposition of me setting up a secret in Philadelphia, and I still kept it. Had it been known that I depended on the governor, probably some friend that knew him would have advised me not to rely on him, as I afterward heard it as his known character to be liberal of promises, which he never meant to keep. Yet, unsolicited as he was by me, how could I think his generous offers insincere? I believed him one of the best men in the world. I presented him an inventory of a little printing house amounting, by my computation, to about £100 sterling. He liked it, but asked me if my being on the spot in England to choose the types and see that everything was good of the kind might not be of some advantage. Then, said 36 Autobiography of He, when there you may make acquaintance and establish correspondences in the bookselling and stationery line. I agreed that this might be advantageous. Then, said he, get yourself ready to go by the Annis, which was the annual ship, and the only one at that time usually passing between London and Philadelphia. But as it would be some months before the Annisile deity continued working with Keimer, fretting extremely about the money Collins had got from me, and in great apprehensions of being called upon for it by Vernon. This, however, did not happen for some years after. I believe I have omitted mentioning that, in my first voyage from Boston to Philadelphia, being becalmed off Block Island, our crew employed themselves in catching cod, and hauled up a great number. Till then I had stuck to my resolution to eat nothing that had had life, and on this occasion I considered, according to my master Tryon, the taking of every fish as a kind of unprovoked murder, since none of them had done or could do us any injury that might justify this massacre. All this seemed very reasonable, but I had been formerly a great lover of fish, and when it came out of the frying pan, it smelled admirably well. I balanced some time between principle and inclination, till recollecting that when the fish were opened, I saw smaller fish taken out of their stomachs. Then thought I, if you eat one another, I don't see why we may not eat you. So I dined upon cod very heartily, and have since continued to eat as other people, returning only now and then, occasionally to a vegetable diet. So convenient a thing it is to be a reasonable creature, since it enables one to find or make key a reason for everything one has a mind to do. Keimer and I lived on a pretty good familiar footing and agreed tolerably well, for he suspected nothing of my setting up. He retained a great deal of his old enthusiasm and loved argumentation. I used to work him so with my Socratic method, and had trepanned Benjamin Franklin, 37, him so often by questions apparently so distant from any point we had in hand, yet by degrees leading to the point and bringing him into difficulties and contradictions, that at last he grew ridiculously cautious, and would hardly answer me the most common question without asking first, what do you intend to infer from that? However, it gave him so high an opinion of me abilities in the confuting way that he seriously proposed my being his colleague in a project he had of setting up a new sect. He was to preach the doctrines, and I was to confound all opponents. When he came to explain with me upon the doctrines, I found several conundrums, which I objected to, unless I might have my way a little too, and introduced some of mine. Keimer wore his beard at full length, because somewhere in the Mosaic law it is said, thou shalt not mar the corners off thy beard. He likewise kept the seventh day Sabbath, and these 2 points were essential with him. I disliked both, but agreed to them on condition of his adopting the doctrine of not using animal food. I doubt, said he, my constitution will not bear it. I assured him it would, and that he would be the better for it. He was usually a great eater, and I wished to give myself some diversion in half starving him. He consented to try the practice if I would keep him company. I did so, and we held it for 3 months. Our provisions were purchased, cooked, and brought to us regularly by a woman in the neighborhood, who had from me a list of 40 dishes which she prepared for us at different times, in which there entered neither fish, flesh, nor fowl. This whim suited me the better at this time from the cheapness of it, not costing us above 18 pence sterling each per week. I have since kept several Lents most strictly, leaving the common diet for that, and that for the common, abruptly, without the least inconvenience, so that I think there is little in the advice of making those changes by easy gradations. I went on pleasantly, but poor 38 Autobiography of Keimer suffered grievously, grew tired of the project, longed for the flesh pots of Egypt, and ordered a roast pig. He invited Rue and 2 women friends to dine with him, but it being brought too soon upon table, he could not resist the temptation, and ate the whole before we came. I had made some courtship during this time to Miss Reed, I had great respect and affection for her, and had some Maria sons to believe she had the same for me. But as I was about to take a long voyage, and we were both very young, only a little above 18, it was thought most prudent by her mother to prevent our going too far at present, as a marriage, if it were to take place, would be more convenient after my return, when I should be, as I hoped, set up in my busyness. Perhaps, too, she thought my expectations not so well founded as I imagined them to be. My chief acquaintances at this time were Charles Osborne, Joseph Watson, and James Ralph, all lovers of reading. The two first were clerks to an eminent scrivener or a conveyancer in the town, Charles Brockton. The other was a clerk to a merchant. Watson was a pious, sensible young man of great integrity. The others rather more lax in their principles of religion, particularly Ralph, who, as well as Collins, had been unsettled by me, for which they both made me suffer. Osborne was sensible, candid, frank, sincere, and affectionate to his friends, but in literary matters too fond of criticism. Ralph was ingenious, genteel in his manners, and extremely eloquent. I think I never knew a prettier talker. Both were great admirers of poetry, and began to try their hands in little pieces. Many pleasant walks we have had together on Sundays in the woods on the banks of the Schuylkill, where we read to one another and conferred on what we had read. Ralph was inclined to give himself up entirely to poetry, not doubting that Lai might make great proficiency in it, and even make his fortune by it. He pretended that the greatest poets, Benjamin Franklin, 39 must, when they first began to write, have committed as many faults as he did. Osborne endeavored to dissuade him, assured him he had no genius for poetry, and advised him to think of nothing beyond the business he was bred to, that in the mercantile way, he had no stock. He might, by his diligence and punctuality, recommend himself to employment as a factor, and in time acquire wherewith to trade on his own account. I approved for me part the amusing on herself with poetino, and then so far as to improve one's language, but no further. On this, it was proposed that we should each of us, at our next meeting, produce a piece of our own composing, in order to improve by our mutual observations, criticisms, and corrections. As language and expression were what we had in view, we excluded all considerations of invention, by agreeing that the task should be a version of the 18th Psalm, which describes the descent of a deity. When the time of our meeting drew nigh, Ralph called on me first, and let me know his piece was ready. I told him I had been busy, and having little inclination, had done nothing. He then showed me his piece from my opinion, and I much approved it, as it appeared to me to have great merit. Now, said he, Osborne never will allow the least merit in anything of mine, but makes 1,000 criticisms out of mere envy. He is not so jealous of you. I wish, therefore, you would take this piece and produce it as yours. I will pretend not to have had time, and so produce nothing. We shall then hear what he will say to it. It was agreed, and I immediately transcribed it, that it might appear in my own hand. We met. Watson's performance was read. There were some beauties in it, but many defects. Osborne's was read. It was much better. Raj did it justice, remarked some faults, but applauded the beauties. I was backward, seemed desirous of being excused, had not had sufficient time to correct, etc. But no excuse could be admitted, produce I must. It was read and repeated. Watson and OS40 Autobiography of Bourne gave up the contest and joined in applauding it. Ralph only made some criticism and proposed some amendment, but I defended my text. Osborne was severe against Ralph and told me he was no better able to criticize than compose verses. As these two were returning home, Osborne expressed himself still more strongly in favor of what he thought my production, having before read, lest I should think he meant to flatter me. But who would have imagined, said he, that Franklin was capable of such a performance, such painting, such force, such fire? He has even improved on the original. In common conversation, he seems to have no choice of words. He hesitates and blunders, and yet, good God, how he writes. When we next met, Ralph discovered the trick we had played, and Osborne was laughed at. This transaction fixed Ralph in his resolution of becoming a poet. I did all I could to persuade him from it, but he continued scribbling verses till Pope cured him. He became, however, a pretty good prose writer. More of him hereafter. But as I may not have occasion to mention the other two, I shall just remark here that Watson died in my arms a few years after, much lamented, being the best of our set. Osborne went to the West Uties, where he became an eminent lawyer and made money, but died young. He and I had made a serious agreement that the one who happened first to die should, if possible, make a friendly visit to the other and acquaint him how he found things in that separate state. But he never fulfilled his promise. The governor, seeming to like him at company, had me frequently at his house, and his setting me up was always mentioned as a fixed thing. I was to take with me letters recommendatory to a number of his friends, besides the letter of credit to furnish me with the necessary money for purchasing the press types, paper, etc. For these letters, I was appointed to call at different times when they were to be ready, but a future time was Benjamin Franklin 41, still named. Thus we went on till the ship, whose say departure too had been several times postponed, was on the point of sailing. Then when I called to take my leave and receive the letters, his secretary, Dr. Baird, came out to me and said the governor was extremely busy in writing, but would be down at Newcastle before the ship, and then the letters would be delivered to me. Ralph, though married and having one child, had determined to accompany me in this voyage. It was thought he intended to establish a correspondence and obtain goods to sell on commission, but I found after that having some cause of discontent with his wife's relations, he proposed to leave her on their handsail and never return to America. Having taken leave of me friends and exchanged promises with Miss Reed, I quitted Philadelphia in the ship, which anchored at Newcastle. The governor was there, but when I went to his lodging, his secretary came to me from him with expressions of the greatest regret that he could not then see me, being engaged in business of the utmost importance, but that he would send the letters to me on board, wishing me heartily a good voyage and a speedy return, etc. I returned on board a little puzzled, but still not doubting. Chapter 3. Mr. Andrew Hamilton, a celebrated lawyer, oi Philadelphia, had taken his passage in Theasum ship for himself and with Mr. Denham, a Quaker merchant, Onyem and Russell, masters Ofen Iron Works in Maryland, who had engaged the great cabin, so that Ralph and I were forced to take up with a berth in the steerage, and none on board knowing us were considered as ordinary persons. But Mr. Hamilton and his son, 42 Autobiography of It Was James since Governor, returned from Newcastle to Philadelphia, the father being recalled by a great fee to plead for a seized ship. And just before we sailed, Colonel French coming on board and showing me great respect I was more taken notice of, and with my friend Ralph invited by the gentlemen to come into the cabin, there being now room. Accordingly, we removed thither. Understanding that Colonel French had brought on board the governor's dispatches, I asked the captain for those letters that were to be under my care. He said all were put into the bag together, and he could not then come at them, but before we landed in England, I should have an opportunity of picking them out. So I was satisfied for the present, and we proceeded on our voyage. We had a sociable company in the cabin and lived uncommonly well, having the addition of all Mr. Hamilton's stores, who had laid in plentifully. In this passage, Mr. Denham contracted a friendship for me that continued during Heist's life. The voyage was otherwise a note of pleasant tone. As we had a great deal of bad weather when we came into the channel, the captain kept his word with me and gave me an opportunity of examining the bag for the governor's letters. I found some upon which my name was put as under my care. I picked out 6 or 7 that, by the handwriting, I thought might be the promised letters, especially as one of them was addressed to Basket, Daking's printer, and another to some stationer. We arrived in London the 24th December, 1724. I waited upon the stationer who came first in my way, delivering the letter as from Governor Keith. "I don't know such a person," said he, but opening the letter, "Oh, this is from Riddlesden. I have lately found him to be a complete rascal, and I will have nothing to do with him, nor receive any letters from him." So putting the letter into my hand, he turned on his heel and left me to service him a customer. I was surprised to find these were not the governor's letters, Benjamin Franklin, 43, and after recollecting and comparing circumstances, I began to doubt his sincerity. I found my friend Denham and opened the whole affair to him. He let me into Keith's character, told me there was not the least probability that they had written out letters for me, that no one who knew him had the smallest dependence on him, and he laughed at the idea off the governor's giving, a letter off credit having, as he said, no credit to give. On my expressing some concern about what I should do, he advised me to endeavor getting some employment in the way of my business. "Among the printers here," said he, "you will improve yourself, and when you return to America, you will set up to greater advantage." We both of us happen to know, as well as the stationer, that Riddlesden, the attorney, was a very knave. He had half ruined Miss Reed's father by persuading him to be bound for him. By this letter, it appeared there was a secret scheme on foot to the prejudice of Mr. V. Hamilton, supposed to be then coming over with us. That Keith was concerned in it with Riddlesden. Denham, who was a friend of Hamilton's, thought he ought to be acquainted with it. So when he arrived in England, which was soon after, partly from resentment and ill will to Keith and Riddlesden's, and partly from goodwill to him, I waited on him and gave him the letter. He thanked me cordially, the information being of importance to him, and from that time he became my friend, greatly to my advantage afterward on many occasions. But what shall we think of a governor playing such pitiful tricks and imposing sagaciously on a poor ignorant boy? It was a habit he had acquired. He wished to please everybody, and having little to give expectations. He was otherwise an ingenious, sensible man, a pretty good writer, and a good governor for the people, though not for his constituents, the proprietaries, who see instruction chessamatine disregarded. Several of the best laws were off his planning and passed during his administration. 44 Autobiography of Ralpien and I were inseparable companions. We took lodgings together in Little Britain at 3 shillings and 6 pence a week, as much as we could then afford. He found some relations, but they were poor and unable to assist him. He now let me know his intentions of remaining in London, and that he never meant to return to Philadelphia. He had brought no money with him, the whole he could muster having been expended in paying his passage. I had 15 pistoles, so he bore road occasionally off me to subsist while he was looking out for business. He first endeavored to get into the playhouse, believing himself qualified for an actor. But Wilkes, to whom he applied, advised him candidly not to think off that employment, as it was impossible he should succeed in it. Then he proposed to Roberts, a publisher in Paternoster Row, to agree to write for him a weekly paper like The Spectator on certain conditions which Roberts did not approve. Then he endeavored to get employment as a hackney writer, to copy for the stationers and lawyers about the Temple, but could not find a vacancy. For myself, I immediately got into work at Palmer's, a famous printing house in Bartholomew Close, where I continued near a year. I was pretty diligent, but one spent with Ralph a good deal of my earnings at place and public amusements. We had nearly consumed all my pistoles, and now just rubbed on from hand to mouth. He seemed quite to have forgotten his wife and child, and by degrees my engagements with Miss Red, to whom I never wrote more than one letter, and that was to let her know I was not likely soon to return. This was another of the great errata of my life, which I could wish to correct if I were to live it over again. In fact, by our expenses, I was constantly kept unable to pay my passage. At Palmer's, I was employed in composing for the second edition of Woston's Religion of Nature. Some of his reasonings not appearing to me well-founded, I wrote a little metaphysical piece in which I made remarks on it. It was Beck's G. Mix Franklin, 45, entitled A Dissertation on Liberty and Necessity, Pleasure and Pain. I inscribed it to my friend Ralph. I printed a small number. It occasioned my being more considered by Mr. Palmer as a young man of some ingenuity, though he seriously expostulated with me upon the principles of my pamphlet, which to him appeared abominable. My printing this pamphlet was another erratum. While I lodged in Little Britain, I made an acquaintance with one Alecox, a bookseller whose shop was next door. He had an immense collection of second-hand books. Circulating libraries were not then in use, but we agreed that on certain reasonable terms, which I now have forgotten, I might take, read, and return any of his books. This I esteemed a great advantage, and I made as much use of it as I could. My pamphlet, by some means falling into the hands of one Lyons, a surgeon, author of a book entitled The Infallibility of Human Judgment, it occasioned an acquaintance between us. He took great notice of me, called on me often to converse on those subjects, carried me to the Horns, a pale ale house in Lane, Cheapside, and introduced me to Dr. Mandeville, author of the Fable of the Bees, who had a club there, of which he was the soul, being a most facetious, entertaining companion. Lyons, too, introduced me to Dr. Pemberton at Batson's Coffee House, who promised to give me an opportunity, sometime or other, of seeing Sir Isaac Newton, of which I was extremely desirous. But this never happened. I had brought over a few curiosities, among which the principal was a purse made of the asbestos, which purifies by fire. Sir Hans Sloane heard of it, came to see me, and invited me to his house in Bloomsbury Square, showed me all his curiosities, and persuaded me to add that to the number, for which he paid me handsomely. In our house lodged a young woman, a milliner, who I think had a shop in the cloister. She had been genteelly bred, was sensible, lively, and of a most pleasing conversation. Ralph, 46. Autobiography of read plays to her in the evenings. They grew intimate. She took another lodging, and he followed her. They lived together some time, but he being still out of business and her income not sufficient to maintain them with her child, he took a resolution of going to London to try for a country school, which he thought himself well qualified to undertake, as he wrote an excellent hand and was a master of arithmetic and accounts. This, however, he deemed a business below him, and confident of future better fortune, when he should be unwilling to have it known that he was once so meanly employed, he changed his name, and did me the honor to assume mine. For I soon after had a letter from him, acquainting me that he was settled in a small village in Berkshire. I think it was where he taught reading and writing to 10 or a dozen boys at 6 pence each per week, recommending Mrs. T. my care, and desiring me to write to him, directing for Mr. Franklin, schoolmaster at such a place. He continued to write to me frequently, sending me large specimens of an epic poem, which he was then composing, and desiring my remarks and corrections. These I gave him from time to time, but endeavored rather to discourage his proceeding. One of Young's satires was then just published. I copied and sent him a great part of it, which set in a strong light the folly of pursuing the muses. All was in vain. Sheets of the poem continued to come by every post. In the meantime, Mrs. T, having on his account lost her friends in busyness, was of 10 in distresses, and used to send for me, and borrow what money I could spare to help to alleviate them. Shaw wrote to Ralph and acquainted him with my conduct. This occasioned a breach between us, and when he returned to London, he let me know he considered all the obligations he, Benjamin Franklin, 47, had been under to me as annulled, from which I concluded I was never to expect his repaying the money I had lent him or that I had advanced for him. This, however, was of little consequence, as he was totally unable, and by the loss of his friendship, I found myself relieved from a heavy burden. I now began to think of getting a little beforehand, and expecting better employment, I left Palmer's to work at Watts, near Lincoln's Inn Fields, a still greater printing house. Here I continued all the rest of my stay in London. At my first admission into the printing house, I took to work ing at press, imagining I felt a want of bodily exercise I had been used to in America, where press work is mixed with the composing. I drank only water. The other workmen, near 50 in number, were great drinkers of beer. On occasion I carried up and down stairs a large form of type in each hand, when others carried but one in both hands. They wondered to see from this, in several instances, that the water American, as they called me, was stronger than themselves. Who drank strong beer, we had an alehouse boy, who attended always in the house, to supply the workmen. My companion at the press drank every day a pint before breakfast, a pint at break, fast with his bread and cheese, a pint between breakfast and dinner, a pint at dinner, a pint in the afternoon about 6 o'clock, and another pint when he had done his day's work. I thought it a detestable custom, but it was necessary, he supposed, to drink strong beer that he might be strong to labor. I endeavored to convince him that the bodily strength afforded by beer could only be in proportion to the grain or flour of the barley dissolved in the water. There was more flour in a pennyworth of bread, and therefore, if he could eat that with a pint of water, it would give him more strength than a quart of beer. He drank on, however, and had 4 or 5 shillings to pay out of his wages every Saturday 48 autobiography at night for that vile liquor. Watts, after some weeks, desiring to have me in the compass ing room, I left the press room. A new bienvenue for drink, being 5 shillings, was demanded of me by the composites. I thought it an imposition, as I had paid one to the pressman. The master thought so too, and forbade my paying it. I stood out 2 or 3 weeks, was accordingly considered as an excommunicate. and had so many little pieces of private malice practiced on me by mixing my sorts, transposing and breaking my matter, etc., etc. If ever I stepped out of the room, and all ascribed to the chapel ghost, which they said ever haunted those three, not regularly admitted that notwithstanding the master's protection, I found myself obliged to comply and pay the money, convinced of the folly of being on ill terms with those one is to live with continually. I was now on a fair footing with them and soon acquired considerable influence. I proposed some reasonable alterations in the chapel laws and carried them against all opposition. From my example, a great many of them left their muddling breakfast of beer, bread, and cheese, finding they could with me be supplied from a neighboring house with a large porringer of hot water, gruel, sprinkled with pepper, crumbled with bread, and a bit of butter in it for the price of a pint of beer, viz. 3 halfpence. This was a more comfortable as well as a cheaper breakfast, and kept their heads clear. Those who continued sodding with their beer all day were often by not paying out of credit at the alehouse, and used to make interest with me to get beer, their light, as they phrased it, being out. I watched the pay table on Saturday night, and collected what I stood engaged for them, having to pay sometimes near 30 shillings a week on their accounts. This, and my being estimated a pretty good rigite, that is, a jocular verbal satirist, supported my consequence in the society, my constant attend Benjamin Franklin 49 answer, I never making a saint. Monday recommended me to the master, and my uncommon quickness at composing occasioned my being put upon work of dispatch, which was general better paid. So I went on now very agreeably. My lodgings in Little Britain being too remote, I found another in Duke Street, opposite to the Romish chapel. It was up 3 pair of stairs backward at an Italian warehouse. A widow lady kept the house. She had a daughter, and a maidservant and a journeyman who attended the warehouse, but lodged abroad. After sending to inquire my character at the house where I last lodged, she agreed to take me in at the same rate, 3 shillings and 6 pence a week, cheaper as she said, from the protection she expected in having a man to lodge in the house. She was a widow, an elderly woman, had been bred a Protestant, being a clergyman's daughter, but was converted to the Catholic religion by her husband, whose memory she much revered, had lived much among people of distinction, and knew 1,000 anecdotes of them as far back as the time of Charles II died. She was lame in her knees with the gout, and therefore seldom stirred out of her room, so sometimes wanted company, and hers was so highly amusing to me that I was sure to spend an evening with her whenever she desired it. Our supper was only half an anchovy each on a very little slice of bread and butter and half a pint of ale between us, but the entertainment was in her conversation. My always keeping good hours and giving little trouble in the family made her unwilling to part with me, so that when I talked o' lodging, one had heard off nearer my business for 2 shillings a week, which intent, as I was on saving money, made some difference. She bid me not think of it, for she would abate me 2 shillings a week for the future, so I remained with her at 1 shilling and 6 pence as long as I stayed in London. In the garret of her house there lived a maiden lady of 7 enti, in the most retired manner, of whom my landlady gave 50 autobiography of me this account, that she was a Roman Catholic, had been sent abroad when young and lodged in a nunnery with an intent of becoming a nun. But the country not agreeing with her, she returned to England, where, there being no nunnery, she had vowed to lead the life of a nun as near as might be done in those circumstances. Accordingly, she had given all her estate to charitable purposes, reserving only £12 a year to live on. And out of this sum, she still gave a part in charity, living herself on water gruel only, and using no fire but to boil. She had lived many years in that garret, being permitted to remain there gratis by successive Catholic tenants of the house below, as they deemed it a blessing to have her there. A priest visited her to confess her every day. From this I asked her, said my landlady, how she, as she lived, could possibly find so much employment for a confessor. Oh, said she, it is impossible to avoid vain thoughts. I was permitted once to visit her. She was cheerful and polite and conversed pleasantly. The room was clean, but had no other furniture than a mattress, a table with a crucifix and a book, a stool which she gave me to sit on, and a picture over the chimney of Saint Veronica displaying her handkerchief, with the miraculous figure of Christ's bleeding face on it, which she explained to me with great seriousness. She looked pale, but was never sick, and I give it as an other instance on how small an income life and health may be supported. At Watt's printing house, I contracted an acquaintance with an ingenious young man, one Wigate, who, having wealthy relations, had been better educated than most printers, was a tolerable Latinist, spoke French, and loved reading. I taught him and a friend of his to swim at twice going into the river, and they soon became good swimmers. They introduced me to some gentlemen from the country who went to Chelsea by water to see the college and Don Soltero's curiosities. In our Benjamin Franklin, 51, returned at the request of the company, whose curiosity Wygate had excited, I stripped and leaped into the river and swam from Nurchelsea to Blackfriars, performing in the way many feats of activity, both upon and under the water, and surprised and pleased those to whom they were novelties. I had from a child been delighted with this exercise, had studied and practiced Thevenot's motions and positions, and added some of my own, aiming at the graceful and easy as well as the useful. All these I took this occasion of exhibiting to the company, and was much flattered by their admiration, and Wygate, who was desirous of becoming a master, grew more and more attached to me on that account. As well as from the similarity of our studies, he at length proposed to me traveling all over Europe together, supporting ourselves everywhere by working at our business. I was once inclined to it, but mentioning it to my good friend, Mr. Denham, with whom I often spent an hour when I had leisure, he dissuaded me from it, advising me to think only of returning to Pennsylvania, which he was now about to do. I must record one trait of this good man's character. He had formerly been in business at Bristol, but failed in debt to a number of people, compounded, and went to America. There, by a close application to business as a merchant, he acquired a plentiful fortune in a few years. Returning to England in the ship with me, he invited his old creditors to an entertainment, at which he thanked them for the easy composition they had favored him with, and when they expected nothing but to treat every man at the first remove, found under his play an order on a banker for the amount of the unpaid remainder with interest. He now told me he was about to return to Philadelphia, and should carry over a great quantity of goods in order to open a store there. He proposed to take me over as his clerk to keep his books, in which he would instruct me copy his letters, 52 Autobiography of, and attend the store. He added that as soon as I should be acquainted with mercantile business, he would promote me by sending me with a cargo of flour and bread to the West Indies, and procure me commissions from others which would be profitable, and if I managed well would establish me handsomely. The thing pleased me, for I was grown tired of London, remembered with pleasure the happy months I had spent in Pennsylvania, and wished again to see it. Therefore I immediately agreed on the terms of £50 a year, Pennsylvania money less than present gettings as a compositor, but affording a better prospect. I now took leave of printing, as I thought forever, and was daily employed in my new business, going about with Mr. Denham among the tradesmen to purchase various articles and see them packed up, delivering messages, calling upon workmen to dispatch, etc. And when all was on board, I had a few days' leisure. On one of these days, I was, to my surprise, sent for by a great man I knew only by name, Sir William Wyndham, and I waited upon him. He had heard by some means or other of my swimming from Chelsea to Blackfriars, and of my teaching Wygate and another young man to swim in a few hours. He had 2 sons about to set out on their travels. He wished to have them first taught swimming, and proposed to gratify me handsomely if I would teach them. They were not yet come to town, and my stay was uncertain, so I could not undertake it. But from the incident, I thought it likely that if I were to remain in England and open a swimming school, I might get a good deal of money. And it struck me so strongly that had the overture been made me sooner, probably I should not so soon have returned to America. Many years after, you and I had something of more importance to do with one of these sons of Sir William Wyndham, become Earl of Egremont, which I shall mention in its place. Thus I passed about 18 months in London, most part Benjamin Franklin 53, off the time. I worked hard at my business, and spent but little upon myself, except in seeing plays and in books. My friend Ralph had kept me poor. He owed me about £27, which I was now never likely to receive a great sum. Out of my small earnings, I loved him, notwithstanding, for he had many amiable qualities. I had improved my knowledge, however, though I had by no means improved my fortune. but I had made some very ingenious acquaintance, whose conversation was of great advantage to me, and I had read considerably. Chapter 4. We sailed from Gravesend on the 23 July 1726. For the incidents of the voyage, I refer you to my journal, where you will find them all minutely related. Perhaps the most important part of that journal is the plan to be found in it, which I framed at sea for regulating the future conduct of my life. It is the more remarkable as being formed when I was so young, and yet being pretty faithfully adhered to quite through to old age. We landed at Philadelphia the 11th of October, where I found sundry alterations. Keith was no longer governor, being superseded by Major Gordon. I met him walking the streets as a common citizen. He seemed a little ashamed at seeing me, and passed without saying anything. I should have been as much ashamed at seeing Miss Ridd had not her friends, despairing with reason of my return after the receipt of my letter, persuaded her to marry another one Rogers, a potter, which was done in my absence. With him, however, she was never happy, and soon parted from him, refusing to cohabit with him or bear his name. It being now said he had another 54 autobiography of wife. He was a worthless fellow, though an excellent workman, which was the temptation to her friends. He got into debt, ran away in 1727 or 1728, went to the West Indies and died there. Keimer had got a better house, a shop well supplied with stationery, plenty of new types, and a number of hands, though none good, and seemed to have a great deal of business. Mr. Denham took a store in Water Street, where we opened our goods. I attended the business diligently, studied accounts, and grew, in a little time, expert at selling. We lodged and boarded together. He counseled me as a father, having a sincere regard for me. I respected and loved him, and we might have gone on together very happily. But in the beginning of February 1727, when I had just passed my 21st year, we both were taken ill. My distemper was a pleurisy, which very nearly carried me off. I suffered a good deal, gave up the point in my own mind, and was at the time rather disappointed when I found myself recovering, regretting in some degree that I must now, some time or other, have all that disagreeable work to go over again. I forget what Mr. Denham's distemper was. It held him a long time, and at length carried him off. He left me a small legacy and a nuncupative will as a token of his kindness for him, and helped me once more to the wide world. For the store was taken into the care of his executors, and my employment under him ended. My brother-in-law Holmes, and brother-in-law, being now in Philadelphia, advised my return to my business, and Keimer tempted me with an offer of large wages by the year to come and take the management of his printing house, that he might better attend to his stationer's shop. I had heard a bad character of him in London from his wife and her friends, and was not for having any more to do with him. I wished for employment as a mere chance clerk, but not meeting with any, I closed again with Keimer. I found in his house these hands: Hugh Meredith, a Welsh Pennsylvania, 30 years of age, bred to country. Benjamin Franklin, 55, work. He was honest, sensible, a man of experience, and fond of reading, but addicted to drinking. Stephen Potts, a young countryman of full age, bred to the same, of uncommon natural parts and great wit and humor, but a little idle. These he had agreed with at extreme low wages per week, to be raised a shilling every 3 months, as they would deserve by improving in their business, and the expectation of these high wages to come on hereafter was what he had drawn them in with. Mere Dith was to work at press, Potts at bookbinding, which he by agreement was to teach them, though Heck knew neither one of the other. John, a wild Irishman, brought up to no business, whose services for 4 years Keimer had purchased from the Captain of Fashion. He too was to Bemity a pressman. George Webb, an Oxford scholar, whose time for 4 years he had likewise bought, intending him for compositor off Homo presently, and David Harriot, a country boy whom he had taken apprentice. I soon perceived that the intention of engaging me wages so much higher than he had been used to give was to have these raw, cheap hands formed through me. And, as soon as I had instructed them, they being articled to him, Hesh should be able to do without me. I went, however, very cheerfully put his printing house in order, which had been in great confusion, and brought his hands by degrees to mind their business and to do it better. It was an odd thing to find an Oxford scholar in the situation of a bought servant. He was not more than 18 years of age, and he gave me this account of himself, that he was born in Gloucester, educated at a grammar school, and had been distinguished among his scholars for some apparent superiority in performing his part when he exhibited plays, belonged to the Wits Club there, and had written some pieces in prose and verse, which were printed in the Gloucester newspapers. Thence was sent to Oxford. There he continued about a year, but not well satisfied, wishing awful things to see London and become a player. At length, receiving his quarterly allowance, of 1556, Autobiography of Old Guineas, instead of discharging his debts, he went out of town, hid his gown in a furze bush, and walked to London, where, having no friend to advise him, he fell into bad company, soon spent his guineas, found no means of being introduced among the players, grew necessitous, pawned his clothes, and wanted bread. Walking the street very hungry, not knowing what to do with himself, a crimp's bill was put into his hand, offering immediate entertainment and encouragement to such as would bind themselves to serve in America. He went directly, signed the indentures, was put into the ship, and came over, never writing a line to his friends to acquaint them what was become of him. He was lively, witty, good-natured, and a pleasant companion, but idle, thoughtless, and imprudent to the last degree. John, the Irishman, soon ran away. With the rest I began to live very agreeably, for they all respected me the more as they found Keimer incapable of instructing them, and that from me they learned something daily. My acquaintance with ingenious people in the town increased. We never worked on Saturday, that being Keimer's Sabbath, so that I had 2 days for reading. Keimer himself treated me with great civility and apparent regard, and nothing now made me uneasy but my debt to Vernon, which I was yet unable to pay, being hitherto but a poor economist. He, however, kindly made no demand of it. Our printing house often wanted sorts, and there was no letter foundry in America. I had seen types cast at James in London, but without much attention to the manner, however, I contrived a mold and made use of the letters we had as puncheons. Struck the matrices in lead, and thus supplied in a pretty tolerable way all deficiencies. I also engraved several things on occasion, made the ink, I was warehouseman, and, in short, quite a factotum. But however serviceable it might be, I found that my services became every day of less importance as the other hands in. Becchimex Fraxclix. 57 proved in their business, and when Keimer paid me a second quarter's wages, he let me know that he felt them too heavy, and thought I should make an abatement. He grew by degrees less civil, put on more the airs of master, frequently found fault, was captious, and seemed ready for an outbreaking. I went on, nevertheless, with a good deal of patience, thinking that his encumbered circumstances were partly the cause. At length, a trifle snapped our connection, for a great noise, peening near the courthouse. I put my head out of the window to see what was the matter. Keimer, being in the street, looked up and saw me, called out to me in a loud voice, an angry tone to mine, my business, adding some reproachful words that nettled me the more for their publicity. All of the neighbors who were looking out on the same occasion being witnesses how I was treated. He came up immediately into the printing house, continued the quarrel. High words passed on both sides. He gave Methaquarter's warning where I had stipulated, expressing a wish that he had not been obliged to give so long a warning. I told him his wish was unnecessary, for I would leave him that instant, and so taking my hat, walked out of doors, desiring Meredith, whom I saw below, to take care of some things I left and bring them to my lodgings. Meredith came accordingly in the evening when we talked my affair over. He had conceived a great regard for me, and was very unwilling that I should leave the house while he remained in it. He dissuaded me from returning to my native country, which I began to think of reminded me that Keimer was in debt for all he possessed, that his creditors be, and to be uneasy, that he kept his shop miserably, sold often without a profit for ready money, and often trusted without keeping AC counts. That he must therefore fail, which would make a vacancy I might profit of. I objected my want of money. He then let me know that his father had a high opinion of me, and from some discourse that had passed between them, he was sure 58 Autobiography of would advance money to set me up if I would enter into partnership with him. My time, said he, will be out with Keimer in the spring. By that time we may have our press and types in from London. I am sensible, I am no workman. If you like it, your skill in the business shall be set against the stock I furnish, and we will share the profits equally. The proposal was agreeable to me, and I consented. His father was in town and approved of it, the more as he said I had great influence with his son, had prevailed on him to abstain long from dram drink, and he hoped might break him of that wretched habit entirely when we came to be so closely connected. I gave an inventory to the father, who carried it to a merchant. The things were sent for, the secret was to be kept till they should arrive, and in the meantime I was to get work, if I could, at the other printing house. But I found no vacancy there, and so remained idle a few days, when Keimer, on a prospect of being employed to print some paper money in New Jersey, which would require cuts in various types that I only could supply, and apprehending Bradford might engage me and get the job from him, sent me a very civil message that old friends should not part for a few words, the effect of sudden passion, and wishing me to return. Meredith persuaded me to comply, as it would give him more opportunity for his improvement under my daily instruction. So I returned, and we went on more smoothly than for some time before. The New Jersey job was obtained. I contrived a copperplate press for it, the first that had been seen in the country. I cut several ornaments and checks for the bills. We went together to Burlington, where I executed the whole to satisfaction, and he received so large a sum for the work as to be enabled thereby to keep himself longer from ruin. At Burlington, I made acquaintance with many principal people of the province. Several of them had been appointed by the Assembly a committee to attend the press and take Benjamin Franklin 59 care that no more bills were printed than the law directed. They were therefore by turns constantly with us, and generally he who attended brought with him a friend or two for company. My mind having been much more improved by reading than Kierner's, I suppose it was for that reason, my conversation seemed to be more valued. They had me to their houses, introduced me to their friends, and showed me much civility, while he, though the master, was a little neglected. In truth, he was an odd creature, ignorant of common life, fond of rudely opposing received opinions, slovenly to extreme dirtiness, enthusiastic in some points of religion, and a little knavish withal. We continued there near 3 months, and by that time I could reckon among my acquired friends Judge Allen Samuel Bastille, the Secretary of the Province, Isaac Pearson, Joseph Cooper, and several of the Smiths, members of Assembly, and Isaac Decow, the Surveyor General. The latter was a shrewd, sagacious old man who told me that he began for himself when young by wheeling clay for the brickmakers, learned to write after he was of age, carried the chain for surveyors who taught him surveying, and he had now, by his industry, acquired a good estate, and said he, "I foresee that you will soon work this man out of his business and make a fortune in it at Philadelphia." He had then not the least intimation of my intention to set up there or anywhere. These friends were afterward of great use to me, as I occasionally was to some of them. They all continued their regard for me as long as they lived. Before I enter upon my public appearance in business, it may be well to let you know the then state of my mind with regard to my principles and morals, that you may see how far those influenced the future events of my life. My parents had early given me religious impressions and brought me through my childhood piously in the dissenting way. But I was scarce 15 when, after doubting by turns several points as I found them disputed in the different books I read, I began to doubt 60 autobiography of the Revelation itself. Some books against Dieven fell into my hands. They were said to be the substance of the sermons which had been preached at Boyle's lectures. It happened that they wrought an effect on me, quite contrary to what was intended by them. For the arguments of the deists, which were quoted to be refuted, appeared to me much stronger than the refutations. In short, I soon became a thorough deist. My arguments perverted some others, particularly Zendrol, but each of those having wronged me greatly without the least compunction, and recollecting Keith's conduct toward me, who was another freethinker, and my own toward Vernon and Miss Reed, which at times gave me great trouble, I began to suspect that this doctrine, though it might be true, was not very useful. My London pamphlet, printed in 1725, which had for its motto these lines of Dryden: "Whatever is right, but purbliament sees but a part of the chain. Theni aris links hises not carrying tata quobium, that poise us all above, and which from the attributes of God, his infinite wisdom, goodness, and power. And that vice and virtue were empty distinctions, no such things existing, appeared now not so clever a performance as I once thought it. And I doubted whether some error had not insinuated itself unperceived into my argument, so as to infect all that followed, as is common in metaphysical reasoning. I grew convinced that truth, sincerity, and integrity in dealings between man and man were of the utmost importance to the felicity of life, and I formed written resolutions, which still remain in my journal book, to practice them ever while one lived. Revelation had indeed no weight with me as such. But I entertained an opinion that, though certain actions might Benjamin Franklin 61 not be bad because they were forbidden by it, or good because it commanded them, yet probably those actions might be forbidden because they were bad for us, or commanded because they were beneficial to us in their own natures, all the circumstances of things considered. And this persuasion, with the kind hand of Providence, or some guardian angel, or accidental favorable circumstances and situations, or altogether, preserved me. Through this dangerous time of youth and the hazardous situations I was sometimes in among strangers, remote from the eye and advice of my father, free from any willful gross immorality or injustice that might have been expected from my want of religion. I say I willful, because the instances I have mentioned had something of necessity in them, from my youth, inexperience, and the knavery of others. I had therefore a tolerable character to begin in the world with. I valued it properly and determined to preserve it. We had not been long returned to Philadelphia before the new types arrived from London. We settled with Keimer and left him by his consent before he heard of it. We found a house to let near the market and took it, to lessen the rent, which was then but £24 a year. Though I have since known it let for 70, we took in Thomas Godfrey, a glazier, and his family, who were to pay a considerable part of it to us, and we to board with them. We had scarce opened our letters and put our press in order before George House, an acquaintance of mine, brought a countryman to us, whom he had met in the street inquiring for a printer. All our cash was now expended in the variety of particulars we had been obliged to procure, and this countryman's 5 shillings, being our first fruits, and coming so seasonably, gave me more pleasure than any crown I have since earned. And the gratitude I felt toward House has made me often more ready than perhaps I otherwise should have been to assist young beginners. There are croakers in every country, always boding its ruin. 62. Autobiography of such an one. There lived in Philadelphia a person of note, an elderly man with a wise look and a very grave manner of speak, and his name was Samuel Mickle. This gentleman, a stranger to me, stopped me one day at my door and asked me if I was the young man who had lately opened a new printing house. Being answered in the affirmative, he said he was sorry for me, because it was an expensive undertaking and the expense would be lost, for Philadelphia was a sinking place, the people already half bankrupts or near being so. All the appearances of the contrary, such as new buildings and the rise of rents, being to his certain knowledge fallacious, for they were in fact among the things that would ruin us. Then he gave me such a detail of misfortunes now existing, or that were soon to exist, that he left me half melancholy. Had I known him before I engaged in this business, probably I never should have done it. This person continued to live in this decaying place and to declaim in the same strain, refusing for many years to buy a house there because all was going to destruction. And at last I had the pleasure of seeing him give 5 times as much for one as he might have bought it for when he first began. Chapter 5. I should have mentioned before that, in the autumn of the preceding year, I had formed most of my ingenious acquaintance into a club for mutual improvement, which we called the Junto. We met on Friday evenings. The rules that I drew up required that every member in his turn should produce 1 or more queries on any point of morals, politics, or natural philosophy to be discussed by the company, and on signed 3 months produce and read an essay of his own writing on any subject. He, Benjamin Franklin, 63, pleased. Our debates were to be under the direction of a president, and to be conducted in the sincere spirit of inquiry after truth, without fondness for dispute or desire of victory, and to prevent warmth, all expressions of positiveness in opinions or direct contradiction were after some time made contraband and prohibited under small pecuniary penalties. The first members were Joseph Brantnell, a copier of deeds for the scriveners, a good-natured, friendly, middle-aged man, a great lover of poetry, reading all he could meet with and writing some that was tolerable. Very ingenious in making little knickknackeries and ostensible conversation. Thomas Godfrey, a self-taught mathematician, great in his way, and afterward inventor, of what is now called Hadley's Quadrant. But he knew little out of his way and was not a pleasing companion. As like most great mathematicians I have met with, he expected universal precision in everything said or whatsoever or distinguishing upon trifles. Totha disturb ansoful conversation. He soon left us. Nicholas Sculla, surveyor, afterward surveyor general, who loved books and sometimes had a few verses. William Parsons, bred a shoemaker, but loving reading, had acquired a considerable share of mathematics, which he first studied with a view to astrology, and afterward laughed at it. He also became surveyor general. William Morridge, joiner, but a most exquisite mechanic, and a solid, sensible man. Hugh Meredith, Stephen Potts, and George Webb I have characterized before. Robert Grace, a young gentleman of some fortune, generous, lively, and witty, a lover of punning and of his friends. Lastly, William Coleman, then a merchant's clerk, about my age, who had the coolest, clearest head, the best heart, and exactest morals of almost any man I have ever met with. He became afterward a merchant of great note, and one of our Pro 64 autobiography of Vincial judges. Our friendship continued with an interruption to his death, upward of 40 years, and the club continued almost as long, and was the best school of philosophy, morality, and politics that then existed in the province, for our queries, which were read the week preceding their discussion, pewed us upon reading with attention on the several subjects, that we might speak more to the purpose. And here too we acquired better habits of conversation, everything being studied in our rules which might prevent our disgusting each other. Hence the long continuance of the club, which I shall have frequent occasion to speak further of hereafter. But my giving this account off it here is to show something of the interest he had. Every one of these exerting themselves in recommending business to us. Brightnell particularly procured us from the Quackers the printing of 40 sheets of their history, the rest being done by Keimer, and upon these we worked exceedingly hard, for the price was low. It was a folio, pro-patriot size, in pica with long primer notes. E composita she Diane Meredith worked it off at press. It was often 11 at night, and sometimes later, before I had finished my distribution for the next day's work. For the little jobs sent in by our other friends now and then put us back. But so determined I was to continue doing a sheet a day of the folio that one night, when having imposed my forms, I thought my day's work over. One of them by accident was broken and 2 pages reduced to pi. I immediately distributed and composed it over again before I went to bed. And this industry, visible to our neighbors, began to give us character and credit. Particularly, I was told that mention being made of the new printing office at the Merchants. Every nightclub, the general opinion was that it must fail, there being already 2 printers in the place, Keimer and Bradford. But Dr. Baird, whom you and I saw many years after at his native place, St. Andrews in Scotland, gave a contrary opinion for the industry of that Franklin, said he. Benjamin Franklin 65 illa superior to anything I ever saw of the kind. I see him still at work when I go home from club, and he is at work again before his neighbors are out of bed. This struck the rest, and we soon after had offers from one of them to supply us with stationery. But as yet, we did not choose to engage in shop business. I mention this industry more particularly, and the more freely, though it seems to be talking in my own praise, that those of my posterity who shall read it may know the use of that virtue when they see its effects in my favor throughout this relation. George Webb, who had found a female friend that lent him wherewith to purchase his time of Keimer, now came to offer himself as journeyman to us. We could not then employ him, but I foolishly let him know as a secret that I soon intended to begin a newspaper, and might then have work for him. My hopes of success, as I told him, were founded on this, that the then only newspaper, printed by Bradford, was a paltry thing, wretchedly managed, no way entertaining, and yet was profitable to him. I therefore freely thought a good paper would scarcely fail off good encouragement. I requested Webb not to mention it, but he told it to Keimer, who immediately, to be beforehand with me, published proposals for one himself, on which Webb was to be employed. I was vexed at this, and to counteract them, not being able to commence our paper, I wrote several amusing pieces for Bradford's paper, under the title of The Busybody, which Brightnell continued some months. By this means the attention of the public was fixed on that paper, and Keimer's proposals, which we burlesqued and ridiculed, were disregarded. He began his paper, however, and before carrying it on 3/4 of a year, with at most only 90 subscribers, he offered it me for a trifle, and I, having been ready some time to go on with it, took it in hand directly, and it proved in a few years extremely profitable to me. 66. Autobiography of I perceive that I am apt to speak in the singular number, though our partnership still continued. It may be that, in fact, the whole management of the business lay upon me. Meredith was no compositor, a poor pressman, and seldom sober. My friends lamented my connection with him, but I was to make the best of it. Our first papers made quite a different appearance from any before in the province. A better type and better printed, but some remarks of my writing on the dispute then going on between Governor Burnett and the Massachusetts Assembly struck the principal people, occasioned the paper and the manager of it to be much talked of, and in a few weeks brought them all to be our subscribers. Their example was followed by many, and our number went on continually. This was one of the first good effects of my having learned a little to scribble. Another was that the leading men, seeing a newspaper now in the hands of those who could also handle a pen, thought it convenient to oblige and encourage me. Bradford still printed the votes and laws and other public business. He had printed an address of the House to the governor in a coarse, blundering manner. We reprinted it elegantly and correctly and sent one to every member. They were sensible of the difference. It strengthened the hands of our friends in the House, and they voted us their printers for the year ensuing. Among my friends in the House, I must not forget Mr. Noss Hamilton, before mentioned, who was then returned from England and had a seat in it. He interested himself for me strongly in that instance, as he did in many others afterward, continuing his patronage till his death. Mr. Vernon, about this time, put me in mind of the debt I owed him, but did not press me. I wrote to him an ingenuous letter of acknowledgment, craving his forbearance a little longer, which he allowed me. As soon as I was able, I paid Benjamin Franklin, 67, the principal, with the interest and many thanks, so that erratum was in some degree corrected. But now another difficulty came upon me, which I had never the least reason to expect. Mr. Meredith's father, who was to pay for our printing house, according to the expectations given me, was able to advance only £100 currency, which had been paid, and 100 more were due to the merchant, who grew impatient and sued us all. We gave bail, but saw that if the money could not be raised in time, the suit must soon come to a judgment and execution, and our hopeful prospects must with us be ruined, as the press and letters must be sold for payment, perhaps at half price. In this distress, 2 true friends, whose kindness I have never forgotten, nor ever shall forget while I can remember anything, came to me separately, unknown to each other, and, without any application from me, offered each of them to advance me all the money that should be necessary to enable me to take the whole business upon myself, if that should be practicable. But they did not like my continuing the partnership with Meredith, who, as they said, was often seen drunk in the street, playing at low games in alehouses, much to our discredit. These 2 friends were William Coleman and Robert Grace. I told them I could not propose a separation while any prospect remained of the Merediths fulfilling their part of our agreement, because I thought myself under great obligations to them for what they had done, and would do if they could. But if they finally failed in their performance, and our partnership must be dissolved, I should then think myself at liberty to accept the assistance of my friends. Thus the matter rested for some time, when I said to my partner, "Perhaps your father is dissatisfied at the part you have undertaken in this affair of ours, and is unwilling to advance for you and me what he would for you. If that is the case, tell Mency, and I will resign the whole to you and go about 68 autobiography of my business." "No," said he. "My father has really been disappointed and is really unable, and I'm unwilling to distress him further. I see this is a business I'm not fit for. I was bred a farmer, and it was folly in me to come to town and put myself at 30 years of age an apprentice to learn a new trade. Many of our Welsh people are going to settle in North Carolina, where land is cheap. I am inclined to go with them and follow my old employment. You may find friends to assist you, if you take the debts of the company upon you. Return to my father the £100 he has advanced, pay my little personal debts, and give me £30 and a new saddle. I will relinquish in the partnership and leave the whole in your hands." I agreed to this proposal. It was drawn up and writ Ingjing signed and sealed immediately. I gave him what he demanded, and he went soon after to Carolina, whence he sent me next year 2 long letters, containing the best account that had been given off that country, the soil and husbandry, for in those matters he was very judicious. I printed them in the paper, and they gave great satisfaction to the public. As soon as he was gone, I recurred to my 2 friends, and because I would not give an unkind preference to either, I took half of what each had offered, and I wanted of one, and half of the other, paid off the company's debt, and went on with the business in my own name, advertising that the partnership was dissolved. I think this was in or about the year 1729. About this time there was a cry among the people for more paper money, only 15,000 pounds being extant in the province, and that soon to be sunk. The wealthy inhabitants opposed any addition, being against all paper currency, from the apprehension that it would depreciate as it had done in New England, to the injury of all creditors. We had discussed this point in our junto, where I was on the side of an addition, being persuaded that the first small sum struck in 1723 had done much good by increasing the trade, employed Benjamin Franklin 69 meant and number of inhabitants in the province. Since Lono saw all the old houses inhabited and many new ones building, whereas I remembered well when I first walked about the streets of Philadelphia eating my roll, I saw many of the houses in Walnut Street between 2nd and Front Streets, with bills on their doors to he let, and many likewise in Chestnut Street and other streets, which made me think the inhabitants of the city were one after another deserting it. Our debates possessed me so fully of the subject that I wrote and printed an anonymous pamphlet on it, entitled The Nature and Necessity of Paper Currency. It was well received by the common people in general, but the rich men disliked it, for it increased and strengthened the clamor for more money, and they happening to have no writers among them that were able to answer it, their opposition slackened, and the point was carried by a majority in the House. My friends there, who considered I had been of some service, thought fit to reward me by employing me in printing the money, a very profitable job and a great help to me. This was another advantage gained by my being able to write. The utility of this currency became by time and experience so evident that the principles upon which it was founded were never afterward much disputed, so that it grew soon to 55,000 pounds, and in 1739 to 80,000 pounds trade. Gilding and inhabitants all the while increase. Ingian, though I now think there are limits beyond which the quantity may be hurtful. I soon after obtained through my friend Hamilton the printing of the Newcastle paper money, another profitable job as I then thought it, small things appearing great to those in small circumstances, and these to me were really great advantages as they were great encouragements. Mr. Hamilton procured for me also the printing of the laws and votes of that government, which continued in my hands as long as I followed the business. 70 Autobiography of I now opened a small stationer's shop. I had in it blanks of all kinds, the correctest that ever appeared among us. I was assisted in that way by my friend Braintnell. I had also paper, parchment, chapmen's books, etc. One Whitemarsh, a compositor I had known in London, an excellent workman, now came to me, and worked with me constantly and diligently, and I took an apprentice, the son of Aquila Rose. I began now gradually to pay off the debt I was under for the printing house. In order to secure my credit and character as a tradesman, I took care not only to be in reality industrious and frugal, but to avoid the appearances to the contrary. I dressed plain and was seen at no places of idle diversion. I never went out of fleshing or shooting. A book indeed sometimes debauched me from my work, but that was seldom, was private, and gave no scandal. And to show that I was not above my business, I sometimes brought home the paper I purchased at the store through the streets on a wheelbarrow. Thus, being esteemed an industrious, thriving young man, and paying duly for what I bought, the merchants who imported stationery solicited my custom. Others proposed supplying me with books, and I went on prosperously. Into me in time, Keimer's credit and business declining daily. He was at last forced to sell his printing house to satisfy his creditors. He went to Barbados, and there lived some years in very poor circumstances. His apprentice, David Harry, whom I had instructed while I worked with him, set up in his place at Philadelphia, having bought his materials. I was at first apprehensive of a powerful rival in Harry, as his friends were very able and had a good deal of interest. I therefore proposed a partnership to him, which he fortunately for me rejected with scorn. He was very proud, dressed like a gentleman, lived expensively, took much diversion and pleasure abroad, ran in debt, and neglected his business, upon which all business left him. And finding nothing to do, he followed Keimer to Barbados, taking the print Benjamin Franklin 71 house with him. There this apprentice employed his former master as a journeyman. They quarreled often, and Harry went continually behindhand. Aud, at length, was obliged to sell his types and return to country work in Pennsylvania. The person who bought them employed Keimer to them, viewed a few years after he died. There remained now no other printer in Philadelphia but the old Bradford. But he was rich and easy, did a little in the business by straggling hands, but was not anxious about it. However, as he held the post office, it was imagined he had better opportunities of obtaining news. His paper was thought a better distributor of advertisements than mine, and therefore had many more, which was a profitable thing to him and a disadvantage to me. For though I did indeed, receive and send papers by the post, yet the public opinion was otherwise. For what I did send was by bribing the writers who took them privately, Bradford being unkind enough to forbid it, which occasioned some resentment on my part. And I thought so meanly of the practice that when I afterward came into his situation, I took care never to imitate it. I had hitherto continued to board with Godfrey, who lived in a part of my house with his wife and children, and had one side of the shop for his glazier's business. Though he worked little, being Galway is absorbed in his mathematics. Mrs. Godfrey projected a match for me with a relation's daughter, took opportunities of bringing us often together, till a serious courtship on my part ensued, the girl being in herself very deserving. The old folks encouraged me by continual invitations to supper, and by leaving us together, till at length it was time to explain. I let her know that I expected as much money with their daughter as would pay off my remaining debt for the printing house, which I believe was, not then, above £100. She brought me word they had no such sum to spare. I said they might mortgage 72 Autobiography of their house in the loan office. The answer to this, after some days, was that they did not approve the match that an inquiry. Of Bradford, they had been informed the printing business was not a profitable one. The types would soon be worn out and more wanted. That Keimer and David Harry had failed one after the other, and I should probably soon follow them. And therefore I was forbidden the house, and the daughter was shut up. Whether this was a real change of sentiment or only artifice, on a supposition of which would leave them at liberty to give or withhold what they pleased, I know not, but I suspected the motive, resented it, and went no more. Mrs. Godfrey brought me afterward some more favorable accounts of their disposition, and would have drawn me on again, but I declared absolutely my resolution to have nothing more to do with that family. This was resented by the Godfreys. We differed, and they removed, leaving me the whole house, and I resolved to take no more inmates. But this affair having turned my thoughts to marriage, I looked round me and made overtures of acquaintance in other places. But as soon found that the business of a printer, being generally a poor one, I was not to expect money with a wife, unless with such a one as I should not otherwise think agreeable. A friendly correspondence's neighbors had continued between me and Miss Reed's family, who all had a regard for me from the time of my first lodging in their house. I was often invited there and consulted in their affairs, wherein I sometimes was of service. I pitied poor Miss Reed's unfortunate situation, Benjamin Franklin 73, who was generally dejected, seldom cheerful, and avoided company. I considered my giddiness and inconstancy, when in London, as in a great degree the cause of her unhappiness, though the mother was good enough to think the fault more her own than mine, as she had prevented our marrying before I went thither, and persuaded the other match in my absence. Our mutual affection was revived, but there were now great objections to our union. That match was indeed looked upon as invalid, a preceding wife said to be living in England. But this could not easily be proved because of the distance, etc. And though there was a report of his death, it was not certain. Then, though it should be true, he had left many debts, which his successor might be called upon to pay. We ventured, however, over all these difficulties, and I took her to wife September 1st, 1730. None of the inconveniences happened that we had apprehended. She proved a good and faithful helpmate, assisted me much by attending toast the shop we throve together, and ever mutually endeavored to make each other happy. Thus I corrected that great erratum as well as I could. About this time, our club meeting, not at a tavern, but in a little room Mr. Grace is set apart for that purpose. A proposition was made by me that, since our books were often referred to in our disquisitions upon the queries, it might be convenient to us to have them all together where we met. That upon occasion they might be consulted, and by those clubbing our books in a common library we should, while we like to keep them together, have each of us the advantage of using the books of all the other members, which would be nearly that beneficent. As I each owned the whole, it was liked and agreed to, and we filled one end of the room with such books as we could best spare. The number was not so great as we expected, and though they had been of great use, yet some inconveniences occurring for want of due care of them, the collection, after 74 autobiography of about a year, was separated, and each took his books home again. And now I set on foot my first project of a public nature that, for a subscription library, I drew up the proposals, got them put into form by our great scrivener Brockton, and by the help of my friends in the junto procured 50 subscribers of 40 shillings each to begin with, and 10 shillings a year for 50 years, the term our company was to continue. We afterward obtained a charter, the company being increased to 100. This was the mother offal, the North American subscription libraries, now so numerous. It has become a great thing itself and continually goes on increasing. The libraries have improved the general conversation of the Americans, made the common tradesmen and farmers intelligent as most gentlemen from other countries, and perhaps have contributed in some degree to the stand so generally made throughout the colonies in defense of their privileges. Chapter 4, and at the time I established myself in Pennsylvania, there was not a good bookseller's shop in any of the colonies to the southward of Boston. In New York and Philadelphia, the printers were indeed stationers, but they sold only paper, almanacs, ballads, and a few common school books. Those who loved reading were obliged to send for their books from England. The members off the junto had each a few. We had left the alehouse where we first met and hired a room to hold our club in. I had proposed that we should all of us bring our books to that room, where they would not only be ready to consult in our conferences, but become a common benefit. Each of us being at Benjamin Franklin, 75 liberty to borrow such as Ho wished to read at home. This was accordingly clone, and for some time contented us, finding the advantage of this little collection. I proposed to render the benefit from the books more common by commencing a public subscription library. I drew a sketch of the plan and rules that would be necessary, and got a skillful conveyancer, Mr. Charles Brockton, to put the whole in form of articles of agreement to be subscribed, by which each subscriber engaged to pay a certain sum down for the first purchase of the books and an annual contribution for increasing them. So few were the readers at that time in Philadelphia, and the majority of us so poor, that I was not able with great industry to find more than 50 persons, mostly young tradesmen, willing to pay down for this purpose, 40 shillings each and 10 shillings per annum. With this little fund we began. The books were imported. The library was opened one day in the week for lending them to subscribers, on their promissory notes to pay double the value, if not duly returned. The institution soon manifested its utility, was imitated by other towns and in other provinces. The libraries were augmented by donations, reading became fashionable, and our people, having no public amusements to divert their attention from study, became better acquainted with books, and in a few years were observed by strangers still be better instructed and more intelligent than people in the same rank generally are in other countries. When we were about to sign the above-mentioned articles, which were to be binding on us, our heirs, etc., for 50 years, Mr. Brockton, the scrivener, said to us, "You are young men, but it is scarcely possible that any of you will live to see the expiration of the term fixed in the instrument. A number of us, however, are yet living, but the instrument was after a few years rendered null by a charter that incorporated and gave perpetuity to the company. The objections and reluctances I met with in soliciting the 76 autobiography of subscriptions made Ein soon feel the impropriety of presenting oneself as the proposer of any useful project that might be supposed to raise one's reputation in the smallest degree above that of one's neighbors, when one has need of their assistance to accomplish that project. I therefore put myself as much as I could out of sight and stated it to be a scheme of a number of freeheads who had requested me to go about and propose it to such as they thought lovers of reading. In this way, my affair went on more smoothly. I ever after practiced it on such occasions, and from my frequent successes can heartily recommend it. The present little sacrifice of your vanity will afterward be amply repaid, if it remains a while uncertain to whom the merit belongs. Someone more vain than yourself may be encouraged to claim it, and then even envy will be disposed to do you justice by plucking those assumed feathers and restoring them to their right owner. This library afforded me the means of improvement by constant study, for which I set apart an hour or two each day, and thus repaired, in some degree, the loss of the learned education my father once intended for me. Reading was the only amusement I allowed myself. I spent no time in taverns, games, or frolics of any kind, and my industry and my business continued as indefatigable as it was necessary. I was indebted for my printing house. I had a young family coming on to be educated, and I had 2 competitors to contend with for business who were established in the place before me. My circumstances, however, grew daily easier. My original habits of frugality continuing, and my father having among his instructions to me when a boy frequently repeated a proverb of Solomon, "Seest thou a man diligent in his calling, he shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men." I thence considered industry as a means of obtaining wealth in me, distinction which encouraged, though I did not think that I should ever literally stand before kings, which, however, Benjamin Franklin 77 has since happened, for I have stood before 5, and even had the honor of sitting down with one, the King of Denmark, to dinner. We have an English proverb that says, "He that would thrive must ask his wife." It was lucky for me that I had one as much disposed to industry and frugality as myself. She assisted me cheerfully in my business, folding and stitching pamphlets, tending shop, purchasing old linen rags for the paper makers, etc. We kept no idle servants. Our table was plain and simple, our furniture of the cheapest. For instance, my breakfast for a long time was bread and milk, no tea, and I eat it out of a 2-penny earthen porringer with a pewter spoon. But mark how luxuries will enter families and make a progress in spite of principle. Being called one morning to breakfast, I found it in a china bowl with a spoon of silver. They had been bought for me without my knowledge by my wife, and had cost her the enormous sum of 23 shillings, for which she had no other excuse or apology to make, but that she thought her husband deserved a silver spoon and china bowl as well as any of his neighbors. This was the first appearance of plate and china in our house, which afterward, in a course of years, as our wealth increased, augmented gradually to several £100 in value. But though some of the dogmas of that persuasion, such as the eternal decrees of God, election, reprobation, etc., appeared to me very unintelligible, others doubtful, and I early absented myself from the public assemblies of the sect. Sunday, being my studying day, I never was without some religious principles. I never doubted, for instance, the existence of a deity, that he made the world and governed it by his providence, that he most acceptable service of God was the doing good to man, that our souls are immortal, and that all crimes will be punished and virtue regarded, either here or hereafter. These 78 autobiography of I esteem the essentials of every religion, and being to be found in all the religions we had in our country, I respected them all, though with different degrees of respect, as I found them more or less mixed with other articles which, without any tendency to inspire, promote, or confirm morality, serve principally to divide us and make us unfriendly to one another. This respect to all, with an opinion that the worst had some good effects, induced me to avoid all discourse that might tend to lessen the good opinion another might have of his own religion. And as our province increased in people, and new places of worship were continually wanted and generally erected by voluntary contribution, my mite for such purpose, whatever might be the sect, was never refused. Though I seldom attended any public worship, I had still an opinion of its propriety and of its utility when rightly conducted, and I regularly paid my annual subscription for the support of the only Presbyterian minister or meeting we had in Philadelphia. He used to visit me sometimes as a friend and admonish me to attend his administrations, and I was now and then prevailed on to do so once for 5 Sundays successively. Had he been, in my opinion, a good preacher, perhaps I might have continued. Notwithstanding the occasion I had for Sunday's leisure in my course of study, but his discourses were chiefly either polemic arguments or explications of the peculiar doctrines of our sect, and were all to me very dry, uninteresting, and unedifying. Since an asinglemoral principle was inculcated or enforced, their aim seeming to be rather to make us Presbyterians than good citizens. At length he took for his text that verse of the 4th chapter to the Philippians. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, honest, just, pure, lovely, or of good report, if there be any virtue or any praise, think on these things. And I imagine in a sermon on such a text, we could not misofaving some morality. But he confined himself to 5 points only. Benjamin Franklin 79, as meant by the apostle. 1. Keeping holy the Sabbath day. 2. Being diligent in reading the Holy Scriptures. 3. Attending duly the public worship. 4. Partaking of the sacrament. 5. Paying due respect to God's ministers. These might be all good things, but as they were not the kind of good things that I expected from that text, I despaired of ever meeting with them from any other, was disgusted, and attended his preaching no more. I had some years before composed a little liturgy or form of prayer for my own private use in 1728, entitled Articles of Belief and Acts of Religion. I returned to the use of this and went no more to the public assemblies. My conduct might be blamable, but I leave it without attempting further to excuse it, my present purpose being to relate facts and not to make apologies for them. It was about this time I conceived the bold and arduous project of arriving at moral perfection. I wished to live without committing any fault at any time, and to conquer all that either natural inclination, custom, or company might lead me to. As I knew, or thought I knew, what was right and wrong, I did not see why I might not always do the one and avoid the other. But I soon found I had undertaken a task of more difficulty than I had imagined. While my attention was taken up and care employed in guarding against one fault, I was often surprised by another habit took the advantage of inattention. Inclination was sometimes too strong for reason. I concluded at length that the mere speculative conviction that it was our interest to be completely virtuous was not sufficient to prevent our slipping, and that the contrary habits must be broken and good ones acquired and established before we can have any dependence on a steady, uniform rectitude of conduct. For this purpose, I therefore tried the following method. In the various enumerations of the moral virtues I had met with in my reading, I found the catalogue more or less numer aus, as different writers included more or fewer ideas under the 80 autobiography of same name. Temperance, for example, was by some confined to eating and drinking, while by others it was extended to mean the moderating every other pleasure, appetite, inclination, or passion, bodily or mentally, even to avarice and ambition. I proposed to myself, for the sake of clearness, to use rather more names with fewer ideas annexed to each than a few names with more ideas. And I included under 13 names of virtues all that at that time occurred to me as necessary or desirable, and annexed to each a short precept which fully expressed the extent I gave to its meaning. The names of Virt used with their precepts were 1. Temperance, eat not to dullness, drink not to elevation, 2. Silence, speak not but what may benefit others or yourself, avoid trifling conversation, 3. Order, let all your things have their places, let each part of your business have its time, 4. Resolution, resolve to perform what you ought perform, without fail that you resolve, 5. Frugality, make no expense but to do good to others or yourself, that is, waste nothing. 6. Industry, lose no time. Be always employed in something useful. Cut off all unnecessary actions. 7. Sincerity. Use no hurtful deceit. Think innocently and justly, and if you speak, speak accordingly. 8. Justice. Wrong none by doing injuries or omitting the benefits that are your duty. 9. Moderation. Avoid extremes. Forbear resenting injuries so much as you think they deserve. 10. Cleanliness. Tolerate no uncleanliness in body, clothes, or habitation. 11. Tranquility. Be not disturbed at trifles or accidents common or unavoidable. 12. Chastity. 13. Humility. Imitate Jesus and Socrates. Benjamin Franklin. 8. My intention being to acquire the habitude of all these virtues, he judged it would be well not to distract my attention by attempting the whole at once, but to fix it on one of them at a time, and when I should be master of that, then to proceed to another, and so on till I should have gone through the 13. And as the previous acquisition of some might facilitate the acquisition of certain others, I arrange them with the view as they stand above. Temperance first, as it tends to procure that coolness and clearness of head, which is so necessary where constant vigilance was to be kept up, and a guard maintained against the unremitting attraction of ancient habits and the force of perpetual temptations. This being acquired and established, silence would be more easy, and my desire being to gain knowledge at the same time that I improved in virtue. And considering that in conversation it was obtained rather by the use of the ear than of the tongue. And therefore, wishing to break a habit I was getting into of prattling, punning, and jesting, which only made me acceptable to trifling company, I gave silence the second place. This and the next order, I expected, would allow me more time for attending to my project and my studies. Resolution, once become habitual, would keep me firm in my endeavors to obtain all the subsequent virtues. Through gallantry and industry, relieving me from my remaining debt, and producing affluence and independence, would make more easy the practice of sincerity and justice, etc. Conceiving then that agreeably to the advice of Pythagoras in his golden verses, daily examination would be necessary, I contrived the following method for conducting that examination. I made a little book in which I allotted a page for each of the virtues. I ruled each page with red ink so as to have 7 columns on for each day of the week, marking each column with the letter for the day. I crossed these columns with 13 red lines, marking the beginning of each line with the first letter of one of the virtues, on which line. And in its GS2 autobiography of proper column, I might mark by a little black spot every fault I found upon examination to have been committed respecting that virtue upon that day. Form of the pages, temperance. Eat not to dullness, drink not to elevation. Benjamin Franklin, 83, was to avoid every day the least offense against temperance, leaving other virtues to their ordinary chance, only marking every evening the faults of the day. Thus, if in the first week I could keep my first mark turn clear of spots, I suppose the habit of that virtue so much strengthened, and its opposite weakness, that I might venture extending my attention to include the next, and for the following week keep both lines clear of spots. Proceeding thus to the last, I could get through a course complete in 13 weeks, and 4 courses in a year. And like him who, having a garden towweed, does not attempt to eradicate all the bad herbs at taunts, which would exceed his reach and his strength, but works on one of the beds at a time, and having accomplished the first proceeds to Theskin. So I should have, I hope, the encouraging pleasure of seeing on my pages the progress made in virtue, by clearing successively my lines of their spots, till in the end, by a number of courses, I should be happy in viewing a clean book after a 13 weeks daily examination. This my little book had for its motto these lines from Addison's Cato. Here will it hold, if there's a power above us, and that there rise, all nature creaseled through all hair works. Him must delight in virtue, and that which had delights him must be happy. Another from Cicero. O vita philosophia dux, virtum indegatrix expultris vitiorum. Unustais benit ex preceptis dus actus, peccanti immortalitatis anteponendus. Another from the Proverbs of Solomon. Speaking of wisdom or virtue, length of days in her right hand, and in her left hand riches honor. Her ways are her ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. 84 Autobiography of and Conceiving God to be the fountain of wisdom. I thought it right and necessary to solicit his assistance for obtaining it to this end. I formed the following little prayer, which was prefixed to my tables of examination for daily use. Powerful goodness, bountiful Father, merciful guide. Increase in me that wisdom which discovers my truest interest, strengthen my resolution to perform what that wisdom dictates. Accept my kind office, stadio, children, as the only return in my power for thy continual favorsdom. I used also sometimes a little prayer which I took from them. Son's poems, degree viz, Father of Flight and Life, thou good supreme. So, TV and AMCHMF. Ah, yes, GV the precept of Ford requiring that every part of me business should have its allotted time. One page in my little book contained the appended scheme of employment for the 24 hours of a natural day. I entered upon the execution of this plan for self-examination and continued it with occasional intermissions for some time. I was surprised to find myself so much fuller of faults than I had imagined, but I had the satisfaction of seeing them diminish, to avoid the trouble of renewing now and then my little book, which, by scraping out the marks on the paper of old faults to make room for new ones in a new course, became full of holes. I transferred multiples and precepts to the ivory leaves of a memorandum, on which the lines were drawn with red ink. That made a durable stain, and on those lines I marked my faults with a black lead pencil, which marks I could easily wipe out with a wet sponge. After a while, I went through one course only in a year, and afterward only one in several years. Benjamin Franklin, 85, till at length I omitted them entirely, being employed in voyages and business abroad with a multiplicity of affairs that interfered. But I always carried my little book with me, scheme hours, morning, rise, wash, and address power, the question, what full goodness contrive days good Shaladathis day, business and take the resolution of the day, prosecute the present study, and be breakfast. Work, noon, read or look over my accounts, and a 9. Afternoon, work, evening, put things in their places, sup, the question, what per music, or diversion, or con could have it in anno day. Versation, examination of the day. Night, sleep my scheme of order gave me the most trouble. And I found that, though it might be practicable where a man's business was such as to leave him the disposition of his time, that of a journeyman printer, for instance, it was not possible to be exactly observed by a master who must mix with the world 86 autobiography of, and often receive people of business at their own hours. Order, too, with regard to places for things, papers, etc., I found extremely difficult to acquire. I had not been early accustomed to method, and having an exceedingly good memory, I was not so sensible of the inconvenience attending one method. This article, therefore, cost me much painful attention, and my faults in it vexed me so much. And I made so little progress in amendment and had such frequent relapses that I was almost ready to give up the attempt and content myself with a faulty character in that respect. Like the man who, in buying an axe of a smith, my neighbor desired to have the whole of its surface as bright as the edge. The smith consented to grind it bright for him if he would turn the wheel. He turned, while the smith pressed the broad face of the axe hard and heavily on the stone, which made the turning of it very fatiguing. The man came every now and then from the wheel to see how the work went on, and at length would take his axe, as it was, without further grinding. Now, said the smith, turn on, we shall have it bright by and by. As yet, it is only speckled. Yes, said the man, but think I like a speckled axe best, and I believe this may have been the case with many who, having for want of some such means as I employed, found the difficulty of obtaining good and breaking bad habits in other points of vice and virtue, have given up the struggle and concluded that a speckled axe is best, for something. That pretended to be reason was every now and then suggesting to me that such extreme nicety as I exacted of myself might be a kind of foppery in morals, which, if it were known, would make me ridiculous, that a perfect character might be attended with the inconvenience of being envied and hated, and that a benevolent man should allow a few faults in himself, though, keep his friends in countenance. In truth, I found myself incorrigible with respect to order, and now I am grown old and my memory bad. I feel very send Benjamin Franklin, 87, Sibley want off it. But on the whole, though I never arrived at the perfection I had been so ambitious of obtaining, but fell far short of it, yet I was by the endeavor a better and a happier man than I otherwise should have been if I had not attempted it. As those who aim at perfect writing by imitating the engraved copies, though they never reach the wish for excellence off those copies. Their hand is mended by the endeavor, and is tolerable, while it continues fair and legible. It may be well my posterity should be informed that to this little artifice, with the blessing of God, their ancestor owed the constant felicity of his life down to his 79th year, in which Cicero. What reverses may attend the remainder is in the hand of Providence. But if they arrive, the reflection on past happiness and joy ought to help his bearing them with more resignation. To temperance he ascribes his long-continued health, and what is still left to him of a good constitution. To industry and frugality, the early easiness of his circumstances and acquisition of his fortune. With all that knowledge that enabled him to be a useful citizen, and obtained for him some degree of reputation among the learned to sincerity and justice. The confidence of his country and the honorable employs it conferred upon him, and to the joint influence of the whole mass. Off the virtues, even in the imperfect state, he was able to acquire them. All that evenness of temper and that cheerfulness in conversation, which makes his company still sought for and agree, able even to his young acquaintance. I hope, therefore, that some of my descendants may follow the example and reap the benefit. It will be remarked that, though my scheme was not wholly without religion, there was in it no mark of any of the distinguishing tenets of any particular sect. I had purposely avoided them, for being fully persuaded of the utility and excellency of my method, and that it might be serviceable to people in all religions, and intending some time or other to publish it. He would ADA autobiography and not have anything in it that should prejudice anyone of any sect against it. I proposed writing a little comment on each virtue, in which I would have shown the advantages of possessing it in it, and the mischiefs attending its opposite vice. I should have called my book The Art of Virtue, because it would have shown the means and manner of obtaining virtue, which would have distinguished it from the mere exhortation to be good, that does not instruct and indicate the means J, but is like the apostle's man of verbal charity, who, without showing to the naked and hungry how or where they might get clothes or victuals, only exhorted them to be fed and clothed, James 2, 15:16. But it so happened that my intention of writing and publishing this comment was never fulfilled. I had, indeed, from time to time, put down short hints of the sentiments and reasonings to be made use of in it, some of which I have still by me. But the necessary close attention to private business in the earlier part of life and public business, since have occasioned my postponing it, for it being connected in my mind with a great and extensive project that required the whole man to execute, and which an unforeseen succession of employs prevented my attending to, has hitherto remained unfinished. In this piece, it was my design to explain and enforce this doctrine, that vicious actions are not hurtful because they are forbidden, but forbidden because they are hurtful, the nature of man alone considered. That it was therefore everyone's interest to be virtuous who wished to be happy even in this world. And I should from this circumstance there bingle a number of rich merchants, nobility, states, and princes who have need of honest instruments for the management of their affairs, and such being so rare, have endeavored to convince young persons that no qualities are so likely to make a poor man's fortune as those probity and integrity. My list of virtues contained at first but 12, but a Benjamin Franklin, 89 Quaker friend, having kindly informed me that I was generally thought proud, that my pride showed itself frequently in conversation, that I was not content with being in the right when discussing any point, but was overbearing and rather insolent, of which he convinced me by mentioning several instances. I determined to endeavor to cure myself, if I could, of this vice or folly among the rest, and I added humility to my list, giving an extensive meaning to the word. I cannot boast of much success in acquiring the reality of this virtue, but I had a good deal with regard to the appear and to it. I made it a rule to forbear all direct contradiction to the sentiments of others, and all positive assertion of my own. I even forbid myself, agreeably to the old laws of our junto, the use of every word or expression in the language that imported a fixed opinion, such as certainly, undoubtedly, etc. And I adopted instead of them, conceive, I comprehend, or I imagine a thing to be so or so, or it so appears to me at present. When another asserted something that I thought an error, I denied myself, the pleasure of contradicting him abruptly, and of showing immediately some absurdity in his proposition. And in answering, I began by observing that, in certain cases or circumstances, his opinion would be right, but in the present case there appeared or seemed to me some difference, etc. I soon found the advantage of this change in my manners. The conversations I engaged in went in more pleasantly. The modest way in which I proposed my opinions procured them a readier reception and less contradiction. I had less mortification when I was found to be in the wrong, and I more easily prevailed with others to give up their mistakes and join with me when I happened to be in the right. And this mode, which I at first put on with some violence to natural inclination, became at length easy and so habitual to me that perhaps for the last 50 years no one has ever heard a dogmatical expression escape me. And to this habit, after 90 autobiography of my character of integrity, I think it principally owing that I had early so much weight with my fellow citizens when I proposed new institutions or alterations in the old, and so much influence in public councils when I became a member. For he was but a bad speaker, never eloquent, subject to much hesitation in my choice of words, hardly correct in language. And yet I generally carried my point. In reality, there is perhaps no one of our natural passions so hard to subdue as pride. Disguise it, struggle with it, stifle it, mortify it as much as one pleases. It is still alive and will every now and then peep out and show itself. You will see it, perhaps, often in this history. For even if I could conceive that I had completely overcome it, I should probably be proud of my humility. Chapter 7. Having mentioned a great and extensive project which I had conceived, it seems proper that some account should be here given of that project and its object. Its first rise in my mind appears in the following little paper, accidentally preserved, viz. Observations on my reading history in the library, May 9, 1731. That the great affairs of the world, the wars and revolutions, are carried on and affected by parties. That the view of these parties is their present general interest, or what they could such. That the different views of these different parties occasion all confusion. That while a party is carrying on a general design, each man has his particular private interest in view. That as soon as a party has gained, get its general point, a member, Benjamin Franklin, 91, becomes intent upon his particular interest, which thwarting others breaks that party in divisions and occasions more confusion. That few in public affairs act from a mere view of the good of TBHREI and RGCRO. OWDI. PR. RNID Montier. LUCH. Antias. TI. ECT. And their countries interested yet. And so did not act from a principle of benevolence. That fewer still in public affairs act with a view to the good of mankind. There seems to me at present to be great occasion for raising a martyr for virtue, by forming the virtuality good enough, all nations into a regular body, to be governed by good and wise rules, which good and wise men may probably be more unanimous in their obedience to the command people air to command laws. I at present think that whoever attempts this aright and is well qualified cannot fail of pleasing good and of meeting with success, revolving this project in my mind as to be undertaken here. When my circumstances should afford me the necessary leisure, I put down from time to time on pieces of paper such thoughts as occurred to me respecting it. Most of these are lost, but I find one purporting to be the substance of an intended creed containing, as I thought, the essentials of every known religion, and being free of everything that might shock the professors of any religion. It is expressed in these words, viz., that there is God, who made all things, that he governs the world by his providence, that he ought to worship by adoration, prayer, and thanksgiving, but that the most acceptable service to God is doing good to men, that the soul is immortal, and that God will certainly reward virtue and punish this, either here or hereafter. My ideas at that time were that the sect should be begun and spread, at first among young and single men only. That each person to be initiated should not only declare his assent to such creed, but should have exercised himself with the 13 weeks examination and practice of the virtues, as in 92 autobiography, of the before-mentioned model, that the existence of such a society should be kept a secret till it was become considerable to prevent solicitations for the admission of improper persons, but that the members should, each of them, search among his acquaintance for ingenious, well-disposed youths to whom with prudent caution the scheme should be gradually communicated. That the members should engage to afford their advice, assist and support to each other in promoting one another's interest, business, and advancement in life. That for distinction we should be called the Society of the Free and Easy. Free, as being by the general practice and habits of the virtues, free from the dominion of vice, and particularly by the practice of industry and frugality, free from debt, which exposes a man to constraint and a species of slavery to his creditors. This is as much as I can now recollect of the project, except that I communicated it in part to two young men who adopted it with some enthusiasm. But my then narrow circumstances and the necessity I was under of sticking close to my business occasioned my postponing the further prosecution of it at that time, and my multifarious occupations, public and private, induced me to continue postponing, so that it has been omitted till I have no longer strength or activity left sufficient for such an enterprise. Though I am still of opinion it was a practicable scheme, and might have been very useful, be forming a great number of good citizens, and I was not discouraged by the seeming magnitude of the undertaking. As I have always thought that one man of tolerable abilities may work great changes and accomplish great affairs among mankind, if he first forms a good plan, and cutting off all amusements or other employments that would divert his attention, makes the execution of that same plan his sole study and business. In 1732, I first published my almanac under the name of Richard Saunders. It was continued by me about 25 years, and commonly called Poor Richard's Almanac. I and Benjamin Franklin, 93, endeavored to make it both entertaining, useful, and it accordingly came to be in such demand that I reaped considerable profit from it, vending annually near 10,000, and be serving that it was generally read, scarce any neighborhood in the province being without it. I considered it as a proper vehicle for conveying instruction among the common people, who bought scarcely any other books. I therefore filled all the little spaces that occurred between the remarkable days in the calendar with proverbial sentences, chiefly such as inculcated industry and frugality as the means of procuring wealth, and thereby securing virtue, it being more difficult for a man in one to act, always honestly, as to use here one of those proverbs. It is hard for an empty sack to stand upright. These proverbs, which contain the wisdom of many ages and nations, I assembled and formed into a connected discourse prefixed to the Almanac of 1757 as the harangue of a wise old man to the people attending an auction. The bringing all these scattered counsels thus into a focus enabled them to make greater impression. The piece, being universally approved, was copied in all the newspapers of the American continent, printed in Britain on a large sheet of paper to be stuck up in houses. 2 translations were made of it in France, and great numbers bought by the clergy and gentry to distribute gratis among their poor parishioners and tenants. In Pennsylvania, as it discouraged useless expense in foreign superfluities, some thought it had its share of influence in producing that growing plenty of money, which was observable for several years after its publication. I considered my newspaper also as another means of communicating instruction, and in that view frequently reprinted in it extracts from the Spectator and other moral writers, and sometimes published little pieces of my own, which had been first composed for reading in Arjundo. Off these are a Socratic dialogue tending to prove that whatever might be his 94 Autobiography of Parts and Abilities, a vicious man could not properly be called a man of sense, and a discourse on self-denial, showing that virtue was not secure till its practice became a habitude and was free from the opposition of contrary inclinations. These may be found in the papers about the beginning of 1735. In the conduct of my newspaper, I carefully excluded all libeling and personal abuse, which is of late years become so disgraceful to our country. Whenever I was solicited to insert anything of like kind, and the writers pleaded, as they generally did, the liberty of the press, and that a newspaper was like a stag, coach, in which anyone who would pay had a right to a place, my answer was that I would print the piece separately if desired, and the author might have as many copies as he pleased to distribute himself, but that I would not take upon me to spread his detraction. and that having contracted with my subscribers to furnish them with use even might be either useful or entertaining, I could not till their papers with private altercation, in which they had no concern, without doing them manifest injustice. Now, many of our printers make no scruple of gratifying the malice of individuals by false accusations of the fairest characters among ourselves, augmenting animosity even to the producing of duels, and are, moreover, so indiscreet as to print scurrilous reflections on the government of neighboring states, and even on the conduct of our best national allies, which may be attended with the most pernicious consequences. These things I mention as a caution to young printers, and that they may be encouraged not to pollute their presses and disgrace their profession by such infamous practices, but refuse steadily, as they may see by my example that such a course of conduct will not on the whole be injurious to their interest. In 1733, I sent one of my journeymen to Charleston, South Carolina, where a printer was wanting. I furnished him with a press and letters on an agreement of partnership by which Benjamin Franklin, 95, I was to receive 1/3 of the profits of the business, paying 1/3 of the expense. He weighs a man of learning, but ignorant in matters of account, and though he sometimes made me remittances, I could get no account from him, nor any satisfactory state of our partnership while he lived. On his decease, the business was continued by his widow, who, being born and bred in Holland, where, as I have been informed, the knowledge of accounts makes a part of female education, she not only sent me as clear a statement as she could find of the transactions past, but continued to account with the greatest regularity and exactness every quarter afterward, and managed the busyness with such success that she not only reputably brought up a family of children, but at the expiration of the term was able to purchase of them the printing house and establish her son in it. I mention this affair chiefly for the sake of recommending that branch of education for our young women, as likely to be of more use to them and their children, in case of widowhood, than either music or dancing, by preserving them from losses, by imposition of crafty men, and enabling them to continue perhaps a profitable mercantile house, with established correspondence, till a son is grown up fit to undertake and go on with it, to the lasting advantage and enriching of the family. About the year 1734, there arrived among us a young Presbyterian preacher named Hemphill, who delivered with a good voice, and apparently extempore, most excellent discourses, which drew together considerable numbers of different persuasions, who joined in admiring them. Among the rest, I became one of his constant hearers, his sermons pleasing me, as they had little of the dogmatical kind, but inculcated strongly the practice of virtue, or what in the religious style are called good works. Those, however, of our congregation who considered themselves as orthodox Presbyterians disapproved his doctrine, and were joined by most of the old ministers, who arraigned him of 96 Autobiography of Heterodoxy before the Synod, in order to have him silenced. I became his zealous partisan and contributed all I could to raise a party in his favor, and combated for him a while with some hopes of success. There was much scribbling pro and con upon the occasion, and writing that, though an elegant preacher, he was but a poor writer, I wrote for him 2 or 3 pamphlets and a piece in the Gazette of April 1735. Those pamphlets, as is generally the case with controversial writings, though eagerly read at the time, were soon out of vogue, and I question whether a single copy of them now exists. During the contest, an unlucky occurrence hurt his cause exceedingly. One of our adversaries, having heard him preach a sermon that was much admired, thought he had somewhere read the sermon before, or at least a part of it. On searching, he found that part quoted at length in one of the British reviews from a discourse of Dr. Foster's. This defection gave many of our party disgust, who accordingly abandoned his cause, and occasioned our more speedy discomfiture in the synod. I stuck by it, however. I rather approved his giving us good sermons composed by others than bad ones of his own manufacture, though the latter was the practice of our common teachers. He afterward acknowledged to me that none of those he preached were his own, adding that his memory was such as enabled him to retain and repeat any sermon after once reading only. On our defeat, he left us in search elsewhere of better fortune, and I quitted the congregation, never attending it after. though I continued many years my subscription for the support of its ministers. I had begun in 1733 to study language. I soon made myself so much a master of the French as to be able to read the books in that language with ease. I then undertook the Italian. An acquaintance who was also learning it used often to tempt me to play chess with him. Finding this, took up to Benjamin Franklin, 97, much off the time I had to spare for study. I at length refused to play any more, unless on this condition, that the victor in every game should have a right to impose a task, either of parts of the grammar to be got by heart, or in translations, which tasks the vanquished was to perform upon honor before our next meeting. As we played pretty equally, we thus beat one another into that language. I afterward, with a little painstaking, acquired as much of the Spanish as to read their books also. I have already mentioned that I had only 1 year's instruction in a Latin school, and that when very young, after which I neglected that language entirely. But when I had attained an acquaintance with the French, Italian, and Spanish, I was surprised to find, on looking over a Latin Testament, that I understood more of that language than I had imagined, which encouraged me to apply myself again to the study of it, and I met with more success, as those preceding languages had greatly smoothed my way. From these circumstances, I thought there is some inconsistency in our common mode of teaching languages. We are told that it is proper to begin first with the Latin, and having acquired that, it will be more easy to attain those modern languages which are derived from it. And yet we do not begin with the Greek, in order more easily to acquire the Latin. It is true that if we can clamber and get to the top of a staircase without using the steps, we shall more easily gain them in descending. But certainly if we begin with the lowest, we shall with more ease ascend to the top. And I would therefore offer it to the consideration of those who superintend the education of our youth, whether, since many of those who begin with the Latin quit the same after spending some years without having made any great proficiency, and what they have learned becomes almost useless, so that their time has been lost, it would not have been better to have begun with the French Pro 98 Autobiography of ceding to the Italian and Latin. For though after spending the same time they should quit the study of languages and never arrive at the Latin, they would, however, have acquired another tongue or two that, being in modern use, might be serviceable to them in common life. After 10 years' absence from Boston, and having become easy in my circumstances, I made a journey thither to visit my relations, which I could not sooner afford. In returning, I called at Newporto, see my brother James, then settled there with his printing house. Our former differences were forgotten, and our meeting was very cordial and affectionate. He was fast declining in health, and requested me that in case of his death, which he apprehended was not far distant, I would take home his son, then but 10 years of age, and bring him up to the printing business. This I accordingly performed, sending him a few years to school before I took him into the office. His mother carried on the business till he was grown up, when I assisted him with an assortment of new types, those of his father being in a manner worn out. Thus it was that I made my brother ample amends for the service I had deprived him of by leaving him so early. In 1736 I lost one of my sons, a fine boy of 4 years old, by smallpox taken in the common way. I long regretted him bitterly, and still regret that I had not given it to him by inoculation. This I mention for the sake of parents who omit that operation, on the supposition that they should never forgive themselves if a child died under it. My example showing that the regret may be the same either way, and therefore that the safer should be chosen. Our club, the Junto, was found so useful and afforded such satisfaction to the members that some were desirous of introducing their friends, which could not well be done without exceeding what we had settled as a convenient number, viz. 12. We had from the beginning made it a rule to keep our Institute Benjamin Franklin, 99, a secret, which was pretty well observed. The intention was to avoid applications of improper persons for admittance, some of whom, perhaps, we might find it difficult to refuse. I was one of those who were against any addition to our number, but instead Offutt made in writing a proposal that every member separately should endeavor to form a subordinate club, with the same rules respecting queries, etc., and without informing them of the connection with the junta. The advantages proposed were the improvement of so many more young citizens by the use of our institution, our better acquaintance with the general sentiments of the inhabitants on any occasion, as the junto member might propose what queries we should desire, and was to report to the junto what passed at his separate club. The promotion of our particular interests in business by more extensive recommendation, and the increase of our influence in public affairs, and or power of doing good by spreading through the several clubs the sentiments of the junto. The project was approved, and every member undertook to form his club, but they did not all succeed. 5 or 6 only were completed, which were called by different names, as the Vine, the Union, the Band. They were useful to themselves, and afforded us a good deal of amusement, information, and instruction besides answering, in some considerable degree, our views of influencing the public on particular occasions, of which I shall give instances in course of time as they happened. My first promotion was my being chosen in 1736, clerk of the General Assembly. The choice was made that year without opposition, but the year following, when I was again proposed, the choice like that of the members being annual, a new member made a long speech against me in order to favor some other candidate. I was, however, chosen, which was the more agreeable to me, as besides the pay for the immediate service of clerk, the place gave me an opportunity of keeping up an interest among the members, which secured to me the 100 autobiography of business of printing the votes, laws, paper money, and oathly occasional jobs for the public that, on the whole, were very profitable. I therefore did not like the opposition of this new member, who was a gentleman of fortune and education, with talents that were likely to give him in time great influence in the house, which indeed afterward happened. I did not, however, aim at gaining his favor by paying any servile respect to him, but after some time took this other method. Having heard that he had in his libraria certain Verus Carson Curia's book, I wrote a note to him expressing my desire of perusing that book and requesting that he would do me the favor of lending it to me for a few days. He sent it immediately, and I returned it in about a week with another note expressing strong sense of the favor. When we next met in the house, he spoke to me, which he had never done before, and with great civility, and he ever after manifested a readiness to serve me on all occasions, so that we became great friends, and our friendship continued to his death. This is another instance of the truth of an old maxim I had learned, which says he that has once done you a kindness will be more ready to do you another than he whom you yourself have obliged, and it shows how much more profitable it is prudently to remove than to resent. Late governor of Virginia, and then postmaster general, being dissatisfied with the conduct of his deputy at Philadelphia, respecting his own negligence, in rendering and want of exactness in framing his accounts, took from him the commission and offered it to me. I accepted it readily, and found it of great advantage. For though the salary was small, it facilitated the correspondence that improved my newspaper, as well as the advertisements to be inserted, so that it came to offer me a considerable income. My old competitor's newspaper declined proportion, Benjamin Franklin 101 ably, and I was satisfied without retaliating his refusal, while postmaster, to permit my papers being carried by the riders. Thus he suffered greatly from his neglect in due accounting, and I mention it as a lesson to those young men who may be employed in managing affairs for others, that they should always render accounts and make remittances with great clearness and punctuality. The character of observing such a conduct is the most powerful of all recommendations to new employments and increase of business. I began now to turn my thoughts to public affairs, beginning, however, with small matters. The city watch was one of the first things that I conceived to want regulation. It was man, aged by the constables of the respective wards. In turn, the constable summoned a number of housekeepers to attend him for the night. Those who chose never to attend paid him 6 shillings a year to be excused, which was supposed to go to hearing substitutes, but was in reality much more than was necessary for that purpose, and made the constableship a place of profit. And the constable, for a little drink, often got sacraga muffins about him as a watch that respectable housekeepers did not choose to mix with. Walking the rounds, too, was often neglected, and most often I spent in tippling. I thereupon wrote a paper to be read in the junto, representing these irregularities, but insisting more particularly on the inequality of the 6 shilling tax off the constable, respecting the circumstances of those who paid it, since a poor widow housekeeper, all whose property to be guarded by the watch, did not, perhaps, exceed the value of £50, paid as much as the wealthiest merchant, who had thousands of pounds worth of goods in its stores. On the whole, I propose, as a more effectual watch, the hearing of proper men to serve constantly in the business, and as a more equitable way of supporting the charge, the levying a tax that should be proportioned to the property. This idea, being 102 autobiography of approved by the junto, was communicated to the other clubs. But as originating in each of them, and though the plan was not immediately carried into execution, yet by preparing the minds of people for the change, it paved the way for the law obtained a few years after, when the members of our club were grown into more influence. About this time I wrote a paper, first to be read in the junto, but it was afterward published, on the different accidents and carelessnesses by which houses were set on fire, with cautions against them and means proposed of avoiding. This was spoken of as a useful piece, and gave rise to a project, which soon followed it, of forming a company for the more ready extinguishing of fires and mutual assistance in removing and securing of goods when in danger. Associates in this scheme were presently found amounting to 30. Our articles of agreement obliged every member to keep always in good order and fit for use a certain number of leathern buckets, with strong bags and baskets for packing and transporting of goods, which were to be brought to every fire, and we agreed about once a month to spend a social evening together, in discoursing and communicating such ideas as occurred to us upon the subject of fires as might be useful in our conduct on such occasions. The utility office institution soon appeared, and many more desiring to be admitted than we thought convenient for income. Panny they were advised to form another, which was accordingly done, and thus went on one new company after another, till they became so numerous as to include most of the inhabitants who were men of property. And now, at the time of my writing this, though upward of 50 years since its establishment, that which I first formed, called the Union Fire Company, still subsists, though the first members are all deceased, but one who is older by a year than I am. The fines that have been paid by members for absence at the monthly meetings have been applied to the purchase of fire engines, ladders, fire hooks, and other useful Benjamin Franklin, 103 implements for each company. So that I question whether there is a city in the world better provided with the means of putting a stop to beginning conflagrations. And in fact, since these institutions, the city has never lost by fire more than 1 or 2 houses at a time, more than 1 or 2 houses, and the flames have often been extinguished before the house in which they began has been half consumed. Chapter 8 in 1739. Arrived among us from Ireland the Reverend Mr. Whitefield, who had made himself remarkable there as an itinerant preacher. He was at first permitted to preach in some of our churches, yea, but the clergy, taking a dislike to him, soon refused him their pulpits, and he was obliged to preach in the fields. The multitudes of all sects and denominations that attended his sermons were enormous, and it was a matter of speculation to me, who was one of the number, to observe the extraordinary influence of his oratory on his hearers, and how much they admired and respected him, notwithstanding this common abuse of them, by assuring them they were naturally half beasts and half devils. It was wonderful to see the change soon made the manners of our inhabitants. From being thoughtless or indifferent about religion, it seemed as if all the world were growing religious, so that Anna could not walk through the town in an evening without hearing psalm, in different families of every street, and it being found inconvenient to assemble in the open air. Subject to its inclemencies, the building of a house to meet in was no sooner proposed, and persons appointed to receive contribution, than sufficient sums were soon received to procure the ground and erect the building, which was 100 feet long, 104 autobiography of, and 70 broad, and the work was carried on with such spirit as to be finished in a much shorter time than could have been expected. Both house and ground were invested in trustees, expressly for these, often a preacher, often a religious persuasion, who might desire to say something to the people at Philadelphia. The design in building being not to accommodate any particular sect, but the inhabitants in general, so that even if the Mufti of Constantinople were to send a missionary to preach Mohammedanism to us, he would find a pulpit at his service. Whitefield, on leaving us, went preaching all the way through the colonies to Georgia. The settlement of that province had been lately begun. But instead of being made with hardy, industrious husbandmen, accustomed to labor, the only people fit for such an enterprise, it was with families of broken shopkeepers and other insolvent debtors, many of indolent and idle habits, taken out of the jails, who, being set down in the woods, unqualified for clearing land, and unable to endure the hardships of a new settlement, perished in numbers, leaving many helpless children unprovided for. The sight of their miserable situation inspired the benevolent heart of Mr. Whitefield with the idea of building an orphan house there, in which they might be supported and educated. Returning northward, he preached up this charity and made large collections, for his eloquence had a wonderful power over the hearts and purses of his hearers, of which I myself was an instance. It did not disapprove of the design, but as Georgia was then destitute of materials and workmen, and it was proposed to send them from Philadelphia at great expense, I thought it would have been better to have built the house at Philadelphia and brought the children. This I advised, but he was resolute in his first project, rejected my counsel, and I therefore refused to contribute. I happened soon after to attend one of his sermons, in the course of which I perceived he intended to finish with a collection, and I silently resolved that he should get Benjamin Franklin, 105, nothing from me. I had in my pocket a handful of copper money, 3 or 4 silver dollars, and 5 pistoles in gold. As he proceeded, I began to soften and concluded to give it up. Another stroke off his oratory made me ashamed of that, and determined me to give the silver, and he finished so admirably that I emptied my pocket wholly into the collector's dish, gold and all. At this sermon there was also one of our club who, being of my sentiments respecting the building in Georgia, and suspecting a collection might be intended, had by precaution emptied his pockets before he came from home. Toward the conclusion of the discourse, however, he felt a strong inclination to give, and applied to a neighbor who stood near him to lend him some money for the purpose. The request was fortunately made to perhaps the only man in the company who had the firmness not to be affected by the preacher. His answer was, "At any other time, friend Hopkinson, I would lend to thee freely, but not now, for thee seems to be out of the right senses." Some of Mr. Whitefield's enemies affected to suppose that he would apply these collections to his own private emolument, but I, who was intimately acquainted with him, being employed in printing his sermons and journals, never had the least suspicion of his integrity, but am to this day decidedly of opinion that he was in all his conduct a perfectly honest man. And me thinks my testimony in his favor to have more right, as we had no religious connection. He used, indeed, sometimes to pray for my conversion, but he never had the satisfaction of believing that his prayers were heard. Ours was a mere civil friendship, sincere on both sides, and lasted to his death. The following instance will show the terms on which we stood. Upon one of his arrivals from England at Boston, he wrote to me that he should come soon to Philadelphia, but knew not where he could lodge, when there eschew understood his old friend and host, Mr. Benezet, was removed to Germantown. My answer was, "You know my house. If you can make shift with 106 Autobiography of its scanty accommodations, you will be most heartily welcome." He replied, "that if I made that kind offer for Christ's sake, I should not miss for reward." And I returned, "Don't let me be mistaken. It was not for Christ's sake, but for your sake." One of our common acquaintances jocosely remarked that, knowing it to be the custom of the saints, when they received any favor, to shift the burden of the obligation from off their own shoulders and place it in heaven, I had contrived to fix it on earth. The last time I saw Mr. Whitefield was in London, when he consulted me about his orphan house concern and his purpose of appropriating it to the establishment of a college. He had a loud and clear voice, and articulated his words so perfectly that he might be heard and understood at a great distance. Especially Yash's auditors observed the most perfect excellence. He preached one evening from the top of the courthouse steps, which are in the middle of Market Street and on the west side of 2nd Street, which crosses it at right angles. Both streets were filled with his hearers to a considerable distance. Being among the hindmost in Market Street, I had the curiosity to learn how far he could be heard by retiring backward down the street toward the river, and I found his voice distinct till I came near Front Street, when some noise in that street obscured it, imagining then a semicircle, of which my distance should be the radius, and that it was filled with auditors, to each of whom I allowed 2 square feet, I computed Tatha might well be heard by more than 30,000. This reconciled me to the newspaper accounts of his having preached to 25,000 people in the fields, and to the history of generals haranguing whole armies, of which I had sometimes doubted. By hearing him often, I came to distinguish easily between sermons newly composed and those which he had often preached in the course of his travels. His delivery of the latter was so improved by frequent repetition that every accent, every empha Benjamin Franklin, 107 sis, every modulation of voice was so perfectly well turned and well placed that without being interested in the subject, one could not help being pleased with the discourse of pleasure, of much the same kind with that received from an excellent piece of music. This is an advantage itinerant preachers have over those who are stationary, as the latter cannot well improve their delivery of a sermon by so many rehearsals. His writing and printing from time to time gave great advantage to his enemies, unguarded expressions, and even erroneous opinions. Delivery in preaching might have been afterward explained or qualified by supposing others that might have accompanied them, or they might have been denied, but litera scripta manet. Critics attacked his writings violently, and with so much appearance of reason as to diminish the number of his votaries, and prevent their increase. So that I am satisfied that if he had never written anything, he would have left behind him a much more numerous and important sect. And his reputation might, in that case, have been still growing, even after his death, as there being nothing of his writing on which to found a censure, and give him a lower character. His proselytes would be left at liberty to attribute to him as great a variety of excellences as their enthusiastic admiration might wish him to have possessed. My business was now constantly augmenting, and my circumstance growing daily easier, my newspaper having become very profitable, as being, for a time, almost the only one in this and the neighboring provinces. I experienced, too, the truth off the observation that after getting the first £100, it is more easy to get the second, money itself being of a prolific nature. The partnership at Carolina having succeeded, I was encorer, aged to engage in others and to promote several of my workmen, who had behaved well by establishing them in printing houses in different colonies, on the same terms with that, in 100A Autobiography of Carolina. Most of them did well, being enabled at the end of our term 6 years to purchase the types of me and go on working for themselves, by which means several families were raised. Partnerships often finish in quarrels, but I was happy in this, that mine were all carried on and ended amicably, owing, I think, a good deal to the precaution of having very explicitly settled in our articles everything to be done by or expected from each partner, so that there was nothing to dispute, which precaution I would therefore recommend to all who enter into partnerships. For whatever esteem partners may have for and confidence in each other, at the time of the contract little jealousies and disgust may arise, with ideas of inequality in the care and burden, business, etc., which are attended often with breach of friendship and of the connection, perhaps with lawsuits and other disagreeable consequences. I had, on the whole, abundant reason to be satisfied with my being established in Pennsylvania. There were, however, some things that I regretted, there being no provision for defense, nor for a complete education of youth, no militia, nor any college. I, therefore, in 1743, drew up a proposal for establishing an academy, and at that time, thinking the Reverend Richard Peters, who was out of employ, a fit person to superintend such an institution, I communicated the project to him. But he, having more profitable views in the service of the proprietors which succeeded, declined the undertaking, and not knowing another at that time suitable for such a trust, I let the scheme lie a while dormant. I succeeded better the next year, 1744, in proposing and establishing a philosophical society. The paper I wrote for that purpose will be found among my writings, if not lost with many others. With respect to defense, Spain having been several years at war against Great Britain, and being at length joined by France, which brought us into great danger, and the labored and long continued endeavor of our Governor Thomas, to prevail with our Benjamin Franklin 109 Quaker Assembly to pass a militia law, and make other provisions for the security of the province having proved abort. I propose to try what might be done by a voluntary subscription. To promote this, I first wrote and published a pamphlet entitled Plain Truth, in which I stated our helpless situation in strong lights, with the necessity of union and discipline for our defense, and promised to propose in a few days an association to be generally signed for that purpose. The pamphlet had a sudden and surprising association. Having settled the draft of it with a few friends, I appointed a meeting of the citizens in the large building before mentioned. The house was pretty full. I had prepared a number of printed copies and provided pens and ink. Dispersed all over the room, I harangued them a little in the subject. Read the paper, explained it, and then distributed the copies, which were eagerly signed. Not the least objection being made. When the company separated and the papers were collected, we found about 1,200 signatures, and other copies being dispersed in the country. The subscribers amounted at length to upward of 10,000. Now these all furnished themselves as soon as they could with arms, formed themselves into companies and regiments, chose their own officers, and met every week to be instructed in the manual exercise and other parts of military discipline. The women, by subscriptions among themselves, provided silk colors, which they presented to the companies, painted with different devices and mottos, which I supplied. The officers of the companies composing the Philadelphia regiment being met, chose me for their colonel, but conceiving myself unfit, I declined that station and recommended Mr. Lawrence, a fine person and a man of influence, who was accordingly appointed. I then proposed a lottery to defray the expense of building a battery below the town and furnished with cannon. 110 Autobiography of it filled expeditiously, and the battery was soon erected, femur lawns being framed of logs and filled with earth. We bought some old cannon from Boston, but these not being sufficient, we wrote to London for more, soliciting at the same time our proprietaries for some assistance, though without much expectation of obtaining it. Meanwhile, Colonel Lawrence, Mr. Allen, Abraham Taylor, and myself were sent to New York by the associators, Commission, to borrow some cannon of Governor Clinton. He at first refused us peremptorily, but at a dinner with his council, where there was great drinking of Madeira wine, as the custom of that place then was, he softened by degrees and said he would lend us 6. After a few more bumpers, advanced to 10, and at length he very good-naturedly conceded 8 U. They were fine cannon, 18-pounders, with their carriages, which were soon transported and mounted on our batteries, where the associators kept a nightly guard while the war lasted, and among the rest, I regularly took my turn of duty there as a common soldier. My activity in these operations was agreeable to the governor and council. They took me into confidence, and I was consulted by them in every measure where their concurrence was thought useful to the association. Calling in the aid of religion, I proposed to them the proclaiming a fast to promote reformation and implore the blessing of heaven. They embraced the motion, but as it was the first fast ever thought of in the province, the secretary had no precedent from which to draw his proclamation. My education in New England, where a fast is proclaimed every year, was here of some advantage. I drew it in the accustomed style. It was translated into German, printed in both languages, and circulated through the province. This gave a clergy of different sects an opportunity of influencing their congregations to join the association, and it would probably have been general among all but the Quakers if the peace had not soon intervened. Benjamin Franklin, 111. It was thought by some of my friends that by my activity in these affairs I should offend that sect, and thereby lose my interest in the assembly of the province, where they formed a great majority, who had likewise some friends in the assembly and wished to succeed me as their clerk. AC acquainted me that it was decided to displace me the next election, and he, through goodwill, advised me to resign as more consistent with my honor than being turned out. My answer to him was that I had read or heard of some public man who made it a rule never to ask for an office and never to refuse one when offered to him. I approve, said I, of this rule, and shall practice it with a small addition. I shall never ask, never refute, nor ever resign an office. If they will have my office of clerk, to dispose of it to another, they shall take it from me. I will not, by giving it up, lose my right of some time or other making reprisal on my adversaries. I heard, however, no more of this. I was chosen again unanimously as clerk at the next election, possibly, as they disliked my late intimacy with the members of the council who had joined the governors in all the disputes about military preparations with which the House had long been harassed. They might have been pleased if I would voluntarily have left them, but they did not care to displace me on account merely of my zeal for the association, and they could not well give another reason. Indeed, I had some cause to believe that the defense of the country was not disagreeable to any of them, provided they were not required to assist in it. And I found that a much greater number of them than I could have imagined, though against offense or war, were clearly for the defensive. Many pamphlets pro and con were published on the subject, and some by good Quakers in favor of defense, which I believe convinced most of their young people. A transaction in our fire company gave me some insight into their prevailing sentiment. It had been proposed that we, 112 Autobiography of, should encourage the scheme for building a bâtiment by laying out the present stock, then about £60 in tickets at the lottery. By our rules, no money could be disposed of till the next meeting after the proposal. The company consisted of 30 members, of whom 22 were Quakers, and 8 we only of other persuasions. 8 punctually attended the meetings, but though we thought some of the Quakers would join us, we were by no means sure of a majority. Only one Quaker, Mr. James Morris, appeared to oppose the measure. He expressed much sorrow that it had ever been proposed, as he said, friends were all against it, and it would create such discord as might break up the company. We told him that we saw no reason for that. We were the minority, if friends were against the measure and outvoted us. We must and should, agreeably to the usage of all societies, submit. When the hour for business arrived, it was moved to put this to the vote. He allowed we might do it by the rule, but as he could assure us that a number of members intended to be present for the purpose of opposing it, it would be but candid to allow a little time for their appearing. While we were disputing this, a waiter came to tell me that 2 gentlemen below desired to speak with me. I went down and found there 2 of our Quaker members. They told me there were 8 of them assembled at a tavern just by, that they were determined to come and vote with us if there should be occasion, which they hoped would not be the case, and desired we would not call for their assistance if we could do without it, as their voting for such a measure might embroil them with their elders and friends. Being thus secure of a majority, I went up, and after a little seeming hesitation agreed to a delay of another hour. This Mr. Morris allowed to be extremely fair. Not one of his opposing friends appeared, at which he expressed great surprise. And at the expiration of the hour, we carried the resolution 8-1. And Asaph, the 22 Quakers, 8 Benjamin Franklin, 113, were ready to vote with us, and 13, by their absence, manifested that they were not inclined to oppose the measure. I afterward estimated the proportion of Quakers sincerely against defense as 1-21 only, for these were all regular members of the society, and in good reputation among them, and who had notice of what was proposed at that meeting. The honorable and learned Mr. Logan, who had always been off that sect, wrote an address to them, declaring his approbation of defensive war, and supported his opinion by many strong arguments. He put into my hands £60 to be laid out in lottery tickets for the battery, with directions to apply what prizes might be drawn wholly to that service. He told me the following anecdote of his old master, William Penn, respect in defense. He came over from England when a young man with that proprietary, and as his secretary. It was wartime, and their ship was chased by an armed vessel, supposed to be an enemy. Their captain prepared for defense, but told William Penn and his company of Quakers that he did not expect their assistance, and they might retire into the cabin, which they did, except James Logan, who chose to stay upon deck and was quartered to a gun. The supposed enemy proved a friend, so there was no fighting. But when the secretary went down to communicate the intelligence, William Penn rebuked him severely for staying upon deck and undertaking to assist in defending the vessel, contrary to the principles of our friends, especially as it had not been required by his captain. This reprimand, being before all the company, piqued the secretary, who answered, I being thy servant, why did thee not order me to come down per cent? but thee was willing enough that I should stay and help to fight the ship when thee thought there was danger. My being many years in the assembly, a majority of which was constantly Quakers, gave me frequent opportunities of seeing the embarrassment given them by their principle against war whenever application was made to them by order of the 114 Autobiography of Crown to grant aids for military purposes. They were unwilling to offend government on the one hand by a direct refusal, and their friends, the body of the Quakers, on the other, by a compliance contrary to their principles. Using a variety of evasions to avoid complying and modes of disguising the compliance when it became unavoidable, the common mode at last was to grant money under the phrase of being for the king's use, and never to inquire how it was applied. But if the demand was not directly from the crown, that phrase was found not so proper, and some other was to be invented. Thus, when powder was wanted, I think it was for the garrison at Louisburg, and the government at New England solicited a grant of sum from Pennsylvania, which was much urged on the House by Governor Thomas. They would not grant money to buy powder, because that was an ingredient of war, but they voted an aid to New England of £3,000 to be put into the hand of the governor, and appropriated it for the purchase of bread, flour, wheat, or other grain. Some of the council, desirous of giving the House still further embarrassment, advised the governor not to accept that provision as not being the thing he had demanded. But he replied, I shall take the money, for I understand very well their meaning other grain is gunpowder, which he accordingly bought, and they never objected to it. It was in allusion to this fact that, when in our fire come, Panny, we feared the success of our proposal in favor of the lottery. And I had said to a friend of mine, one of our members, if we'll fail, let us move the purchase of a fire engine with the money. The Quakers can have no objection to that. And then, if you nominate me and you as a committee for that purpose, we will buy a great gun, which is certainly a fiery engine, I see, said he. You have improved by being so long in the assembly. Your equivocal project would be just a match for their wheat or other grain Benjamin Franklin. 115 those embarrassments that the Quakers suffered from having established and published it as one of their principles that no kind of war was lawful, and which, being once published, they could not afterward, however they might change their minds, easily get rid of, reminds me of what I think a more prudent conduct in another sect among us, that of the I was acquainted with one of its founders, Michael Weffer, soon after it appeared. He complained to me that they were grievously calumniated by the zealots of other persuasions, and charged with abominable principles and practices to which they were utter strangers. I told him this had always been the case with new sects, and that to put a stop to such abuse, I imagined it might be well to publish the articles of their belief and the rules of their discipline. He said that it had been proposed among them, but not agreed to for this reason when we were first drawn together as a society, said he. It had pleased God to enlighten our minds so far as to see that some doctrines which were esteemed truths were errors, and that others which we had esteemed errors were real truths. From time to time, he has been pleased to afford us further light, and our principles have been improving and our errors diminishing. Now we are not sure that we are arrived at the end of this progression, and at the perfection of spiritual or theological knowledge. And we fear that, if we should once print our confession of faith, we should feel ourselves as if bound and confined by it, and perhaps be unwilling to receive further improvement, and our successors still more so, as conceiving that their elders and founders had done to be something sacred, never to be departed from. This modesty in a sect is perhaps a single instance in the history of mankind, every other sect supposing itself in possession of all truth, and that those who differ are so far in the wrong, like a man traveling in foggy weather, those at some distance before him on the road he sees wrapped up in the pipe. 116 Autobiography of the Fog, as well as those behind him, and also the people in the fields on each side. But near him all appears clear, though in truth he is as much in the fog as any of them. To avoid this kind of embarrassment, the Quakers have of late years been gradually declining the public service in the assembly and in the magistracy, choosing rather to quit their power than their principle. In order of time, I should have mentioned before that having in 1742 invented an open stove for the butter warming of rooms, and at the same time saving fuel as the fresh air was warmed in entering. I made a present of the model to Mr. Robert Grace, one of my early friends, who, having an iron furnace, found the casting off the plates for these stoves a profitable thing, as they were growing in demand. To promote that demand, I wrote and published a pamphlet entitled An AC Count of the New Invented Pennsylvanian Fireplaces, wherein their construction and manner of operation are particularly explained, their advantages above every other method of warming rooms demonstrated, and all objections that have been raised against the use of them answered and obviated, etc. This pamphlet had a good effect. Governor Thomas was so pleased with the construction of this stove, as described in it, that he offered to give me a patent for the sole vending of them for a term of years. But I declined it from a principle which has ever weighed with me on such occasions, viz., that as we enjoy great advantages from the inventions of others, we should be glad of an opportunity to serve others by any invention of ours. And this we should do freely and generously. An ironmonger in London, however, assuming a good deal of my pamphlet and working it up into his own, and making some small changes in the machine, which rather hurt its operation, got a patent for it there, and made, as I was told, a little fortune by it. And this is not the only instance of patents taken out of my inventions by others, though not always Benjamin Franklin 111 with the same success, which I never contested as having no desire of profiting by patents myself and hating disputes. The use of these fireplaces in very many houses, both here in Pennsylvania and the neighboring states, has been and is a great saving of wood to the inhabitants. Chapter 9, Peace being concluded and the association business. Therefore, at an end, I turned my thoughts again to the affair of establishing an academy. The first step I took was to associate in the design a number of active friends, of whom the junto furnished a good part. The next was to write and publish a pamphlet entitled Proposals Relating to the Education of Youth in Pennsylvania. This I distributed among the principal inhabitants gratis, and as soon as I could suppose their minds a little prepared by the perusal of it, I set on foot a subscription for opening and supporting an academy. It was to be paid in quotas yearly for 5 years. By so dividing it, I judged the subscription might be larger, and I believe it was so amounting to no less, if I remember right, than £5,000. In the introduction to these proposals, I stated their publication not as an act of mine, but of some public-spirited gentleman, avoiding as much as I could, according to my usual rule, the presenting myself to the public as the author of any scheme for their benefit. The subscribers, to carry the project into immediate execution, chose out of their number 24 trustees, and AP appointed Mr. Guy Francis, then Attorney General, and myself to draw up constitutions for the government of the Academy. 118 autobiography, of which being cloned and signed. A house was hired, masters engaged, and the schools opened, I think in the same year, 1749. The scholars increasing fast, the house was soon found too small, and we were looking out for a piece of ground, properly situated with intent to build, when accident threw into our way a large house ready built, which, with a few alterations, might well serve our purpose. This was the building before mentioned, erected by hearers of Mr. Whitefield, was obtained for us in the following manner. It is to be noted that the contributions to this building being made by people of different sects, care was taken in the nomination of trustees, in whom the building and ground were to be vested, that a predominancy should not be given to any sect, lest in time that predominancy might be a means of appropriating the whole to the use of such sect, contrary to the original intention. It was for this reason that one of each sect was appointed, viz., one Church of England man, one Presbyterian, one Baptist, one Moravian, etc., who, in case of vacancy by election from among the contributors. The Moravian happened not to please his colleagues, and on his death they resolved to have no author of that sect. The difficulty then was how to avoid having two off some other sect by means of the choice. Several persons were named, and for that reason not agreed to. At length one mentioned me with the observation that I was merely an honest man, and of no sect at all, which prevailed with them to choose me. The enthusiasm which existed when the house was built had long since abated, and its trustees had not been able to procure fresh contributions for paying the ground rent and discharging some other debts the building had occasioned. which embarrassed them greatly. Being now a member of both boards of trustees, that for the building and that for the academy, I had a good opportunity for negotiating with both, and brought them finally to an agreement by which Benjamin Franklin, 119, the trustees for the building, were to cede it to those of the academy, the latter undertaking to discharge the debt, to keep forever a pew in the building, a large hall for occasional preachers, according to the original intention, and maintain a free school for the instruction of poor children. Writings were accordingly drawn. And on paying the debts, the trustees of the academy were put in possession of the premises, and by dividing the great and lofty hall into stories and different rooms above and below for the several schools, and purchasing some additional ground, the whole was soon made fit for our purpose, and the scholars were moved into the building. The whole carrying trouble of agreeing with the workmen, purchasing materials, and superintending the work fell upon me. And I went through it the more cheerfully as it did not then interfere with my private business, having the year before taken a very able, industrious, and honest partner, Mr. David Hall, with whose character he was well acquainted, as he had worked for me 4 years. He took off my hands all care of the printing office, paying me punctually my share of the profits. This partnership continued 18 years, successfully for us both. The trustees of the academy, after a while, were incorporated by a charter from the governor. Their funds were increased by contributions in Britain and grants of land from the proprietaries, to which the assembly has since made considerable addition, and thus was established the present University of Philadelphia. I have been continued one of its trustees from the beginning, now near 40 years, and have had the very great pleasure of seeing a number of the youth who have received their education in it distinguished by their improved abilities, serviceable in public stations and ornaments to their country. When I was disengaged myself, as above mentioned, from private business, I flattered myself that by the sufficient though moderate fortune I had acquired, I had found leisure during the rest of my life for philosophical studies and amusements. I per 120 Autobiography of chaste all Dr. Spence's apparatus, who had come from England to lecture in Philadelphia, and I proceeded in my electrical experiments with great alacrity. But the public, now considering me as a man off leisure, laid hold of me for their purposes, every part of our civil government, and almost at the same time. The governor put me into the commission of the peace. The corporation of the city chose me one of the common council, and soon after alderman, and the city's ends at large elected me a burgess to represent them in the assembly. This latter station was the more agreeable to me as I grew at length tired with sitting there to hear the dates, in which as clerk I could take no part, and which were often so uninteresting that I was induced to amuse myself with mocking magic squares or circles, or anything to avoid weariness, and I conceived my becoming a member would enlarge my power of doing good. I would not, however, insinuate that my ambition was not flattered by all these promotions. It certainly was, for considering my low beginning, they were great to me. And they were still more pleasing as being so many spontaneous testimonies of the public good opinion, and by me entirely unsolicited. The office of Justice of the Peace, I tried a little by attending a few courts and sitting on the bench to hear causes, but finding that more knowledge of the common law than I possessed was necessary to act in that station with credit, I gradually withdrew from it, excusing myself by being obliged to attend the higher duties of a legislator in the assembly. My election to this trust was repeated every year for 10 years without my ever asking any elector for his vote or signifying, either directly or indirectly, any desire of being chosen. On taking my seat in the House, my son was appointed their clerk. The year following, a treaty binding to be held with the Indians at Carlisle, the governor sent a message to the House proposing that they should nominate some of their members to bejoin Benjamin Franklin, 121, with some members of council. As commissioners for that purpose, the House named the Speaker, Mr. Norris, and myself, and being commissioned, we went to Carlisle, and met the Indians accordingly. And when so are very quarrelsome and disorderly, we strictly forbade the selling any liquor to them, and when they complained of this restriction, we told them that if they would continue sober during the treaty, we would give them plenty of rum when the business was over. They promised this, and they kept their promise because they could get no rum, and the treaty was conducted very orderly and concluded to mutual satisfaction. They then claimed and received the rum. This was in the afternoon. They were near 100 men, women, and children, and were lodged in temporary cabins built in the form of a square just without the town. In the evening, hearing a great noise among them, the commissioners walked to see what was the matter. We found they had made a great bonfire in the middle of the square. They were all drunk, men and women, quarreling and fighting, their dark-colored bodies, half naked, seen only by the gloomy light of the bonfire, running after and beating one another with firebrands, accompanied by their horrid yellings, formed a scene the most resembling our ideas of hell that could well be imagined. There was no appeasing the tumult, and retired to our lodging. At midnight, a number of them came thundering at our door, demanding more rum, of which we took no notice. The next day, sensible they had misbehaved in giving us that disturbance, they sent 3 of their old counselors to make their apology. The orator acknowledged the fault, but laid it upon the rum, and then endeavored to excuse the rum by saying, "The Great Spirit, who made all things, made everything for some use, and whatever use he designed anything for, that use it should always be put to." Now, when he made rum, 122 Autobiography of, he said, "Let this be for the Indians to get drunk with," and it must be so. And indeed, if it be the design of Providence to extirpate the savages in order to make room for the cultivators of the earth, it seems not impossible that rum may be the appointed means. It has already annihilated all the tribes who formerly inhabited the seacoast. In 1751, Dr. Thomas Bond, a particular friend of mine, conceived the idea of establishing a hospital in Philadelphia, but was a regi, nally and truly his, for the reception and cure of poor sick persons, whether inhabitants of the province or strangers. He was zealous and active in endeavoring to procure subscriptions for it, but the proposal being a novelty in America, and at first not well understood, he met but with little success. At length he came to me with the compliment that he found there was no such a thing as carrying a public-spirited project through without my being concerned in it. "For," said he, "I am often asked by those to whom I propose subscribing, 'Have you consulted Franklin on this business, and what does he think of it?' And when I tell them that I have not, supposing it rather out of your line, they do not subscribe, but say they will consider it. I inquired into the nature and probable utility of his scheme, and receiving from him a very satisfactory explanation, I not only subscribed to it myself, but engaged heartily in the design of procuring subscriptions from others. Previously, however, to the solicitation, I endeavored to prepare the minds of the people by writing on the subject in the newspapers, which was my usual custom in such cases, but which Dr. Bond had omitted. The subscriptions afterward were more free and generous, but, beginning to flag, I saw they would be insufficient without some assistance from the Assembly, and therefore proposed to petition for it, which was done. The country members did not at first relish the project. They objected that it could only be Benjamin Franklin 123 serviceable to the city, and therefore the citizens alone should be at the expense of it, and they doubted whether the citizens themselves generally approved of it. My allegation, on the contrary, that it met with such approbation as to leave no doubt of our being able to raise £2,000 by voluntary donations, they considered as a most extravagant supposition and utterly impossible. On this I formed my plan, and asking leave to bring in a bill for incorporating the contributors according to the prayer of their petition, and granting them a blank sum of money, which leave was obtained chiefly on the consideration that the House could throw the bill out if they did not like it, I drew it so as to make the important clause a conditional one, viz., "And be it enacted by the authority aforesaid, that when the said contributors shall have met and chosen their managers and treasurer, and shall have raised by their contributions a capital stock of £2,000 value, the yearly interest of which is to be applied to the accommodation of the sick poor in the said hospital, and of charge for diet, attendance, advice, and medicines, and shall make the same appear to the satisfaction of the Speaker of the Assembly for the time being, that then it shall and may be lawful for the said Speaker. And he is hereby required to sign an order on the provincial treasurer for the payment of £2,000 in 2 yearly payments to the treasurer of the said hospital, to be applied to the founding building. And finishing off the same, this condition carried the bill through for the members who had opposed the grant and now conceived they might have the credit of being charitable without the expense agreed to its passage. And then, in soliciting subscriptions among the people, we urged the conditional promise of the law as an additional motive to give, since every man's donation would be doubled. Thus the clause worked both ways. The subscriptions accordingly soon exceeded the requisite sum, and we claimed 124 Autobiography of and received the public gift, which enabled us to carry the design into execution. A convenient and handsome building was soon erected. The institution has, by constant experience, been found useful and flourishes to this day, and I do not remember any of my political maneuvers, the success of which at the time gave me more pleasure, or wherein, after thinking of it, I more easily excused myself for having maddies of cunning. It was about this time that another projector, the Reverend Gilbert Tennant, came to me with a request that I would assist him in procuring a subscription for erecting a new meeting house. It was to be for the use of a congregation he had gathered among the Presbyterians, who were originally disciples of Mr. Wyrield. Unwilling to make myself disagreeable to my fellow citizens by too frequently soliciting their contribution, I absolutely refused. He then desired I would furnish him with the list of the names of persons I knew by experience to be generous and public-spirited. I thought it would be unbecoming in me, after their kind compliance with my solicitations, to mark them out to be worried by other beggars, and therefore refused to give such a list. He then desired I would at least give him my advice. That I will readily do, said I, and in the first place I advise you to apply to all those who you know will give something next to those who you are uncertain whether they will give anything or not, and show them the list of those who have given. And lastly, do not neglect those who you are sure will give nothing, for in some of them you may be mistaken. He laughed and thanked me, and he said he would take my advice. He did so, for he asked of everybody, and he obtained a much larger sum than he expected, with which he erected the capacious and elegant meeting house that stands in Arch Street. Our city, though laid out with a beautiful regularity, the streets large, straight, and crossing each other at right angles, had the disgrace of suffering those streets to remain long, 25 paved, and in wet weather the wheels of heavy carriages plowed them into a quagmire, so that it was difficult to cross them, and in dry weather the dust was offensive. I had lived near what was called the Jersey Market, and saw with pain the inhabitants wading in mud while purchasing their provisions. A strip of ground down the middle of that market was at length paved with brick, so that being once in the market, they had firm footing, but were often over shoes and dirt to get there. By talking and writing on the subject, I was at length instrumental in getting the street paved with stone between the marquette and the brick-foot pavement that was on the side next to houses. This for some time gave an easy access to the market dryshod, but the rest of the street not being paved, whenever a carriage came out of the mud upon this pavement, it shook off and left its dirt upon it, and it was soon covered with mire, which was not removed, the city as yet having no scavengers. After some inquiry, I found a poor, industrious man, while I was willing to undertake keeping the pavement clean by sweeping it twice a week, carrying off the dirt from before all the neighbors' doors, for the sum of 6 pence per month, to be paid by each house. I then wrote and printed a paper setting forth the advantages to the neighborhood that might be obtained from this small expense. The greater ease in keeping our houses clean, so much dirt not being brought in by people's feet. The benefit to the shops by more custom, as buyers could more easily get at them, and by not having in windy weather the dust blown in upon their goods, etc., etc. I sent one of these papers to each house, and in a day or two went round to see who would subscribe an agreement to pay these 6 pences. It was unanimously signed, and for a time well executed. All the inhabitants of the city were delighted with the cleanliness of the pavement that surrounded the market, it being a convenience to all. And this raised a general desire to have all the streets paved 126 Autobiography of, and made the people more willing to submit to a tax for that purpose. After some time, I drew a bill for paving the city and brought it into the assembly. It was just before I went to England in 1757 and did not pass till I was gone. and then with an alteration in the mode of assessment, which I thought not for the better, but with an additional provision for lighting as well as paving the streets, which was a great improvement. It was by a private person, the late Mr. John Clifton, giving a sample of the utility of lamps by placing one at his door, that the people were first impressed with the ideal ingle of the city. The honor of this public benefit has also been ascribed to me, but it belongs truly to that gentleman. I did but follow his example, and have unlicensed merit to claim respecting the form of our lamps, as differing from the globe lamps we were first supplied with from London. They were found inconvenient in these respects. They admitted no air below. The smoke therefore did not readily go out above, but circulated in the globe, lodged on its inside, and soon obstructed the light. They were intended to afford giving besides the daily trouble of wiping them clean, and an accidental stroke on one of them would demolish it and render it totally useless. I therefore suggested the composing them of 4 flat panes, with a long funnel above to draw up the smoke, and crevices admitting the air below to facilitate the ascent of the smoke. By this means they were kept clean, and did not grow dark in a few hours, as the London lamps do, but continued bright till morning. And an accidental stroke would generally break but a single pane, easily repaired. I sometimes wondered that the Londoners did not, from the effect holes in the bottom of the globe lamps used at Vauxhall, have in keeping them clean, learned to have such holes in their street lamps. But these holes being made for another purpose, viz., to communicate flame more suddenly to the wick by a little flax hanging down through them, the other use of Benjamin Franklin 127 letting in air, seems not to have been thought of. And therefore, after the lamps have been lit a few hours, the streets of London are very poorly illuminated. The mention of these improvements puts me in mind of one I proposed when in London to Dr. Fothergill, who was among the best men I have known and a great promoter of useful projects. I had observed that the streets, when dry, were never swept and the light dust carried away, but it was suffered to accumulate till wet weather reduced it to mud, and then, after lying some days so deep on the pavement that there was no crossing, but in paths kept clean by poor people with brooms, it was with great labor raked together and thrown up into carts, open above, the sides of which suffered some of the slush at every jolt on the pavement to shake out and fall, sometimes to the annoyance of foot passengers. The reason given for not sweeping the dusty streets was that the dust would fly into the windows of shops and houses. An accidental occurrence had instructed me how much sweeping might be done in a little time. I found at my door in Craven Street one morning a poor woman sweeping my pavement with a birch broom. She appeared very pale and feeble, as just come out of a fit of sickness. I asked who employed her to sweep there. She said, "Nobody, but I am poor and in distress, and I sweeps before gentlefolks' doors in hopes they will give me something." I bid her sweep the whole street clean, and I would give her a shilling. This was at 9 o'clock, and at noon she came for the shilling. From the slowness I saw at first in her working, I could scarce believe that the work was done so soon, and sent my servant to examine it, who reported that the whole street was swept perfectly clean and all the dust placed in the gutter, which was in the middle, and then extreme washed it quite away, so that Theppamentand, even the kennel were perfectly clean. I then judged that if that feeble woman could sweep such a 128 autobiography of street in 3 hours, a strong, active man might have done it in half the time. And here let me remark the convenience of having but one gutter in such a narrow street, running down its middle, instead of 2, one on each side near the footway. For where all the rain that falls on a street runs from the sides and meets in the middle, it forms there a current strong enough to wash away all the mud it meets with. But when divided into two channels, it is often too weak to cleanse either, and only makes the mud it finds more fluid, so that the wheels of carriages and feet of horses throw and dash it upon the foot pavement, which is thereby rendered foul and slippery, and sometimes splash it upon those who are walking. My proposal, communicated to the doctor, was as follows for the more effectually cleaning and keeping clean the streets of London and Westminster. It is proposed that the several watchmen be contracted with to have the dust swept up in dry seasons, and the mud raked up at other times, each in the several streets and lanes of his round that they be fur. nished with brooms and other proper instruments for these purposes, to be kept at their respective stands, ready to furnish the poor people they may employ in the service. That in the dry summer months the dust be all swept up in heaps at proper distances, before the shops and windows of houses are usually open, when scavengers with close-covered carts shall also carry it all away. That the mud, when raked up, be not left in heaps to be spread abroad again by the wheels of carriages and trampling of horses, but that the scavengers be provided with bodies of carts, not placed upon wheels, but low upon sliders, with lattice bottoms, which, being covered with straw, will retain the mud thrown upon them, and permit the water to drain from it, whereby it will become much lighter, water making the greatest part off the weight. These bodies of carts to be placed at convenient distances sand, the mud brought to them in wheelbarrows. Benjamin Franklin, 129. They remaining were placed till the mud is drained, and then horses brought to draw them away. I have since had doubts of the practicability of the latter part of this proposal in all places, on account of the narrowness of some streets and the difficulty of placing the draining sleds, so as not to encumber too much the passage. But I am still of opinion that the former, requiring the dust to be swept up and carried away before the shops are open, is very practicable in the summer, when the days are long. For in walking through the Strand and Fleet Street one morning at 7 o'clock, I observed there was not one shop open, though it had been daylight and the sun up above 3 hours. The inhabitants of London choosing voluntarily to live much by candlelight and sleep by sunshine, and yet often complain a little absurdly of the duty on candles and the high price oft allowed. Some may think these trifling matters not worth minding or relating, but when they consider that though dust blown into the eyes of a single person or into a single shop in a windy day is but of small importance, yet the great number of instances in a populous city and its frequent repetition gives it weight and consequence. Perhaps they will not censure very severely those who bestow some attention to affairs of this seemingly low nature. Human felicity is produced not so much by great pieces of good fortune that seldom happen as by little advantages that occur every day. Thus, if you teach a poor young man to shave himself and keep his razor in order, you may contribute more to the happiness of his life than in giving him 1,000 guineas. This sum may be soon spent, the regret only remaining of having foolishly consumed it. But in the other case, he escapes the frequent vexation of waiting for barbers and their sometimes dirty fingers, offensive breaths, and dull razors, has shaves when most convenient to him, and enjoys daily the pleasure of its being done with a good instrument. With these sentiments, I have hazarded the few preceding pages, 130 autobiography, of hoping they may afford hints, which sometime or other may be useful to a city I love, having lived many years in it very happily, and perhaps to some of our towns in America. Having been some time employed by the Postmaster General of America as his comptroller in regulating several offices and bringing the officers to account, I was upon his death in 1753 appointed jointly with Mr. William Hunter to succeed him by a commission from the Postmaster General in England. The American office had hitherto never paid anything to that of Britain. We were to have £600 a year between us if we could make that sum out of the profits of the office. To do this, a variety of improvements were necessary. Some of these were inevitably at first expensive, so that in the first 4 years the office became about £900 in debt to us. But it soon after began to repay us, and before I was displaced by a freak of the ministers, of which I shall speak hereafter, we had brought it to yield 3 times as much clear revenue to the crown as the post office of Ireland. Since that imprudent transaction, they have received from it not 1 farthing. The business off the post office occasioned my taking a journey this year to New England, where the College of Cambridge, of their own motion, presented me with the degree of Master of Arts. Yale College in Connecticut had before made me a similar compliment. Thus, without studying in any college, I came to partake of their honors. They reconferred in consideration of my improvements and discoveries in the electric branch of natural philosophy. Bexjamix Fraxilix 131. Chapter 10. In 1754, war with France being again apprehended, A congress of commissioners from the different colonies was by an order of the Lords of Trade to be assembled at Albany, there to confer with the chiefs of the Six Nations concerning the means of defending both their country and ours. Governor Hamilton, having received these or acquainted house with it, requesting thee would furnish represents for the Indians, to be given on this occasion, and naming the speaker, Mr. Norris, and myself to join Mr. John Pemian, Mr. Secretary Peter Sass commissioners to act for Pennsylvania. The House approved the nomination and provided the goods for the presents, though they did, not much like treating out off the province, and we met via their comments. See honors at Albany about the middle of June. In our way thither, I projected and drew up a plan for the Union of all the colonies under one government, so far as might be necessary for defense and other important general purposes. As we passed through New York, I had there shown my project to Mr. James Alexander and Mr. Kennedy, two gentlemen of great knowledge in public affairs, and being fortified by their approbation, I ventured to lay it before the Congress. It then appeared that several of the commissioners had formed plans of the same kind. A previous question was first taken whether a union should be established, which passed in the affirmative unanimously. A committee was then appointed, one member from each colony, to consider the several plans and report. Mine happened to be preferred, and with a fewer amendments, W.S.A.C. accordingly reported. By this plan, the general government was to be administered by a president general, appointed and supported by the crown, and a grand council was to be chosen by the representatives of the people of the several colonies met in their respective assembly. 132 Autobiography of Blythe. The debates upon it in the Congress went on daily, hand in hand with the Indian business. Many objections and difficult ties were started, but at length they were all overcome, and the plan was unanimously agreed to, and copies ordered to be transmitted to the Board of Trade. Its fate was singular. The assemblies did not adopt it, as they all thought there was too much prerogative in it, and in England it was judged to have too much of the democratic. The Board of Trade did not approve it, nor recommend it for the approbation of His Majesty. But another scheme was formed, supposed to answer to them a purpose better, whereby the governors of the provinces, with some members of their respective councils, were to meet and order the raising of troops, building of forts, etc., and to draw on the treasury of Great Britain for the expense, which was afterward to be refunded by an act of Parliament laying a tax on America. My plan, with my reasons in support of it, is to be found among my political papers that were printed. Being the winter following in Boston, I had much conversation with Governor Shirley upon Botley the plans. Upon what passed between us on this occasion may also be seen among those papers. The different and contrary reasons of dislike to my plan make me suspect that it was really the true medium, and I am still of opinion it would have been happy for both sides if it had been adopted. The colonies, so united, would have been sufficiently strong to have defended themselves. There would then have been no need of troops from England. Of course, the subsequent pretext for taxing America and the bloody contest it occasioned would have been avoided. But such mistakes are not new. History is full of the errors of states and princes. Luke crowned the habitable world. How few know their own good, or know and get pursue. Benjamin Franklin, 133, those who govern, having much business on their hands, do not generally like to take the trouble of considering and carrying into execution new projects. The best public measures are therefore seldom adopted from previous wisdom, but forced by the occasion. The governor of Pennsylvania, in sending it down to the assembly, expressed his approbation of the plan, as appearing to him to be drawn up with great clearness and strength of judgment, and therefore recommended it as well worthy of their closest and most serious attention. The House, however, by the management of a certain member, took it up when I happened to be absent, which I thought not very fair, and reprobated it without paying any attention to it at all, to my no small mortification. In my journey to Boston this year, I met at New York with our new governor, Mr. Morris, just arrived there from England, with whom I had been before intimately acquainted. He brought a commission to supersede Mr. Hamilton, who, tired with the disputes his proprietary instructions subjected him to, had resigned. Mr. Morris asked me if I thought he must expect as uncomfortable an administration. I said, no, you may, on the contrary, have a very comfortable one. if you will only take care not to enter into any dispute with the assembly. My dear friend, said he pleasantly, how can you advise my avoiding disputicing? You know I love disputing. It is one of my greatest pleasures. However, to show the regard I have for your counsel, I promise you I will, if possible, avoid them. He had some reason for loving to dispute, being eloquent, an acute sophister, and therefore generally successful in argumentative conversation. He had been brought up to it from a boy, his father, as I have heard, accustoming his children to dispute with one another for his diversion, while sitting at table after dinner. But I think the practice was not wise. For in the course of my observation, those disputing contradict 134 Autobiography of Benjamin, and confuting people are generally unfortunate in their affairs. They get victory sometimes, but they never get goodwill, which would be of more use to them. We parted, he going to Philadelphia and I to Boston. In returning, I met at New York with the votes of the Assembly of Pennsylvania, by which it appeared that notwithstanding his promise to me, he and the House were already in high contention, and it was a continual battle between them as long as he retained the government. I had my share off it, for as soon as I got back to my seat in the Assembly, I was put on every committee for answering his speeches and messages, and by the committees always desired to make the drafts. Our answerers, as well as his messages, were often tart and sometimes indecently abusive, and as he knew I wrote for the Assembly, one might have imagined that when we met, we could hardly avoid cutting throats. But he was so good-natured a man that no personal difference between him and me was occasioned by the contest, and we often dined together. One afternoon, in the height of this public quarrel, we met in the street. Franklin, said he, you must go home with me and spend the evening. I am to have some company that you will like, and taking me by the arm, led me to his house. In gay conversation over our wine after supper, he told us jocosely that he much admired the idea of Sancho Panza, who, when it was proposed to give him a government, requested it might be a government of blacks, as then, if he could not agree with his people, he might sell. One of his friends, who sat next to me, said Franklin, why do you continue to side? With those damned Quakers, son, had you not better sell them? The proprietor would give you a good price, the governor replied. Has not yet blacked them enough. He, indeed, had labored hard to blacken the Assembly and all his messages. But they wiped off his coloring as fast as he laid it on and placed it, in return thick upon his own face. So that finding he Benjamin Franklin 135 was likely to be negrified himself, he, as well as Mr. Hamilton, grew tired of the contest and quitted the government. These public quarrels were all at bottom owing to the proprietaries, our hereditary governors, who, when any expense was to be incurred for the defense of their province, with incredible meanness instructed their deputies to pass no act for levying the necessary taxes, unless their vast estates were in the same act expressly exonerated. And they had even taken the bonds off these deputies to observe such instructions. The assemblies for 3 years held out against this injustice, though constrained to bend at last. At length, Captain Denny, who was Governor Morris's successor, ventured to disobey those instructions. How that was brought about, I shall show hereafter. But I am got forward too fast with my story. There are still some transactions to be mentioned that happened during the administration of Governor Morris. War being in a manner commenced with France, the government of Massachusetts, they projected an attack upon Crown Point and sent Mr. Quincy to Pennsylvania and Mr. Pownell, afterward Governor Pownell, to New York to solicit assistance. As I was in the Assembly, knew its temper, and was Mr. Quincy's countryman, he applied to me for my influence and assistance. I dictated his address to them, which was well received. They voted an aid of £10,000 to be laid out in provisions. But the governor, refusing his assent to their bill, which included this with other sums granted for the use of the crown, unless a clause were inserted exempting the proprietary estate from bearing any part of the tax that would be necessary. The Assembly, though very desirous of making their grant to New England effectual, were at a loss how to accomplish it. Mr. Quincy labored hard with the governor to obtain his assent, but he was obstinate. I then suggested a method of doing the business without the 136 Autobiography of Governor by orders on the trustees of the loan office, which by law the Assembly had the right of drawing. There was indeed little or no money at the time in the office, and therefore I proposed that the orders should be payable in a year, and to bear an interest of 5%. With these orders, I suppose the provisions might easily be purchased. The Assembly, with very little hesitation, adopted the proposal. The orders were immediately printed, and I was one of the committee directed to sign and dispose of them. The fund for paying them was the interest of all the paper currency then extant in the province upon loan, together with the revenue arising from the excise, which being known to be more than sufficient, they obtained credit, and were not only taken in payment for the provisions, but many moneyed people who had cash lying by them vested it in those orders, which they found advantageous, as they bore interest while upon hand, and might on any occasion be used as money. So that they were eagerly all bought up, and in a few weeks none of them was to be seen. Thus this important affair was by my means completed. Mr. Quincy returned, thanks to the Assembly, in a handsome memorial, went home highly pleased with the success of his embassy, and ever after bore for me the most cordial and affectionate friendship. The British government, not choosing to permit the union of the colonies as proposed at Albany, and to trust that union with their defense, lest they should thereby grow too military and feel their own strength. Suspicion and jealousies at this time being entertained of them, sent over General Braddock, with 2 regiments of regular English troops for that purpose. He landed at Alexandria in Virginia, and thence marched to Fredericktown in Maryland, where he halted for carriages. Our Assembly, apprehending from some information that he had conceived violent prejudices against them, as averse to the service, wished me to wait upon him, not as from them, but as Postmaster General, under the guise of proposing to settle with Benjamin Franklin, 137, him the mode of conducting with most celerity and certainty the dispatches between him and the governors of the several provinces, with whom he must necessarily have continual correspondence, and of which they proposed to pay the expense. My son accompanied me on this journey. We found the general at Fredericktown, waiting impatiently for the return of those he had sent through the back parts of Maryland and Virginia to collect wagons. I stayed with him several days, dined with him daily, and had full opportunities of removing his prejudices by the information of what the Assembly had before his arrival actually done, and were still willing to do to facilitate his opera. When I was about to depart, the returns on wagons to be obtained were brought in, by which it appeared that they amounted only to 25, and not all of those were in serviceable condition. The general and all the officers were surprised, declared the expedition was then at an end, being impossible, and exclaimed against the ministers for ignorantly sending them into a country destitute of the means of conveying their stores, baggage, etc. Not less than 150 wagons being necessary. I happen to say I thought it was a pity they had not been landed in Pennsylvania, as in that country almost every farmer had his wagon. The general eagerly laid hold of me words and said, "Then you, sir, who are a man of interest there, can probably procure them for us, and I beg you will undertake it." I asked what terms were to be offered the owners of the wagons, and I was desired to put on paper the terms that appeared to me necessary. This I did, and they were agreed to, and a commission and instructions accordingly prepared immediately. What thus the terms were will appear in the advertisement I published as soon as I arrived at Lancaster, which being from the great and sudden effect it produced, a piece of some curiosity. I shall insert it at length, as follows. 138 Autobiography of Advertisement. Lancaster, April 26, 1755. Whereas 150 wagons with 4 horses to each wagon, and 1,500 saddler pack horses, are wanted for the service of His Majesty's forces now about to rendezvous at Will's Creek, and His Excellency General Braddock having been pleased to empower Meadow contract for 4 year of design. I here begive notice that I shall attend for that purpose at Lancaster from this day to next. OWFRED. IHDDVARICEON 9 double on IEFDRYMOSTMOVNAIGCRXORTF HWSADGAOYTN HTLD paid for Italian with 4 good horses and a driver, 15 shillings per. And for each able horse with a pack saddle or other saddle and furniture, 2 shillings per diem. And for each able horse without a saddle, 18 pence per diem. 2. That to pay commence from time after joining the forces at Will's Creek, which must be an hour before through a mile ensuing. and that a reasonable allow, and be paid over and dabo for the time necessary for their traveling to will scree canned home again after their discharge. 3. Ihuagon anteam and ever a saddler pack horsisto, bevalued by indifferent PA and Alroy. So WSGOCNMB at OSTENB at RNSDE DTS INPCR AIC or FCCTRDLNSG. So the F such valuation is to be allowed and paid. 4. 7 days. Pay is to be advanced and paid in hand by Mtathi owner of Fiat Kragan and Timo. BBRISDEBA. I Elmilmibur. I here PQAUI. I'm RAFTTHERAUI. No drivers off wagons or persons taking care of the hired horses. Area on account of beckoned upon to do the duty of soldiers, or be otherwise employed fan in conducting or taking care of their carriages or horses. All oats, Indian corn, or other forage that wagons or horses bring to the camp, more than is necessary for the subsistence of the horses, is to be taken for the use of the army, and a reasonable price, no PT. AEID for Mentio, MD for Lilium Franklin, Esempowera Tontrek, contracts with an 8 persona in Cumberland County. B. Franklin, to the inhabitants of the counties of Lancaster, York, and Cumberland, friends and countrymen. Being occasionally at the camp at Frederica a few days since, it found the general and officers extremely exasperated on account of their not being supplied with horses and carriages, which had been expected from this province, as most able to Benjamin F. Cacax clicks, 139 furnished them. Hut through dissensions between our governor and assembly. Money had not been provided, nor any steps taken for that purpose. EGI was proposed to send an armed foray immediately into these counties to seize aspen off the best carriages, hound horses as should be wanted, and comply as many persons in the services what be necessary to drive and take care of them. I apprehended that the progress of British soldiers through these counties on such an occasion, especially considering the temper they are in and their resentment against us, would be attended with many and great inconveniences to the inhabitants. And therefore more willingly took the trouble of trying first what might be done by fair and equitable means. The people of these back committees have lately complained to the assembly that a sufficient currency was wanting you have an opportunity for receiving and dividing among you accounts, either ablesome, for if the service of this expedition should continue, as it is more than probable it will, for 120 days, the hire of these wagons and horses will amount to upward of 30,000 pounds, which will be paid you in silver and gold off Vikings money. Yet the service will be light and easy. Fort Army will scarce march above 12 miles per day, and the wagons and baggage horses, as they carry those things that are absolutely necessary to few welfare of TARE, MyRS, IKME. Us a TLWM, AAYRS, TLWA, ICT at LUSA, HMT. If you're really, as I believe you're, and loyal subjects to His Majesty, you may know do a most acceptable service and make. I TSCO yourselves for 3 or 4 of Suchaskanat, the paratilis bar from the business. Their plantation Soligan and for horses, and a driver may do it together, on a furnishing few wagon, another 1 or 2 horses, and another the driver, and divide the pay proportionately between you. But if you do not this service to use your king and country voluntarily, when such good pay and reasonable terms are offered to you, your loyalty will be strongly suspected. The king's business must be done so many brave troops. Come so far for your defense, must not stod, idly through your backwardness to Dalhat, may be reasonably expected from you. Wagons and horse must be had, VLEWDR, ILRPE, UBCLNB, F. IOT RERCEOGMAPRDNSDEO and subtheal interest in this affair, as except the satisfaction of endeavoring to the good, it shall have unlimited about. If this method of obtaining through wagons and horses is not likely, succeed EPDP OSIM. Sir objet LOI, can vous believe RT, HLD, what's RT, filter. I know DELI to match EDDELI. Ja, WHU are large fries. Ja, in a DDLB den, ADL, Wisher, BFGDL. But that sum being insufficient, I advanced upward of 200 pounds more. And in 2 weeks, the 150 wagons, with 259 carrying horses, were on their march for the camp. The advertisement promised payment according to the valuation, in case any wagons or horses should be lost. The owners, however, alleging they did not know General Braddock, or what dependence might be had on his promise, insisted on my bond for the performance, which I accordingly gave them. While I was at the camp supping one evening with the officers of Colonel Dunbar's regiment, he represented to me his concern for the subalterns, who, he said, were generally not in affluence, and could ill afford in this dear country to lay in the stores that might be necessary in so long a march through a wilderness where nothing was to be purchased. I commiserated their case and resolved to endeavor procuring them some relief. I said nothing, however, to him of my intention, but wrote the next morning to the committee of the assembly, who had the disposition of some public money, warmly recommending the case of these officers to their consideration, and proposing that a present should be sent them of necessaries and refreshments. My son, who had some experience of a camp life and of its wants, drew up a list for me, which I enclosed in my letter. The committee approved and used such diligence that, conducted by my son, the stores arrived at the camp as soon as the wagons. They consisted of 20 parcels, each containing 6 loaf sugar, 1 keg containing 20 pounds, good 60 muscovado dew, butter, 1 pound green tea, 2 dozen old maid ruin, 1 dew, bojetta, 2 gallon Jamaica spirits, 6 ground coffee, 1 bottle flour of mustard, 6 chocolate, 2 well-cured hams, Benjamin Franklin, 141 dozen dried tongues, albert pepper, 6 pounds rice, 1 quart white vinegar, 6 dew raisins, 1 Gloucester cheese. These parcels, well packed, were placid and as money horses, each parcel with the horse being intended as a present for an officer. They were very thankfully received, and the kindness acknowledged by letters to me from the colonels of both regiments in the most grateful terms. The general, too, was highly satisfied with my conduct in procuring him the wagons, and readily paid my account of disbursements, thanking me repeatedly and requesting my further assistance in sending provisions after him. I undertook this also, and was busily employed in it till we heard of his defeat, advancing for the service of my own money upward of 1,000 pounds sterling, of which I sent him in a camp. It came to his hands, luckily for me, a few days before the battle, and he returned me immediately an order on the paymaster for the round sum of 1,000 pounds, leaving the remainder to the next account. I consider this payment as good luck, having never been able to obtain the remainder, of which more hereafter. This general was, I think, a brave man, and might probably have made a figure as a good officer in some European war. But he had too much self-confidence, too high an opinion of the valid, of regular troops, and too mean a one of both Americans and Indians. George Crawhan, our Indian interpreter, joined him on his march with 100 of those people, who might have been of great use to his army as guides and scouts, if he had treated them kindly, but he slighted and neglected them, and they gradually left him. In conversation with him one day, he was giving me some account of his intended progress. After taking Fort Duquesne, said he, I am to proceed to Niagara, and having taken that, to Frontenac, if the season will allow time, and J. 142 Autobiography of Suppose It Will, for Duquesne can hardly detain me above 3 or 4 days. And then I see nothing that can obstruct my march to Niagara. Having before revolved in my mind the long line his army must make in their march by a very narrow railroad to be cut for them through the wood sand bushes. And also what I had read of a former defeat of 1,500 French who invaded the Illinois country, I had conceived some doubts and some fears for the event of the campaign. But I ventured only to say, to be sure, sir, if you arrive well before Duquesne with these fine troops, so well provided with artillery, the fort, though completely fortified and assisted with a very strong garrison, can probably make but a short resistance. The only danger I apprehend of obstruction to your march is from the ambuscades of the Indians, who by constant practice are dexterous in laying and executing them, and the slender line, near 4 miles long, which your army must make, may expose it to be attacked by surprise in its flanks, and to be cut like a thread into several pieces, which from their distance cannot come up in time to support each other. He smiled at my ignorance, and replied, "The savages, indeed, be a formidable enemy to your raw American militia, but upon the king's regular and disciplined troops, sir, it is impossible they should make any impression." I was conscious of an impropriety in my disputing with a military man in matters of his profession, and said no more. The enemy, however, did not take the advantage of his army, which I apprehended its long line of march exposed it to, but let it advance without interruption, till within 9 miles of the place. And then, when more in a body, for it had just passed a river, where they had halted till all were come over, and in a more open part of the woods than any it had passed, attacked its advance guard by a heavy fire from the hintry sand bushes, which was first intelligence the general had often enemies being near him. This guard being disordered, the general hurried the troops up to their assist Benjamin Franklin 143 ants, which was done in great confusion through wagons, baggage, and cattle, and presently fire came upon their flank. The officers, being on horseback, were more easily distinguished, picked out as marks, and fell very fast, and the soldiers were crowded together in a huddle, having or hearing no orders, and standing till we should tap till 2/3 were killed. And then, being seized with a panic, the remainder fled with precipitation. The wagoners took each a horse out of his team and scampered. Their example was immediately followed by others, so that all the wagons, provisions, artillery, and stores were left to the enemy. The general, being wounded, was brought off with difficulty. His secretary, Mr. Shirley, was killed by his side, and out of 86 officers, 63 were killed or wounded, and 714 men killed of 1,100. These 1,100 had been picked men from the whole army. The rest had been left behind with Colonel Dunbar, who was to follow with the heavier part off the stores, provisions, and baggage. The flyers, not being pursued, arrived at Dunbar's camp, and the panic they brought with them instantly seized him and all his people. And though he had now above 1,000 men, and the enemy who had beaten Braddock did not at most exceed 400 Indians and French together, instead of proceeding and endeavoring to recover some of the lost honor, he ordered all the stores, ammunition, etc., to be destroyed, that he might have more horse to assist his flight toward the settlements and less lumber to remove. He was there met with requests from the governors of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania that he would post his troops on the frontiers, so as to afford some protection to the inhabitants, but he continued his hasty march through all the country, not thinking himself safe till he arrived at Philadelphia, where the inhabitants could protect him. This whole transaction gave us Americans the first suspicion that our exalted ideas of the prowess of British regular troops had not been well founded. 144 Autobiography in their first march, too. From their landing till they got beyond the settlements, had plundered and stripped the inhabitants, totally ruining some poor families, besides insulting, abusing, and confining the people if they remonstrated. This was enough to put us out of conceit of such defenders of we had really wanted. How different was the conduct of four French friends in 1781, who during a march through the most inhabited part of our country, from Rhode Island to Virginia, near 700 miles, occasioned not the smallest complaint for the loss of a pig, a chicken, or even an apple. Captain Orme, who was one of the general's aides de camp, and being grievously wounded, was brought off with him and continued with him to his death, which happened in a few days, told me that he was totally silent all the first day, and at night, I said, who would have thought it, that he was silent again the following day, saying only at last, "We shall better know how to deal with them another time," and died in a few minutes after. The secretary's papers with all the general's orders, instructions, and correspondence, falling into the enemy's hands, they selected and translated into French a number of the articles which they printed to prove the hostile intentions of the British court before the declaration of war. Among these, I saw some letters of the general to the ministry, speaking highly of the great service I had rendered to the army and recommending me to their notice. David Hume, while as some years afterward secretary to Lord Hertford when minister in France, and afterward to General Conway when Secretary of State, told he had seen among the papers in that office letters from Braddock highly recommending me. But the expedition, having been unfortunate, my service, it seems, was not thought of much value, for those recommendations were never of any use to me. As to rewards from himself, I asked only one, which was that he would give orders to his officers not to enlist any more of our Benjamin Franklin, 145 bought servants, and that he would discharge such as had been already enlisted. This he readily granted, and several were accordingly returned to their masters in the application. Dunbar, when the command devolved on him, was not so generous. He being at Philadelphia on his retreat, or rather flight, I applied to him for the discharge of the servants of 3 poor farmers of Lancaster County that he had enlisted, reminding him of the late general's orders on that head. He promised me that if the masters would come to him at Trenton, where he should be in a few days in his march to New York, he would there deliver their men to them. They accordingly were at the expense of going to Trenton, and there he refused to perform his promise, to their great loss and disappointment. As soon as the loss of the wagons and horses was generally known, all the owners came upon me for the valuation which I had given bond to pay. Their demands gave me a great deal of trouble. I acquainted them that the money was ready in the paymaster's hands, but the order for paying it must first be obtained from General Shirley, and that I had applied for it, but he being at a distance, an answer could not soon be received. And they must have patience. All this, however, was not sufficient to satisfy them, and some began to sue me. General Shirley at length relieved me from this terrible situation by appointing commissioners to examine the claims and ordering payment. They amounted to near 20,000 pounds, which to pay would have ruined me. Before we had the news of this defeat, the 2 doctors Bond came to me with a subscription paper for raising money to defray the expenses of a grand fire, which it was intended to exhibit at a rejoicing on receiving the news of our taking Fort Duquesne. I looked grave and said it would, I thought, be time enough to prepare the rejoicing when we knew we should have occasion to rejoice. They seemed surprised that I did not immediately comply with their proposal. Why the D1 146 autobiography of said one of them? You surely don't suppose that the fort will not be taken. I don't know that it will not be taken. I don't know. But I know that the events of Aurora are subject to great uncertainty. I gave them the reasons of my doubting. The subscription was dropped, and the projectors thereby missed the mortification they would have undergone if the firework had been prepared. Dr. Bond, on some other occasion afterward, said that he did not like Franklin's forebodings. Chapter 11, Governor Morris, who had continually worried the assembly with message after message before the defeat of Braildock, to beat them into the making of acts to raise money for the defense of the province, without taxing, among others, the proprietary estates, and had rejected all their bills for not having such an exempting clause. Now, redoubled his attacks with more hope of success, the danger and necessity being greater. The assembly, however, continued firm, believing they had just Tice on their side, and that it would be giving up an essential right if they suffered the governor to amend their money bills. In one of the last, indeed, which was for granting 50,000 pounds, his proposed amendment was only of a single word. The bill expressed that all estates real and personal were to be taxed, those of the proprietaries not accepted. His amendment was for not read only, a small but very material alteration. However, when the news of the disaster reached England, our friends there, whom we had taken care to furnish with all the assembly's answers to the governor's messages, raised a clamor against the proprietaries for their meanness and injustice in giving their governor such instructions. Some going Benjamin Franklin 147 so far as to say that by obstructing the defense of their province they forfeited their right to it. They were intimidated by this, and sent orders to their receiver general to add 5,000 pounds of their money to whatever sum might be given by the assembly for such purpose. This being testified to the House, was accepted in lieu of their share, OFA general tax, and a new bill was formed with an exempting clause, which passed accordingly. By this act, I was appointed one of the commissioners for disposing of the money, 60,000 pounds. I had been active in modeling the bill and procuring its passage, and had at the same time drawn one for establishing and disciplining a voluntary militia, which I carried through the house without much difficulty, as care was taken in it to leave the Quakers at liberty. To promote the association necessary to form the militia, I wrote a dialogue stating and answering all the objections I could think of to such a militia, which was printed, and had, as I thought, great effect. While the several companies in the city and country were forming and learning their exercise, the governor prevailed with me to take charge of our northwestern frontier, which was infested by the enemy, and provide for the defense of the inhabitants by raising troops and building a line of forts. I undertook this military business, though I did not conceive myself well qualified for it. He gave me a commission with full powers and a parcel of blank commissions for officers to be given to whom I thought fit. He had but little difficulty in raising men, having soon 560 under my command. My son, who had in the preceding war been an officer in the army raised against Canada, was my aide-de-camp and of great use to me. The Indians had burned Gnadenhutten, a village settled by the Moravians, and massacred the inhabitants. But the place was thought a good situation for one of the forts. In order to march thither, I assembled the companies at 148 Autobiography of Bethlehem, the chief establishment of these people. I was surprised to find it in so good a posture of defense. The destruction of Gnadenhutten had made them apprehend danger. The principal buildings were defended by a stockade they had purchased, a quantity of arms and ammunition from New York, and had even placed quantities of small paving stones between the windows of their high stone houses, for their women to throw them down upon the heads of any Indians that should attempt to force into them. The armed brethren, too, kept watch, and relieved each other on guard as methodically as in any garrison town. In conversation with the bishop, Spangenberg, I meant, on my surprise, for, knowing they had obtained an act of parliament exempting them from military duties in the colonies, I had supposed they were conscientiously scrupulous of bearing arms. Answered me that it was not one of their established principles, but at the time of their obtaining that act it was thought to be a principle with many of their people. On this occasion, however, they, to their surprise, found it adopted by but few. It seemed they were either deceived in themselves or deceived the Parliament, but common sense, aided by present danger, will sometimes be too strong for whimsical opinions. It was the beginning of January when we set out upon this business of building forts. I sent one detachment toward the Minnesink, with instructions to erect one for the security of that upper part of the country, and another to the lower part, with similar instructions, and I concluded to go myself with the rest, off me force to Gnadenhutten, where a fort was thought more immediately necessary. The Moravians procured me 5 wagons for our tool stores and baggage. Just before we had left Bethlehem, 11 farmers, who had been driven from their plantations by the Indians, came to me requesting a supply of firearms that they might go back and bring off their cattle. I gave them each a gun with suitable ammunition. We had not marched many miles before it began Benjamin Franklin, 149, to rain, and it continued raining all day. There were no habitations on the road to shelter. Still we arrived near night at the house of a German, where, and in his barn, we were all huddled together, as wet as waters. It was well we were not attacked in our march, for our arms were of the most ordinary sort, and our men could not keep the locks of their guns dry. The Indians are dexterous in contrivances for that purpose, which we had not. They met that day the 11 poor fanners above mentioned and killed 10 of them. The one that escaped informed us that his and his companions' guns would not go off, the priming being wet with the rain. The next day, being fair, we continued our march, and arrived at the desolated Gnadenhutten. There was a mill near, round which were left several pine boards, with which we soon hutted ourselves, an operation the more necessary at that inclement season, as we had no tents. Our first work was to bury more effectualized dead we found there, who had been half interred by the country people. The next morning our fort was planned and marked out, the circumference measuring 455 feet, which would require as many palisades to be made, one with another, of a foot diameter each. Our axes, of which we had 70, were immediately set to work to cut down trees, and our men being dexterous in the use of them, great dispatch was made. Seeing the trees foil so fast, I had the curiosity to look at my watch when 2 men began to cut at a pine in 6 minutes. They had it upon the ground, and I found it of 14 inches diameter. each diameter 3 palisade 15 feet long, pointed at one end. While these were preparing, our other men dug a trench all around, all 3 feet deep, in which the palisades were to be planted. And the bodies being taken off our wagons and the fore and hind wheels separated by taking out the pin which united the two parts of the perch. We had 10 carriages with 2 horses each to bring the palisades from the woods to. 150 Autobiography of the spot. When they were set up, our carpenters built a platform of boards all ran within, about 6 feet high, for the men to stand on, when tow fire through the loopholes. We had 1 swivel gun, which we mounted on one of the angles and fired it as soon as fixed, to let the Indians know, if any were within hearing, that we had such pieces. And thus our fort, if that name may be given to so miserable a stockade, was finished in a week, though it rained so hard every other day that the men could not work. This gave me occasion to observe that when men are employed, they are best contented, for on the days they worked, they were good-natured and cheerful. And with the consciousness of having done a good day's work, they spent the evening jollily. But on idle days, they were mutinous and quarrelsome, finding fault with the pork, the bread, etc., and were continually in bad humor, which put me in mind of a sea captain whose ride it was to keep his men constantly at work. And when his mate once told him that they had done everything, and there was nothing further to employ them about, "Oh," said he, "make them scour the anchor." This kind offered, however contemptible, is a sufficient defense against Indians who have no cannon. Finding ourselves now posted securely, and having a place to retreat to on occasion, we ventured out in parties to scour the adjacent country. We met with no Indians, but we found the places on the neighboring hills where they had lain to watch our proceedings. There was an art in their contrivance of those places that seems worth mentioning. It being winter, a fire was necessary for them, but a common fire on the surface of the ground would, by its light, have discovered their position at a distance. They had therefore dug holes in the ground about 3 feet in diameter and somewhat deeper. We found where they had, with their hatchets, cut off the charcoal from the sides of burnt logs lying in the woods. With these coals they had made small fires in Benjamin Franklin, 151, the bottom of the holes, and we observed among the weeds and grass the prints of their bodies, made by their lying all round with their legs hanging down in the holes to keep their feet warm, which, with them, is an essential point. This kind of fire, so managed, could not discover them, either by its light, flame, sparks, or even smoke. It appeared that the number was not great, and it seems they saw we were too many to be attacked by them with prospect of advantage. We had for our chaplain a zealous Presbyterian minister, Mr. Beard, who complained to Methathaman did not generally yet tend his prayers and exhortations. When they enlisted, there were promised, besides pay and provisions, a gill offrum a day, which was punctual served out to them, half in the morning and the other half in the evening, and I observed they were punctual in attending to receive it, upon which I said to Mr. Beatty, "It is perhaps below the dignity of your profession to act as steward of the rum, but if you were only to distribute it out after prayers, you would have them all about you." He liked the thought, undertook the task, and with the help of a few hands to measure out the liquor executed it to satisfaction. And never were prayers more generally and more punctually attended, so that I think this method preferable to the punishment inflicted by some military laws for non-attendance on divine service. I had hardly finished this business and got my fort well stored with provisions when I received a letter from the governor acquainting me that he had called the assembly, and wished my attendance there if the posture of affairs on the frontiers was such that my remaining there was no longer necessary. Sari, my friends too, of the assembly, pressing at the meeting, and my 3 intended forts being now completed, and the inhabitants contented to remain on their farms under that protection, I resolved to return, the more willingly, as a New England officer, Colonel Clapham. 152 Autobiography of Experienced in Indian War, being on a visit to our establishment, consented to accept the command. I gave him a commission, and parading the garrison, had it read before them, and introduced him to them as an officer who, from his skill in military affairs, was much more fit to command them than myself, and give ye a theme a little exhortation, took my leave. I was escorted as far as Bethlehem, where I rested a few days to recover from the fatigue I had undergone. The first night, lying in a good bed, I could hardly sleep. It was so different from my hard lodging on the floor of a hut at Nadenhutton, with only a blanket or two. While at Bethlehem, I inquired a little into the practices of the Moravians. Some of them had accompanied me, and all were very kind to me. I found they worked for a common stock, eat at common tables, and slept in common dormitories, great numbers together. In the dormitories, I observed loopholes at certain distances all along, just under the ceiling, which I thought judiciously placed for change of air. I went to their church, where I was entertained with good music, the organ being accompanied with violins, hautboys, flutes, clarinets, etc. I understood their sermons were not usually preached to mixed congregations of men, women, and children, as is our common practice, but that they assembled sometimes the married men, at other times their wives, then the young men, the young women, and the little children, each division by itself. The sermon I heard was to the latter, who came in and were placed in rows on benches, the boys under the conduct of a young man, their tutor, and the girls conducted by a young woman. The discourse seemed well adapted to their capacities, and was delivered in a pleasing, familiar manner, coaxing them, as it were, to be good. They behaved very orderly, but looked pale and unhealthy, which made me suspect they were kept too much within doors, or not allowed sufficient exercise. I inquired concerning the Moravian marriages, whether the Benjamin Franklin 153 report was true, that they were by lot. I was told that lots were used only in particular cases, that generally when a young man found himself disposed to marry, he informed the elders of his class, who consulted the elder ladies that governed the young women. As these elders of the different sexes were well acquainted with the tempers and dispositions of their respective pupils, they could best judge what matches were suitable, and their judgments were generally acquiesced in. But if, for example, it should happen that 2 or 3 young women were found to be equally proper for the young man, the lot was then recurred to. I objected if the matches are not made by the mutual choice of the parties, some of them may chance to be very unhappy. And so they may, and sweared my informer, if you let the parties choose for themselves, which indeed I could not deny. Being returned to Philadelphia, I found the association went on with great success. The inhabitants that were not Quakers, having pretty generally come into it, formed themselves into companies, and chose their captains, lieutenants, and ensigns, according to the new law. Dr. Bond visited me and gave me an account of the pains he had taken to spread a general good liking of the law, and ascribed much to those endeavors. I had the vanity to ascribe all to my dialogue, however, not knowing, but that he might be in the right. I let him enjoy his opinion, which I take to be generally the best way in such cases. The officers meeting chose me to be colonel of the regiment, which I this time accepted. I forget how many companies we had, but we paraded about 1,200 well-looking men with a company of artillery, who had been furnished with 6 brass field pieces, which they had become so expert in the use of as to fire 12 times in a minute. The first time I reviewed my regiment, they accompanied me to my house, and would salute me with some rounds fired before my door, which shook down and broke several glasses of my Elec 54 Autobiography of Benjamin. And our new honor proved not much less brittle, for all our commissions were soon after broken by a repeal of the law in England. During this short time of my colonelship, being about to set out on a journey to Virginia, the officers of my regiment took it into their heads that it would be proper for them to escort me out of town as far as the lower ferry. Just as I was getting on horseback, they came to my door, between 30 and 40, mounted and all in their uniforms. I had not been previously acquainted with their project, or I should have prevented it, being naturally averse to the assuming of state on any occasion, and I was a good deal chagrined at their appearance, as I could not avoid their accompanying me. What made it worse was that as soon as we began to move, they drew their swords and rode with them naked all the way. Somebody wrote an account of this to the proprietor, and it gave him great offense. No such honor had been paid to him when in the province, nor to any of his governors, and he said it was only proper to princes of the blood royal, which may be true for aught I know who was, and still am, ignorant of the etiquette in such cases. This silly affair, however, greatly increased his rancor against me, which was before considerable on account of my conduct in the assembly respecting the exemption of his estate from taxation, which I had always opposed very warmly, and not without severe reflections on the meanness and injustice of contending for it. He accused me to the ministry as being the great obstacle to the king's service, preventing by my influence in the House the proper form of the bills for raising money, and he instanced the parade with my officers as a proof of my having an intention to take the government of the province out of his hands by force. He also applied to Sir Everard Falconer, the Postmaster General, to deprive me of my office, but it had no other effect than to procure from Sir Everard a gentle admonity. Benjamin Franklin, 155 notwithstanding the continual wrangle between the governor and the House, in which I as a member had so large a share, there still subsisted a civil intercourse between that gentleman and myself, and we never had any personal difference. I have sometimes since thought that his little or no resentment against me, for the answers it was known, I drew up to his messages might be the effect of professional habit, and that, being bred a lawyer, he might consider us both as merely advocates for contending clients in a suit, he for the proprietaries and I for the assembly. He would therefore sometimes call in a friendly way to advise with me on difficult points, and sometimes, though not often, take my advice. We acted in concert to supply Braddock's army with provisions, and when the shocking news arrived of his defeat, the governor sent in haste for me to consult with him on measures for preventing the desertion of the back counties. I forget now the advice I gave, but I think it was that Dunbar should be written to and prevailed with, if possible, to post his troops on the frontiers for their protection, until by reinforcements from the colonies he might be able to proceed in the expedition, and after my return from the frontier, he would have had me undertake the conduct of such an expedition with provincial troops for the reduction of Fort Duquesne. Dunbar and his men being otherwise employed, and he proposed to commission me as general. I had not so good an opinion of my military abilities as he professed to have, and I believe his professions must have exceeded his real sentiments, but probably he might think that my popularity would facilitate the business with the men and influence in the assembly to pay for it, and that perhaps, without taxing the proprietary, finding me not so forward to engage as he expected, the project was dropped, and he soon after left the government, being superseded by Captain Denny. Before I proceed in relating the part I had in Public Affairs 156 Autobiography under this new governor's administration, it may not be amiss to give here some account of the rise and progress of my philosophical reputation. In 1746, being in Boston, I met there with a Dr. Spence, who was lately arrived from Scotland, and showed me some electric experiments. They were imperfectly performed, as he was not very expert, but being on a subject quite new to me, they equally surprised and pleased me. Soon after my return to Philadelphia, our library company received from Mr. Peter Collinson, fellow of the Royal Society of London, a present of a glass tube, with some account of the use of it in making such experiments. He eagerly seized the opportunity of repeating what I had seen at Boston, and by much practice acquired great readiness in performing those also which we had an account of from England, adding a number of new. I say much practice, for my house was continually full for some time with persons who came to see these new wonders. To divide a little this encumbrance among my friends, I caused a number of similar tubes to be blown in our glass house, with which they furnished themselves, so that we had at length several performers. Among these, the principal was Mr. Kinnersley, an ingenious neighbor who, being out of business, I encouraged him to undertake showing the experiments for money, and drew up for him 2 lectures, in which the experiments were arranged in such order and accompanied with explanations in such method as that the foregoing should assist in comprehending the following. He procured an elegant apparatus for the purpose, in which all the little machines that I had roughly made for myself were neatly formed by instrument makers. His lectures were well attended and gave great satisfaction, and after some time he went through the colonies, exhibiting them in every capital town, and picked up some money. In the West India Islands, indeed, it was with difficulty the experiments could be made from the general moisture of the air. Benjamin Franklin, 157, obliged as we were to Mr. Collinson for the present of the tube, etc. I thought it right he should be informed of our success in his Singet, and wrote him several letters containing accounts of our experiments. He got them read in the Royal Society, where they were not at first, though, worth so much notice as to be printed in their transactions. One paper which I wrote for Kinnersley on the success of lightning with electricity, I sent to Mr. Mitchell, an acquaintance of mine and one of the members also of that society, who wrote me word that it had been read, but was slogged at by the connoisseurs. The papers, however, being shown to Dr. Fothergill, he thought them off too much value to be stilled and advised the printing of them. Mr. Collinson then gave them to Cave for publication in his Gentleman's Magazine degree, but he chose to print them separately in a pamphlet, and Dr. Fothergill wrote the preface. Cave, it seems, judged rightly for his profession, for by the editions that arrive afterward, they swelled to a quarto volume, which has had 5 editions and cost him nothing for copy money. It was, however, some time before those papers were much taken notice of in England. A copy of them happening to fall into the hands of Count de Buffon, a philosopher, deservedly of great reputation in France, and indeed all over Europe, have prevailed with M. Dubreuil to translate them into French, and they were printed at Paris. The publication offended the Abbé Nollet, let preceptor in natural philosophy to the royal family, and an able experimenter who had formed and published a theory of electricity, which then had the general vogue. He could not at first believe that such a work came from America, and said it must have been fabricated by his enemies at Paris to oppose his system, afterward having been assured that there really existed such a person as Franklin at Philadelphia, which he had doubted. He wrote and published a volume of letters chiefly addressed to me, defending his theory and denying the verity of my experiments and of the positions deduced from them. 158 Autobiography of One's Purpose, answering the Abbé, and actually began the answer. But on consideration that my writings contained a description of experiments which anyone might repeat and verify, and if not to be verified, could not be defended or of observa, tion soffer das conjecturas, and not delivered dogmatically, therefore not laying me under any obligation to defend them, and reflecting that dispute between 2 persons, written in different languages, might be lengthened greatly by mistranslations and thence misconceptions of one another's meaning, much of one of the abbess letters being founded on an error in the translation, I concluded to let my papers shift for themselves. Believe, it was better to spend what time I could spare from public business in making new experiments than in disputing about those old made. I therefore never answered him with Nollet, and the event gave me no cause to repent my silence. For my friend Emile Leroy of the Royal Academy of Sciences took up my cause and refuted him. My book was translated into the Italian, German, and Latin languages, and the doctrine it contained was by degrees generally adopted by the philosophers of Europe, in preference to that of the Abbé, so that he lived to sec him self the last office sect except M.B. of Paris. His 11 odd immediate disciple. What gave my book the more sudden and general celebrity was the success of one of its proposed experiments, made Brim Dalibard and Delors at Marly, for drawing lightning from the clouds. This engaged the public attention everywhere. M. Delors, who had an apparatus for experimental philosophy and lectured in that branch of science, undertook to repeat what he called the Philadelphia experiments. And after they were performed before the king and court, all the curious of Paris flocked to see them. I will not swell this narrative with an account of that capital experiment, nor off the infinite pleasure I received ye success of a similar one I made soon after with the Kate of Philadelphia, as both are to be found in the histories of electricity. Benjamin Franklin, 159, Dr. Wright, an English physician, when at Paris, wrote to a friend who was one of the Royal Society an account of the high esteem my experiments were in among the learned abroad, and of their wonder that my writings had been so little noticed in England. The society on this resumed the consideration of the letters that had been read to them, and the celebrated Dr. Watson drew up a summary account of them, and of all I had afterward sent to England on the subject, which accompanied with some praise of the writer. This summary was then printed in their Transactions, and some members of the society in London, particularly very ingenious Mr. Canton, having verified the experiment of procuring lightning from the clouds by a pointed rod, and acquainted them with the success, they soon made me more than amends for the slight with which they had before treated me. Without my having made any application for that honor, they caused me a member, and voted that I should be excused the customary payments, which would have amounted to 25 guineas, and ever since have given me their transactions gratis. They also presented me with the gold medal of Sir Godfrey Copley for the year 1753, the delivery of which was accompanied by a very handsome speech of the President, Lord Macclesfield, wherein I was highly honored. Chapter 12. Our new governor, Captain Denny, brought over for me the before-mentioned medal from the Royal Society, which he presented to me at an entertainment given him by the city. He accompanied it with very polite expressions of his esteem for me, having, as he said, been interacquainted with my character. After dinner, when the company, as was customary at that time, 160 autobiography of were engaged in drinking, he took me aside in another room and acquainted me that he had been advised by his friends in England to cultivate a friendship with me, as one who was capable of giving him the best advice and of contributing most effectually to the making his administration easy. That he therefore desired of all things to have a good understanding with me, and he begged me to be assured of his readiness on all occasions to render me every service that might be in his power. He said much to me also of the proprietor's good disposition toward the province, and of the advantage it would be to us all, and to me in particular, if the opposition that had been so long continued to his measures were dropped and harmony restored between him and the people, in effecting which it was thought no one could be more serviceable than myself, and I might depend on adequate acknowledgments and recompenses. The drinkers, finding we did not return immediately to the table, sent us a decanter of Madeira, which for my liberals of in proportion, became a more profuse office, solicitations, and promises. My answers were to this purpose, that my circumstances, thanks to God, were such as to make proprietary favors unnecessary to me, and that being a member of the assembly, I could not possibly accept ophany, that, however, I had no personal enmity to the proprietary, and that whenever the public measures he proposed should appear to be for the good of the people, no one would espouse and forward them more zealously than myself. My past opposition having been founded on this, that the measures which had been urged were evidently intended to serve the proprietary interest, with great prejudice to that of the people. Now I was much obliged to him, the governor, for his profession of regard to me, and he might rely on everything in my power to render his administration as easy to him as possible. Hoping got these in time, that he had not brought with him the same unfortunate instructions his predecessors had been hampered with. Benjamin Franklin went on 61 on this. He did not then explain himself. But when he afterward came to do business with the assembly, they appeared again. The disputes were renewed, and I was as active as ever in the opposition, being the five men, first of the request to have a communication of the instructions, and then of the remarks upon them, which may be found in the votes of the Times, and in the Historical Review I afterward published. But between us personally no enmity arose. We were often together. He was a man of letters, had seen much of the world, and was entertaining and pleasing in conversation. He gave me informa, that my old friend Ralph was still alive, that he was esteemed one of the best political writers in England had been, employed in the dispute between Prince Frederick and the king, and had obtained a pension of £300 a year, that his reputation was indeed small as a poet. Pope having damned his poetry in the Dunciad, but his prose was thought as good as any man's, the assembly finally finding the proprietary obstinately persisted in shackling the deputies with instructions inconsistent, not only with the privileges of the people, but with the service of the crown, resolved to petition the king against them. Army appointed me their agent to go over England to present and support the petition. The House had sent up a bill to the governor, granting a sum of £60,000 for the king's use, £10,000 of which would have subjected to the orders of the then General Lord Loudoun, which the governor, in compliance with his instructions, absolutely refused to pass. I had agreed with Captain Morris of the packet at New York for my passage, and my stores were put on board when Lord Loudoun arrived at Philadelphia, expressly, as he told me, to endeavor an accommodation between the governor and assembly, that his Majesty's service might not be obstructed by their dissensions. Accordingly, he desired the governor and myself to meet him, that he might hear what was to be said on both 162 autobiography of sides. We met and discussed the business. In behalf of the assembly, I urged the various arguments that may be found in the public papers of that time, which were of my writing, and are printed with the minutes of the assembly. And the governor pleaded his instructions, the bond he had given to observe them, and his ruin if he disobeyed, yet seemed not unwilling to hazard himself afore lad doom, would advise it. This his lordship did not choose to do, though I once thought I had nearly prevailed with him to do it. But finally he rather chose to urge the compliance of the assembly, and he entreated me to use my all endeavors with them for that purpose, declaring that he would spare none of the king's troops for the defense of our frontiers, and that if we did not continue to provide for that defense ourselves, they must remain exposed to the enemy. I acquainted the House with what had passed and present, aiding them with a set of resolutions I had drawn up declaring our rights. That we did not relinquish our claim to those rights, but only suspended the exercise of them on this occasion through force, against which we protested. They at length agreed to drop that bill and frame another conformable to the proprietary instructions. This, of course, the governor passed, and I was then at liberty to proceed on my voyage. But in the meantime, the packet had sailed with my sea stores, which was some loss to me, and my only recompense was his lordship's thanks for my service, all the credit of obtaining the accommodation falling to his share. He set out for New York before me, and as the time for dispatching the packet boats was at his disposition, and there were 2 few remaining there, one of which, he said, was to sail very soon. I requested to know the precise time, that I might not miss her by any delay of mine. The answer was, I have given out that she is to sail on Saturday next, but I may let you know, entre nous, that if you are there by Monday morning, you will be in time. But do not delay longer. By some Axii Benjamin Franklin, 163 dental hindrance at a ferry, it was Monday noon before he arrived, and I was much afraid she might have sailed, as the wind was fair. But I was soon made easy by the information that she was still in the harbor, and would not move till the next July. One would imagine that I was now on the very point of departing for Europe. I thought so, but I was not then so well acquainted with his lordship's character, of which indecision was one of his strongest features. I shall give some instances. It was about the beginning of April that I came to New York, and I think it was near the end of June before we sailed. There were then 2 of the packet boats which had been long and ready, but were detained for the general's letters, which were always to be ready tomorrow. Another packet arrived. She, too, was detained, and before we sailed a 4th was expected. Ours was the first to be dispatched out of Boite longest. Passengers were engaged for all, and some extremely impatient to be gone, and the merchants uneasy about their letters, and for the orders they had given for insurance, it being wartime, and for automobile goods, but tire anxiety availed nothing. His lordship's letters were not ready, and yet whoever waited on him found him always at his desk, pen in hand, and concluded he must needs write abundantly. Going myself one morning to pay my respects, I found in his antechamber one in nearest, a messenger of Philadelphia, who had come thence express with a packet from Governor Denny for the general. He delivered to me some letters from my friends there, which occasioned my inquiring when he was to return and where he lodged, that I might send some letters by him. He told me he was ordered to call tomorrow at 9 for the general's answer to the governor, and should set off immediately. I put my letters into his hands the same day, a fortnight after I met him again in the same place. So you are soon returned, Innes. Returned. No, I am not gone yet. How so? I have called here this, and every morning these 2 weeks 164 autobiography have passed for his lordship's letters, and they are not yet ready. Is it possible, when he is so great a writer? For I see him constantly at his escritoire. Yes, said Innes, but he is like St. George on the signs, Aves on horseback, and never rides on. This observation of the messenger was, it seems, well founded, for when in England I understood that Mr. Pitt Degree, afterward Lord Chatham, gave it as one reason for removing this general and sending Generals Amherst and Wolfe, that the minister never heard from him and could not know what he was doing. In this daily expectation of sailing, and all the 3 packets going down to Sandy Hook to join the fleet there, the passengers thought it best to be on board, lest by a sudden order the ships should sail and they be left behind. There, if I remember, we were about 6 weeks consuming our sea stores and obliged to procure more. At length the fleet sailed, the general and all his army on board, bound to Louisburg with intent to besiege and take that fortress. And all the packet boats in company were ordered to attend the general's ship, ready to receive his dispatches when they should be ready. We were out 5 days before we got a letter with leave to part, and then our ship quitted the fleet and steered for England. The other 2 packets he still detained, carried them with him to Halifax, where he stayed some time to exercise his men in sham attacks upon sham forts, then altered his mind as to besieging Louisburg or returned to New York with all his troops, together with the 2 packets above mentioned, and all their passengers. During his absence, the French and savages had taken Fort George, on the frontier of that province, and the Indians had massacred many off the garrison after capitulation. I wondered much how such a man came to be entrusted with so important a business as the conduct of a great army, but having since seen more of the great world, and the means of obtaining and motives for giving places and employ, Benjamin Franklin 165 merits, my wonder is diminished. General Shirley, on whom the command of the army devolved upon the death of Braddock, would, in my opinion, if continued in place, have made a much better campaign than that of Loudon in 1756, which was frivolous, expensive, and disgraceful to our nation beyond conception. For though Shirley was not bred a soldier, he was sensible and sagacious in himself and attentive to good advice from others, capable of forming judicious plans, and quick and active in carrying them into execution. Instead of defending the colonies with his great army, left them totally exposed, while he paraded idly at Halifax, by which means Fort George was lost. Besides, he deranged all our mercantile operations and distressed our trade by a long embargo on the exportation of provisions, on pretense of keeping supplies from being obtained by the enemy, but in reality for beating down their price in favor of the contractors, in whose profits it was said perhaps from suspicion only, he had a share, and when at length the embargo was taken off, neglecting to send notice off it to Charleston, where the Carolina fleet was detained near 3 months, and whereby their bottoms were so much damaged by the worm that a great part of them foundered in their passage home. Shirley was, I believe, sincerely glad of being relieved from so burdensome a charge as the conduct of an army must be to a man unacquainted with military business. I was at the entertainment given by the city of New York to Lord Loudon on his taking upon him the command. Shirley, though thereby superseded, was present also. There was a great company of officers, citizens, and strangers, and some chairs having been borrowed in the neighborhood. There was one among them very low, which fell to the lot of Mr. Shirley. I sat by him, and perceiving it, I said, "They have given you a very low seat." "No matter, Mr. Franklin," said he. "I find a low seat the easiest." 166 Autobiography while I was, as before mentioned, detained at New York. I received all the accounts of the provisions, etc., that I had furnished to Braddock, some of which accounts could not sooner be obtained from the different persons I had employed to assist in the business. I presented them to Lord Loudon, desiring to be paid the balance. He caused them to be examined by the proper officer, who, after comparing every article with its voucher, certified them to be right. And his lordship promised to give me an order on the paymaster for the balance due to me. This was, however, put off from time to time, and though I called often for it the appointment, it did not jet it. At length, just before my departure, he told me he had, on better consideration, concluded not to mix his accounts with those of his predecessors. "And you," said he, "when in England, have only to exhibit your accounts to the treasury, and you will be paid immediately." I mentioned, but without effect, a great and unexpected expense I had been put to by being detained so long at New York as a reason for my desiring to be presently paid, and on my observing that it was not right, I should be put to any further trouble or delay in obtaining the money I had advanced, as I charged not commission for my service. "Oh," said he, "you must not think of persuading us that you're a rude game. We understand better those matters, and know that everyone concerned in supplying the army finds means, in the doing it, to fill his own pockets." I assured him that was not my case, and that I had not pocketed a farthing. But he appeared clearly not to believe me, and indeed I afterward learned that immense fortunes are often made in such employments. As to my balance, I am not paid it to this day, of which more hereafter. Our captain of the packet boasted much before we sailed of the swiftness of his ship. Unfortunately, when we came to sea, she proved the dullest of 96 sail, to his no small mortification. After many conjectures respecting the cause, when we Bexta JMX Franklin, 167 WW ship, almost as dull as ours, which, however, gained upon us, the captain ordered all hands to come aft and stand as near Thean staff as possible. We were, passengers included, about 40 persons. While we stood there, the ship mended her pace and soon left her neighbor far behind, which proved clearly what our captain suspected, that she was loaded too much by the head. The casks of water, it seems, had been all placed forward. These he therefore ordered to be moved further aft, on which the ship recovered her character and proved the best sailor in the fleet. The captain said she had once gone at the rate of 13 knots, which is accounted 13 miles per hour. We had on board as a passenger Captain Archibald Kennedy of the Royal Navy, who contended that it was impossible, that no ship ever sailed so fast, and that there must have been some error in the division of the log line or some mistake in heaving the log. A wager ensued between the two captains, to be decided when there should be sufficient weight. Kennedy therefore examined the log line, and being satisfied with it, he determined to throw the log himself. Some days after, when the wind was very fair and fresh, and the captain of the packet, Lutwidge, said he, believed she then went at the rate of 13 knots. Kennedy made the experiment and owned his wager lost. The foregoing fact I give for the sake of the following observation. It has been remarked as an imperfection in the art of shipbuilding that it can never be known till shipstride whether a new ship will or will not be a good sailor. For that, the model OFA good sailing ship has been exactly followed in a new one, which has been proved, on the contrary, remarkably dull. I apprehend that this may partly be occasioned by the different opinions of seamen respecting the modes of floating, rigging, and sailing of a ship. Each has his method, and the same vessel, laden by the methods and orders of one captain, shall sail worse than when by the orders of another. Besides, it scarce 168 autobiography of ever happens that a ship is formed, fitted for the sea, and sailed by the same person. One man builds the hull, another rigs her, a third loads and sails. No one of these has the advantage of knowing all the ideas and experience of the others, and therefore cannot draw just conclusions from a combination of the whole. Even in the simple operation of sailing, when at sea, I have often observed different judgments in the officers who commanded the successive watches, the wind being the same. One would have the sails trimmed sharper or flatter than another, so that they seem to have no certain rules to govern by. Yet I think a set of experiments might be instituted first to determine the most proper form of the hull for swift sailing. Next, the best dimensions and most proper place for the masts. Then the form and quantity of sails and their position as the winds may be. And lastly, the disposition of the lading. This is an age of experiments, and I'll think a set accurately made and combined would be of great use. We were several times chased in our passage, but outsailed everything, and in 30 days had soundings. We had a good observation, and the captain judged himself so near our Port Falmouth that if we made a good run in the night, we might be off the mouth of that harbor in the morning, and by running in the night might escape the notice of the enemy's privateers, who often cruised near the entrance of the channel. Accordingly, all the sail was set that we could possibly canny, and the wind being very fresh and fair, we stood right before it and made great way. The captain, after his observation, shaped his course, as he thought, so as to pass wide of the Scilly rocks. But it seems there is sometimes a strong current setting up St. George's Channel, which formerly caused the loss of Sir Leslie's Shovel Squadron in 1707. This was probably also the known cause of what happened to us. We had a watchman placed in the bow, to whom they often, Benjamin Franklin, 169, called, "Look well out before there," and he has often answered, "Aye, aye," but perhaps had his eyes shut and was half asleep at the time, though sometimes answering, as is said, mechanically, for he did not see a light just before us, which had been hid by the studding sails from the man at the helm and from the rest off the watch, but by an accidental yaw of the ship was discovered and occasioned a great alarm, we being very near it, the light appearing to me as large as a sack wheel. I was midnight and our captain fast asleep, but Captain Kennedy, jumping upon deck and seeing the danger, ordered the ship to wear round, all sails standing, an operation dangerous to the masts. But it carried us clear, and we avoided shipwreck, for we were running fast on the rocks on which the light was erected. This deliverance impressed me strongly with the utility of lighthouses, and made me resolve to encourage the building some of them in America, if I should live to return thither. In the morning it was found by the soundings that we were near our port, but a thick fog hid the land from our sight. About 9 o'clock the fog began to rise, and seemed to lifted up from the water like a curtain over theater, discover underneath the town of Falmouth, the vessels in the harbor, and the fields that surround it. This was a pleasing spectacle to those who had been long without any other prospect than the uniform view of a vacant ocean, and it gave us the more pleasure as we were now free from the anxieties which had arisen. I set out immediately with my son for London, and we only stopped a little by the way to view Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain and Lord Pembroke's house and gardens, with the very curious antiquities at Wilton. We arrived in London the 27th July, 1757. He knew of Autobiography. Poor Richard's Almanac, other papers in the early days of our country. Almanacs were a popular form of literature. Almost every farmer had an almanac hanging near the fireplace. These almanacs usually contained a monthly calendar, movements of the heavenly bodies, and a variety of information and useful literature. Franklin began the publication of such an almanac in 1732 and continued it for 25 years, claiming it was written by one Richard Saunders. In his almanac, Franklin began his proverbs with the phrase poor Richard says, as if we were quoting from Richard Saunders. And thus the almanac came to be called Poor Becomes Almanac. These proverbs, says Franklin, which contain the wisdom of many ages and nations, I assembled to inform and to connected discourse, prefixed to the Almanac of 1757, as the harangue of a wise old Monto people attending an auction. The bringing all these scattered counsels thus into a focus enabled them to make greater impression. The piece, being universally approved, was copied in all the newspapers of the continent and reprinted in Britain on a broadside. The best stuck up in houses, 12 translations were made of it in French in great numbers, both got by the clergy and gentry to distribute gratis among their poor parishioners and tenants. In Pennsylvania, as it discouraged useless expense in foreign superfluities. Some thought its share of influence in product in that growing plenty of money, which was observable for several years after its publication. The pages which follow were prefixed to the Almanac of 1757. 173, Poor Richard's Almanac, courteous reader, I have heard that nothing gives an author so great pleasure as to find his works respectfully quoted by other learned authors. This pleasure I have seldom enjoyed, for though I have been, if I may say it without vanity, an eminent author of almanacs annually now for a full quarter of a century, my brother authors in the same way, for what reason I know not, have ever been very sparing in their applauses. And no other author has taken the least notice of me, so that did not my writings produce me some solid pudding, the great deficiency of praise would have quite discouraged me. I concluded at length that the people were the best judges of my merit, for they buy my works, and besides, in my rambles, where I am not personally known, I have frequently heard one or other of my adages repeated. With as poor Richard says at the end of it, this gave me some satisfaction, as it showed not only that my instructions were regarded, but discovered likewise some respect for my authority. And I own that, to encourage the practice of remembering and repeating those sentences, I have sometimes quoted myself with great gravity. Judge, then how much I must have been gratified by an incident. I stopped my horse lately where a great number of people were collected at a venue of 176 Autobiography of Merchants' Goods. The hour of sale not being come, they were conversing on the badness of the times, and one of the company called to a plain, clean old man with white locks, Pray, Father Abraham, what think you of the times? Won't these heavy taxes quite ruin the country? How shall we ever be able to pay them? What would you advise us to? Father Abraham stood up and replied, If you would have my advice, I will give it you in short. For a word to the wise is enough. and many words won't fill a bushel, as Poor Richard says. They all joined, desiring him to speak his mind, and gathering round him, he proceeded as follows: Friends and neighbors, the taxes are indeed very heavy, and if those laid on by the government were the only ones we had to pay, we might the more easily discharge them. But we have many others, and much more grievous to some of us. We are taxed twice as much by our idleness, 3 times as much by our pride, and 4 times as much by our folly. And from these taxes the commissioners cannot ease or deliver us by allowing an abatement. However, let us hearken to good advice, and something may be done for us. God helps them that help themselves. As Poor Richard says in his almanac of 1733, it would be thought a hard government that should tax its people 1/10 part of their time to be employed in its service. But idleness taxes many of us much more, if we reckon all that is spent in absolute sloth or doing of nothing, with that which is spent in idle employments or amusements that amount to nothing. Sloth, by bringing on diseases, absolutely shortens life. Sloth, like rust, consumes faster than labor rears, while the used key is always bright, as Poor Richard says. But dost thou love life, then do not squander time, for that's the stuff life is made of, as Poor Richard says. How much more, than is necessary, do we spend in sleep, forgetting that the sleeping fox catches no poultry, and that Benjamin Franklin 111, there will be sleeping enough in the grave, as Poor Richard says. If time be of all things the most precious, wasting of time must be, as Poor Richard says, the greatest prodigality, since, as he elsewhere tells us, lost time is never found again, and what we call time enough always proves little enough. Let us, then, up and be doing, and doing to the purpose. So by diligence shall we do more with less perplexity. Sloth makes all things difficult, but industry all things easy, as Poor Richard says. And he that riseth late must trot all day, and shall scarce overtake his business at night, while laziness travels so slowly that poverty soon overtakes him. As we read in Poor Richard, who adds drive thy business? Let not that drive thee, and early toad beat it down dear leader eyes, my case am unhealthy, wealthy, and wise. So what signifies wishing and hoping for better times? We may make these times better if we bestir ourselves. Indus, try need not wish, as Poor Richard says, and he that lives on hope will die fasting. There are no gains without pains. Then help hands, for I have no lands, or if I have, they are smartly taxed. And as Poor Richard likewise observes, he that hath a trade hath an estate, and he that hath a calling hath an office of profit and honor. But then the trade must be worked at, and the calling well followed, or neither the estate nor the office will enable us to pay our taxes. If we are industrious, we shall never starve. For, as Poor Richard says, at the working man's house hunger looks in, but dares not enter, nor will the bailiff or the constable enter, for industry pays debts, while despair increaseth them. What though you have found no treasure, nor has any rich relation left you a legacy? Diligence is the mother of good luck, as Poor Richard says, and God gives all things to industry. 178 Autobiography of then plowed deep while sluggard and use work while it is called today, for you know not how much you may be hindered tomorrow, which makes Poor Richard say, 1 today is worth 2 tomorrows, and further, have you some water dough tomorrow? Do it today. If you were a servant, would you not be ashamed that a good master should catch you idle? Are you then your own master? Be ashamed to catch yourself idle, as poor Dick says. When there is so much to be done for yourself, your family, your country, and your gracious king, be up by peep of day. Let not the sun look down and say, inglorious here Hallease. Handle your tools without mittens. Remember that the cat in gloves catches no mice, as Poor Richard says. 'Tis true there is much to be done, and perhaps you are weak-handed. But stick to it steadily, and you will see great effects, for constant dropping wears away stones. And by diligence and patience, the mouse ate in 2 the cable, and little strokes fell great oaks. As Poor Richard says in his almanac, the year I cannot just now remember. Methinks, I hear some of you say, must a man afford him self no leisure? He will tell thee, my friend, what Poor Richard says, employ thy time well if thou meanest to gain leisure. And since thou art not sure of a minute, throw not away now. Leisure estima for doing some thingusful. This leisure the diligent man will obtain, but the lazy man never. So that, as Poor Richard says, a life of leisure and a life of laziness are 2 things. Do you imagine that sloth will afford you more comfort than labor? No. For as poor Richard says, trouble springs from idleness and grievous toil from needless ease. Many without labor would live by their wits only, but they'll break for want of stock of means, whereas industry gives comfort and plenty and respect. Fly pleasures and they'll follow you. The diligent spinner has a large shift. And Benjamin Franklin 179. Now, I have a sheep hand account. Everybody bids me good morrow. All which is well said by poor Richard, but with your in this tribe one must likewise be steady, settled, and careful, and oversee our own affairs with our own eyes, and not trust too much to others. For as poor Richard says, it never saw enough to remove tree, nor yet enough remove fanciful, etc. And again, 3 removes are as bad as a fire. And again, keep thee shop, and thy shop will keep thee. And again, if you would have your business done, go. If not, send. And again, Hitvabefa plow would thrive. And again, Hitvathel draw. The eye of the master will do more work than both his hands. And again, want of care does us more damage than want of knowledge. And again, not to oversee workmen is to leave them your purse open. Trusting too much to others' care is their ignominy. For as the almanac says, in the affairs of this world men are saved, not by faith, but by the want of it. But a man's own care is profitable. For saith poor Dick, learning is to the studious and riches to the careful, as well as power to the bold and heaven to the virtuous. And further, if you would have a faithful servant and one that you like, serve yourself. And again, he adviseth to circumspection and care, even in the smallest matters, because sometimes a little neglect may breed great mischief, adding, for want Ophanel, the shoe was lost, for want of a shoe the horse. And for want of a horse the rider was lost, being overtaken and slain by the enemy. All for want of a little care about a horseshoe nail. So much for industry, my friends, and attention to one's own. 180 Autobiography of Business, but to these we must add frugality. If we would make our indus try more certainly successful, a man may, if he knows not how to save as he gets, keep his nose all his life to the grindstone, and die not worth a groat at last. A fat kitchen makes a lean will, as poor Richard says, and many a stetzer has been tintajetting, since women for tia forsook spinning and knitting, and men for punch forsook hewing and splitting. If you would be wealthy, says he in another almanac, think of saving as well as of getting. The Indies have not made Spain rich because her outgoes are her incomes. Away then, with your expensive follies, and you will not have so much cause to complain of hard time, heavy taxes, and chargeable families. For, as poor Dick says, women and wine, game and deceit, make the will small and the wants great. And further, what maintains one vice would bring up 2 children. You may think, perhaps, that a little tea or a little punch now and then, a diet a little more costly, clothes a little finer, and a little more entertainment now and then, can be no great matter, but remember what poor Richard says, many little makes a mickle. And further, beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship, and again, who dainty slavish shall beggars prove? And moreover, fools make feasts, and wise many at them. Here are you all got together at this vendue of fineries and knickknacks. You call them goods, but if you do not take care, they will prove evils to some of you. You expect they will be sold cheap, and perhaps they may for less than they cost. But if you have no occasion for them, they must be dear to you. Remember what poor Richard says, buy what thou hast no. Benjamin Franklin 181 need of. And ere long thou shalt sell thy necessaries. And again, at a great pennyworth, pause a while. He means that perhaps the cheapness is apparent only, and not real. Or the bargain by straightening thee in thy business may do thee more harm than good. For in another place he says, many have been ruined by buying good pennyworths. Again, poor Richard says, 'tis foolish to lay out money in a purchase of repentance, and yet this folly is practiced every day at vendus for want of minding the almanac. Wise men, as poor Richard says, learn by their harms, fools scarcely by their own. But Felix quem facuru aliena, high caution. Many a one for the sake of finery on the back has gone witly, a hungry belly, and halt starved their family life. Silks and satins, scarlets and velvets, as poor Richard says, put out the kitchen fire. These are not the necessaries of life. They can scarcely be called the conveniences. And yea, be only because they look pretty. How many want to have theen? The artificial wants of mankind, thus become more numerous than the natural, and as poor Dick says, for one poor person, there are 100 indigent. By these and other extravagances, the genteel are reduced to poverty and forced to borrow of those whom they formerly despised. But who, through industry, i.e. frugality, have maintained their standing? In which case it appears plainly that a plowman on his legs is higher than a gentleman on his knee, poor Richard says. Perhaps they have had a small estate left them, which they knew not the getting of. They think 'tis day and will never be night, that a little to be spent out of so much is not worth minding. A child and a fool, as poor Richard says. Imagine 20 shillings in 20 years can never be spent, but always taking out of the meal tub, and never putting in, soon comes to the bottom. Then, as poor Dick say, when the well's dry, they know the worth of water. But this they might have known before if they had taken his advice. 182 Autobiography of If You Would Know the Value of Money. Go and try to borrow some. For he that goes a-borrowing goes a-sorrowing. And indeed so does he that lends to such people when he goes to get it in again. Poor Dick further advises, and says fond pride of dresses. Sure, Avery curse erfancy you consult your purse. And again, pride is as loud a beggar as one, and a great deal more saucy. When you have bought one fine thing, you must buy 10 more. That your appearance may be all of a piece, but poor Dick says, 'tis easier to suppress the first desire than to satisfy all that follow it. And 'tis as truly folly for the poor to ape the rich as for the frog to swell. Grey estates may venture more, but little boats shall keep near shore. 'Tis, however, a folly soon punished, for pride that dines on vanity sups on contempt, as poor Richard says. And in another place, pride breakfasts with plenty, dined with poverty, and supped with infamy. And after all, of what use is this pride of appearance, for which so much is risked, so much is suffered per cent, it cannot promote health or ease pain. It makes no increase of merit in the person. It creates envy, it hastens misfortune. What is a butterfly? At best, he's Buddha caterpillar dressed, the gaudy foptious picture just, as poor Richard says. But what madness must it be to run into debt for these superfluities we are offered by the terms of this vendue 6 months' credit, and that perhaps has induced some of us to Benjamin Franklin 183 attended, because we cannot spare the ready money and hope now to be fine without it. But, think what you do when you run in debt. You give to another power over your liberty. If you cannot pay at the time, you will be ashamed to see your creditor. You will be in fear when you speak to him. You will make poor, pitiful, sneaking excuses, and by degrees come to lose your veracity and sink into base, downright lying. For as poor Richard says, the second vice lying, the first is renewing into debt, and again to the same purpose. Leog rides upon debt's back, whereas a free-born Englishman ought not to be ashamed, or afraid to see or speak to any man living. But poverty often deprives a man of all spirit and virtue. 'Tis hard for an empty back to stand upright. As poor Richard Tully says, what would you think of that prince of the government who should issue an edict forbidding you to dress like a gentleman or gentlewoman on pain imprisonment or servitude? Would you not say that you're free, have a right to dress as you please, and that such an edict would be a breach of your privileges and such a government tyrannical? And yet you are about to put yourself under such tyranny when you're ruined in debt for such dress. Your creditor has authority at his pleasure to deprive you of your liberty by confining you in jail for life, or to sell you for a servant if you should not be able to pay him. When you have got your bargain, you may, perhaps, think little of payment. But creditors, poor Richard tells us, have better memories than debtors, and in another place says creditors are a superstitious great observers of set days and times. The day comes round before you are aware, and the demand is made before you are prepared to satisfy it. Or if you bear your debt in mind, the term which at first seems so long will, as it lessens, appear extremely short. Time will seem to have added wings to his heels as well as his shoulders. Those have a short Lent, saith poor Richard, who owe money to be paid at Easter. Then since, as he says, the borrower is a slave to the lender, and the 184 Autobiography of De Torto, the creditor, disdain the chain, preserve your freedom, and maintain your independency. Be industrious, and free be, frugal and free. At present, perhaps, Eugene, think yourself in thriving circumstances, and that you can bear a little extravagance without injury, but forage and want, save while you may. no mornings on last Saturday. As Poor Richard says, gain may be temporary and uncertain, but ever while you'll live expense is constant and certain. And 'tis easier to build two chimneys than to keep one in fuel, as Poor Richard says. So, rather go to bed supperless than rise in debt. Get what you can and what you get. Hope tis destiny that will turn all your need in gold, as Poor Richard says. And when you have got the philosopher's stone, sure, you will no longer complain of bad times or the difficulty of paying taxes. This doctrine, my friends, is reason and wisdom. But after all, do not depend too much upon your own industry and frugality and prudence, though excellent things. For they may all be blasted without the blessing of heaven. And therefore ask that blessing humbly, and be not uncharitable to those that at present seem to want it, but comfort and help them. Remember, Job suffered and was afterward pressed. And now to conclude, experience keeps a dear school, but fools will learn in no other, and scarce in that. For it is true, we may give advice, but we cannot give conduct, as Poor Richard says. However, remember this, they that won't be counseled can't be helped, as Poor Richard says. And further, that if you will not hear reason, she'll surely rap your knuckles. Benjamin Franklin, 185. Thus the old gentleman ended his harangue. The people heard it and approved the doctrine and immediately practiced the contrary, just as if it had been a common sermon. For the vendue opened and they began to buy extravagantly, notwithstanding all his cautions and their own fear of taxes. I found the good man had thoroughly studied my almanacs and digested all I had dropped on those topics during the course of 25 years. The frequent mention he made of me must have tired anyone else. But my vanity was wonderfully delighted with it, though I was conscious that not a tenth part of the wisdom was my own, which he ascribed to me, but rather the gleanings that I had made of the sense of all ages and nations. However, I resolved to be the better for the echo of it. And though I had at first determined to buy stuff for a new coat, I went away resolved to wear my old one. Reader, if thou wilt do the same, thy profit will be as great as mine. I am, as ever, thine to serve thee, Richard Saunders, July 7th, 1757. Plan for saving £100,000 from Poor Richard Owen's Almanac, 1756, as I spent some weeks last winter in visiting my old AC acquaintance in the Jerseys. Great complaints I heard for want of money, and that leave to make more paper bills could not be obtained. Friends and countrymen, my advice on this head shall cost you nothing, and if you will not be angry with me for giving it, I promise you not to be offended if you do not take it. 186 Autobiography of you spend yearly at least £200,000, it is said, in European, East Indian, and West Indian commodities. Suppose one half of this expense to be in things absolutely necessary, the other half may be called superfluities, or at best conveniences which, however, you might live without for 1 little year and not suffer exceeding. Now, to save this half, observe these few directions. 1. When you incline to have new clothes, look first well over the old ones and see if you cannot shift with them another year, either by scouring, mending, or even patching if necessary. Remember, a patch on your coat and money in your pocket is better and more creditable than a writ on your back and no money to take it off. 2. When you are inclined to buy chintz, India silks, or any other flimsy, slight manufactures, I would not be so bad with you as to insist on your absolutely resolving against it. All I advise is to put it off, as you do your repentance, till another year, and this, in some respects, may prevent an occasion of repentance. 3. If you are now a drinker of punch, wine, or tea twice a day, for the ensuing year drink them but once a day. If you now drink them but once a day, do it but every other day. If you do it now but once a week, reduce the practice to once a fortnight. And if you do not exceed in quantity as you lessen the times, half your expense in these articles will be saved. 4. When you incline to drink rum, fill the glass half with water. Thus at the year's end there will be £100,000 more money in your country. If paper money in ever so great a quantity could be made, no man could get any of it without giving something for it. But all he saves in this way will be his own for nothing, and his country actually so much richer. Then the merchant's old and doubtful debts may be honestly paid off, and trading becomes surer thereafter, if not so extensive. Benjamin Franklin, 187. Necessary hints to those that would be rich, written in the year 1736. The use of money is all the advantage there is in having money. For £6 a year, you may have the use of £100, provided your Araman of known prudence and honesty. He that spends a groat a day idly spends idly above £6 a year, which is the price for the use of £100. He that wastes idly a groat's worth of his time per day, one day with another, wastes the privilege of using £100 each day. He that idly loses 5 shillings worth of time loses 5 shillings, and might as prudently throw 5 shillings into the sea. Thought loses 5 shillings not, only loses that sum, but all the advantage that might be made by turning it in dealing, which by the time that a young man becomes old will amount to a considerable sum of money. Again, he that sells upon credit asks a price for what he sells equivalent to the principal and interest of his money for the time he is to be kept out of it. Therefore, that buys upon credit pays interest for what he buys. And he that pays ready money might let that money out to use, so that he that possesses anything he has bought pays interest for the use of it. Yet in buying goods it is best to pay ready money, because he that sells upon credit expects to lose 5% by bad debts. Therefore, charges no else upon credit and advance that shall make up that deficiency. Those who pay for what they buy upon credit pay their share of this advance. 188 Autobiography of He That Pays Ready Money escapes, or may escape that charge. Your advice to a young tradesman, written in the year 1748 to my friend A.B. As you have desired it off, mem, I write the following hints, which have been observed. Remember that time is he that can earn 10 shillings a day by his labor and goes abroad, or sits idle 1/2 of that day, though he spends but 6 pence during his diversion or idleness, ought not to reckon that the only expense he has really spent, or rather thrown away, 5 shillings besides. Remember that credit is money. If a man lets his money lie in my hands after it is due, he gives me the interest, or so much as I can make off it during that time. This amounts to a considerable sum where a man has good and large credit and makes good use of it. Remember that money is of the prolific generating nature. Money can beget money, and its offspring can beget more, and so on. 5 shillings turned is 6. Turned again, it is 7 3/5, and so on, till it becomes £100. The more there is of it, the more it produces every turning, so that the profits rise quicker and quicker. He that kills a breeding sow destroys all her offspring, to the 1000th generation. He that murders a crown destroys all that might have produced even scores of pounds. Benjamin Franklin, 189. Remember that £6 a year is but a groat. For this little sum, which may be daily wasted either in time or expense unperceived, a man of credit may, on his own security, have the constant possession and use of £100. So much in stock, briskly turned by an industrious man, produces great advantage. Remember this saying, the good paymaster is lord of another man's purse. He that is known to pay punctually and exactly to the time he promises may at any time and on any occasion raise all the money his friends can spare. This is sometimes of great use. After industry and frugality, nothing contributes more to the raising of a young man in the world than punctuality and justice in all his dealings. Therefore, never keep borrowed money an hour beyond the time you promised, lest a disappointment shut up your friend's purse forever. The most trifling actions that affect a man's credit are to be regarded. The sound of your hammer at 5 in the morning, or new at night, heard by a creditor, makes him easy 6 months longer. But if he sees you at a billiard table or hears your voice at a tavern when you should beat work, he sends for his money the it makes you appear a careful as well as an honest man, and that still increases your credit. Beware of thinking all your own that you possess and of living accordingly. It is a mistake that many people who have credit fall into. To prevent this, keep an exact account for some time, both of your expenses and your income. If you take the pains at first to mention particulars, it will have this GXOPOE NCFS fexum too. And you TO up, will TLLDIRS GCOSRMDD on FDS. In short, the way to wealth, if you desire it, is as plain as 190 Autobiography of the Way to Market. It depends chiefly on 2 words, industry and frugality. That is, waste neither time nor money, but make the best use of both. Without industry and frugality, nothing will do, and with them everything. He that gets all he can honestly odd, saves all he gets, necessary expenses accepted, will certainly become rich if that being who governs the world, to whom all should look for a blessing on their honest endeavors, doth not, in his wise providence otherwise determine, an old tradesman, digging for hidden treasure from the busy body, a series of essays by Franklin, one of the greatest pleasures an author can have, is certainly the hearing his works applauded. The hidage from the world our names while we publish our thoughts is so absolute necessary to this self-gratification that I hope my well-wishers will congratulate on my escape from the many diligent but fruitless inquiries that have of late been made after me. Every man will own that an author, as such, ought to be tried by the merit of his productions only. But pride, party, and prejudice at this time run so very high that experience shows we form our notions of a piece by the character of the author. Nay, there are some very humble politicians here about this city who will ask on which side the writer is before they presume to give their opinion of the thing written. This ungenerous way of proceeding I was well aware of before I published my first speculation, and therefore concealed my name. And I appeal to the more generous part of the world, if I have, since I appeared in the character of the busybody. Given an instance, Benjamin Franklin, 191 of my siding with any party, more than another in the unhappy divisions of my country. And I have above all this satisfaction in myself, that neither affection, aversion, nor interest has biased me to use any partiality toward any man or set of men. But whatsoever I find nonsensical, ridiculous, or immoral, dishonest, I have, and shall continue openly to attack, with the freedom of an honest man, and a lover of my country. I profess I can hardly contain myself or preserve the gravity and dignity that should attend the censorial office, when I hay the offhand, odd, unaccountable expositions that are put upon some of my works through the malicious ignorance of some and the vain pride of more than ordinary penetration in others. One instance of which many of my readers are acquainted with. A certain gentleman has taken a great deal of pains to write a key to the letter in my No Effigy upon annoyances from children, wherein he has ingeniously converted a gentle satire upon tedious and impertinent visitants intellibellum of the government. This I mention only as a specimen of the taste of the gentleman I am, forsooth bound to please in my speculations. Not that I suppose my impartiality will ever be called in question on that account. Injustices of this nature I could complain of in many instances, but I am at present diverted by the reception of a letter which, though it regards me only in my private capacity as an adept, yet I venture to publish it for the entertainment of my readers to Censor Morum, Esquire, busybody general of the province of Pennsylvania, and the counties of Newcastle, Kent, and Sussex upon Delaware. Honorable sir, I judge by your lucubrations that you are not only a lover of truth and equity, the ammon of parts and the learningand, a master of science. Thus I honor you. Know then, most profound sir, that I have of my youth up been every indefatigable student and admirer of that divine science astrology. I have read over Scott, Albertus Magnus, and Cornelius Agrippa about 300 times, and was in hopes by my knowledge and industry to gain enough to have a recompense before me mon expended antimus intemper. 192 Autobiography of Suit of this learning. You cannot banner intimate, sir, for your intimate. Second-sighted correspondent knows all things. That there are large sums of money hidden underground in divers places about this town. HANVDN, us MNNYPT. Eyes and MSO. IR10 lot of WITTH RTS and BMM. I mentioned, and when they failed, the ingenious Mr. P.D. Warren with his mercurial wand and magnet, I've still failed in my purpose. This T Eister OF and ORT. Do I use PTND, Nota 2 PRHPSO TSAE NIN DGT MSE and that if we use Zoronite endeavors, the time will come when the busybody, his second-sighted correspondent, odd your very humble servant, will be three of the richest men in province. And then, sir, what may we not do? A word to the wise is sufficient. I conclude with ale demonstrable respect, yours and Urania's votary, Titan Pleiades. In the evening after I had received this letter, I made a visit to my second-sighted friend and communicated to him the proposal. When he had read it, he assured me that, to his certain knowledge, there is not at this time so much as 1 ounce of silver or gold hid underground in any part of his province. For that the late and present scarcity of money had obliged those who were living and knew where they had formerly hid any to take it up and use it in their own necessary affairs. And as to all the rest, which was buried by pirates and others in old times who were never likely to come for it, he himself had dug it all up and applied it to charitable uses. And this he desired me to publish for the general good. For, as he acquainted me, there are among us great numbers of honest artificers and laboring people who, fed with a vain hope of growing suddenly rich, neglect their business almost to the ruining of themselves and family lives, and voluntarily endure abundance of fatigue in a fruitless search after imaginary hidden treasure. They wander through the woods and bushes by day to discover the marks and signs. At midnight they repair to the hopeful spots with spades and pickaxes. Full of expectation, they labor violently, trembling at the same time in every joint, through fear of certain malicious Benjamin Franklin, 193 demons who are said to haunt and guard such places. At length a mighty hole is dug, and perhaps several cartloads of earth thrown out. Who pound, alas, no keg or iron pot is found. No sea. Man's chest crammed with Spanish pistolas or weight, pieces of 8. They conclude that through some mistake in the procedura, some rash word spoken, or some marulo fart neglected, the guardian spirit had power to sink it deeper into the earth and convey it out of their reach. Yet when a man is once in fatu, aided, he is so far from being discouraged by all success that he is rather animated to double his industry and will try again and again in 100 different places, in hopes at last of meeting with some lucky hit that shall at once sufficiently reward him for all his expenses of time and labor. This odd humor of digging for money, through a belief that much has been hid by parts formerly frequenting the river, has for several years been mighty prevalent among us, insomuch that you can hardly walk half a mile out of the town on any side without observing several pits dug with that design, and perhaps somely opened. Men, otherwise of very good sense, have been drawn into this practice through an overweening desire of sudden wealth and an easy credulity of what they so earnestly wished might be true. While the rational and most certain methods of acquiring riches by industry and frugality are neglected or forgotten, there seems to be some peculiar charm in the conceit of finding money. And if the sands of Schuylkill were so much mixed with small grains of gold, that Ammon might in a day's time, with care and application, get together to the value of half a crown. I making a question but what shall find several people employed there that can with ease earn 5 shillings a day at their proper trades. Manuary idle story has told off the private success of some people, plea ale by which others are encouraged to proceed. And the astrologers with whom the country swarms at this time are either in the belief of these things themselves or find their advantage, for autobiography, in persuading others to believe them. For they are often consulted about the critical times for digging, the methods of laying the spirit, and the like whimsies, which renders them very necessary to and very much caressed by the poor, deluded money hunters. There is certainly something very bewitching in the pursuit after mines of gold and silver and other valuable metals, and many have been ruined by it. A sea captain of my acquaintance used to blame the English for envying Spain, their mines of silver, and too much despising or overlooking the advantages of their own industry and manufactures. For my part, says he, I esteem the banks of Newfoundland to be a more valuable possession than the mountains of Potosi, and when I have been there on the fishing account, have looked upon every cod pulled up into the vessel as a certain quantity of silver ore, which only required carrying to the next Spanish port, to be coined into pieces of 8, not to mention the national profit of fitting out and employing such a number of ships and seamen. Let honest Peter Buckram, who has long without success been a searcher after hidden money, reflect on this, and be reclaimed from that unaccountable folly. Let him consider that every stitch he takes when he is on his shop board is picking up part of a grain of gold, that will in a few days' time amount to a pistol, and let Faber think the same of every nail he drives or every stroke with his plane. Such thoughts may make them industrious, and in consequence, in time they may be wealthy. But how absurd it is to neglect a certain profit for such a ridiculous whimsy. To spend whole days at the George and Company with an idle pretender to astrology, contriving schemes to discover what was never hidden, and forgetful how carelessly business is managed at home in their absence. To leave their wives in a warm bed at midnight, no matter if it rain, hail, snow, or blow a hurricane, provided that be the critical hour, and fatigue themselves with the violent exercise of digging. Benjamin Franklin, 195, for what they shall never find, and perhaps getting a cold that may cost their lives, or at least disordering themselves, so as to be fit for no business besides for some days after. Surely this is nothing less than the most egregious folly and madness. I shall conclude with the words of my discreet friend, Agricola of Chester County, when he gave his son a good plantation. I give thee now a valuable parcel of land. I assure thee I have found a considerable quantity of gold by digging there. Thee mayest do the same, but thee must carefully observe this, never to dig more than plow deep. Remarks concerning the savages of North America. Savages we call them, because their manners differ from ours, which we think the perfection of civility. They think the same authors. Perhaps if we could examine the manners of different nations with impartiality, we should find no people so rude as to be without any rules of politeness, or none so polite as not to have some remains of rudeness. The Indian men, when young, era hunters and warriors, when old counselors for all their government, is by the counsel or advice of the sages. There is no force, there are no prisons, no officers to compel obedience or inflict punishment. Hence, they generally study oratory, the best speaker having the most influence. The Indian women till the ground, dress the food, nurse, and bring up the children, and preserve and hand down to posterity the memory of public transactions. These employments of men and women are accounted natural and honorable. Having few artificial wants, they have abundance of leisure for 196 Autobiography of Improvement by Conversation. Our laborious manner of life compared with theirs, they esteem slavish and base, and the learning on which we value ourselves they regard as frivolous and useless. An instance of this occurred at the Treaty of Lancaster in Pennsylvania, anno 1744, between the government of Virginia and the Six Nations, after the principal business was settled. The commissioners from Virginia acquainted the Indians by a speech that there was at Williamsburg a college with a fund for educating Indian youth, and that if the chiefs of the Six Nations would send down half a dozen of their sons to that college, the government would take care that they should be well provided for and instructed in all the learning of the white people. It is one of the Indian rules of politeness not to answer a public proposition the same day that it is made. They think it would be treating it as a light matter, and that they show it respect by taking time to consider it as of a matter important. They therefore deferred their answer till the day following, when their speaker began by expressing their deep sense of the kindness of the Virginia government in making them that offer. For we know, says he, that you highly esteem the kind of learning taught in those colleges, and that the maintenance of our young men, while with you, would be very expensive to you. We are convinced, therefore, that you mean to do us good by your proposal, and we thank you heartily. But you, who are wise, must know that different nations have different conceptions of things, and you will therefore not take it amiss if our ideas of this kind of education happen not to be the same with yours. We have had some experience of it. Several of our young people were formerly brought up at the colleges of the northern provinces. They were instructed in all your sciences, but when they came back to us, they were bad runners, ignorant of every means of living in the woods, unable to bear either cold or hunger, knew neither how to build a cabin, take a deer, nor kill an enemy, spoke our language imperfectly, were therefore neither Benjamin Franklin, 197, fit for hunters, warriors, nor counselors. They were therefore totally good for nothing. We are, however, not the less obliged by your kind offer, though we decline accepting it, and to show our grateful sense of it. If the gentlemen of Virginia will send you a dozen of their sons, we will take great care of their education, instruct them in all we know, and make men of them. Having frequent occasions to hold councils, they have acquired great order and decency in conducting them. The old men sit in the foremost ranks, the warriors in the next stand, the women and children in the hindmost. The business of the women is to take exact notice of what passes imprint it in their memories, for they have no writing, and communicate it to their children. They are the records of the council, and they preserve the tradition of the stipulations in treaties 100 years back, which, when we compare with our writings, we always find exact. He that would speak rises, the rest observe a profound silence. When he has finished and sits down, they leave him 5 or 6 minutes to recollect that if he has omitted anything intended to say, or has anything to add, he may rise again and deliver it. To interrupt another, even in common conversation, is reckoned highly indecent. How different this is from the conduct of a polite British House of Commons, where scarce a day passes without some confusion. That makes the speaker hoarse, calling to order. And how different from the mode of conversation in many polite companies of Europe, where, if you do not deliver your sentence with great rapidity, you are cut off in the middle of it by the impatient loquacity of those you converse with, and never suffered to finish it. The politeness of these savages in conversation is indeed car ride to excess, since it does not permit them to contradict or deny the truth of what is asserted in their presence. By this means they indeed avoid disputes, but then it becomes difficult to know their minds or what impression you make upon them. The missionaries who have attempted to convert them to Chris 198, Autobiography of Tianity, all complain of this as one of the great difficulties of the mission. The Indians are with patience the truths of the gospel explain to them and give their usual tokens of assent and approbation. You would think they were convinced. No such matter. It is mere civility. A Swedish minister, having assembled the chiefs of the Susquehanna Indians, made a sermon to them, acquainting them with the principal historical facts on which our religion is founded, such as the fall of our first parents by eating an apple, the coming of Christ to repair the mischief, his miracles and suffering, etc. When he had finished, an Indian orator stood up to thank him. What you have told us, says he, is all very good. It is indeed bad to eat apples. It is better to make them all into cider. We are much obliged by your kindness in coming so far to tell us those things which you have heard from your mothers. In return, I will tell you some of those we have heard from ours. In the beginning, our fathers had only the flesh of animals to subsist on, and if their hunting was unsuccessful, they were starving. 2 of our young hunters, having killed a deer, made a fire in the woods to boil some parts of it. When they were about to satisfy their hunger, they beheld a beautiful young woman descend from the clouds and seat herself on that hill which you see yonder among the blue mountains. They said to each other, it is a spirit that perhaps lieth smelt our broiling venison and wishes to eat of it. Let us offer some to her. They presented her with the tongue. She was pleased with the taste of it and said, your kindness shall be rewarded. Come to this place after 13 moons, and you will find something that will be of great benefit in nourishing you and your children to the latest generations. They did so, and to their surprise found plants they had never seen before, but which from that ancient time have been constantly cultivated among us to our great advantage. Where her right hand had touched the ground, they found maize. Benjamin Franklin, 199. Where her left had touched it, they found kidney beans. The good missionary, disgusted with this idle tale, said, what I delivered to you were sacred truths, but what you tell me is mere fable fiction and falsehood. The Indian, offended, replied, my brother, it seems your friends have not done you justice in your education. They have not well instructed you in the rules of common civility. You saw that we, who understand and practice those rules, believed all your stories. Why do you refuse to believe our son when any of them come into our towns? Our people are apt to crowd them, gaze upon them, and incommode them where they desire to be private. This they esteem great rudeness and the effect of the want of instruction in the rules of civility and good manners. We have, say they, as much curiosity as you, and when you come into our town, we wish for opportunities to do. But for this purpose, we hide ourselves behind bushes where you are to pass, and never intrude ourselves into your company. Their manner of entering one another's village has likewise its rules. It is reckoned uncivil in traveling strangers to enter a village abruptly without giving notice of their approach. Therefore, as soon as they arrive within hearing, they stop and halloo, remaining there until invited. Old men usually come out to them and lead them in. There is in every village a vacant dwelling called the stranger's house. Here they are placed, while field men go round from hut to hut, acquainting the inhabitants that strangers are arrived, who are probably hungry and weary, and everyone is there, of victuals and skin stove repose on. When the strangers are refreshed, pipe of sand, tobacco are brought. And then, but not before, conversation begins with inquiries who they are, whither bound, what news, etc. And it usually ends with offers of service. If the strangers have occasion for guides or necessaries for continuing a journey, and nothing is exacted for the entertainment. 200 autobiography of the same hospitality, esteemed among them as a principal virtue, is practiced by private persons, of which Conrad Weiser, our interpreter, gave me the following. He had been naturalized among the Six Nations and spoke well the Mohawk language. In going through the Indian country to carry a message from our governor to the council at Onondaga, he called it the habitation of Canasatigo, an old acquaintance, who embraced him, spread furs for him to sit on, and placed before him some boiled beans and venison, and mixed some rum and water for his drink. When he was well refreshed and had lit his pipe, Canasetigo began to converse with him, asked him how he had fared the many years since they had seen each other, whence he then came, what occasioned the journey, etc. Conrad answered all his questions, and when the discourse began to flag the Indian to continue it, said Conrad, "You have lived long among the white people and know something of their customs. I have been sometimes at Albany and have observed that once in 7 days they shut up their shops and assemble all in the great house. Tell me what is for." "What do they do there?" "They meet there," says Conrad, "to hear and learn good things. I do not doubt," says the Indian, "that they tell you so. They have told me the same. But I doubt the truth of what they say, and I will tell you my Rhea sons. I went lately to Albany to sell my skins and buy blank, eats, knives, powder, rum, etc. You know, I used generally to deal with Hans Hansen, but I was a little inclined this time to try some other merchants. However, I called first upon Hans, and asked him what he would give for beaver. He said he could not give any more than 4 shillings a pound. But, says he, I cannot talk on business now. This is the day when we meet together to learn good things, and I am going to meet Indian. So I thought to myself, since I cannot do any business today, I may as well go to the meeting too. And I went with him. There stood up a man in black and began to talk to the Benjamin Franklin, 201 people, very angrily. I did not understand what he said, kept perceiving that he looked much at me, and at Hansen I imagined that he was angry at seeing me there. So I went out, sat down near the house, struck fire, and lit my pipe, waiting till the meeting should break up. I thought, too, that the man had mentioned something of beaver, and I suspected it might be the subject of their meeting. So when they came out, I accosted my merchant. "Well, Hans," says I hope you have agreed to give more than 4 shillings a pound." "No," says he, "I cannot give so much. I cannot give more than 3 shillings and 6 pence. Hen spoke to several dealers, but they all sang the same song, 3 and 6 pence, 3 and 6 pence. This made it clear to Meth that my suspicion was right, and that whatever they pretended of meeting to learn good things, the real purpose was to consult how to cheat Indians in the price of beaver. Considered but a little, Conrad, and you must be of my opinion. If they met so often to learn good things, they would certainly have learned some before this time. But they are still ignorant, you know our practice. If a white man in traveling through our country enters one of our cabins, we all treat him as I do. We dry him if he is wet, we warm him if he is cold, and give him meat and drink that he may allay his thirst and hunger. And we spread soft furs for him to rest and sleep on. We demand nothing in return. But if I go into a white man's house at Albany and ask for victuals and drink, they say, 'Where is your money?' And if I have none, they say, 'Get out, you Indian dog.' You see, they have not learned those little good things that we need no meetings to be instructed in, because our mothers taught them to us when we were children. And therefore it is impossible their meetings should be, as they say, for any such purpose or have any such effect. They are only to contrive the cheating of Indians in the price of beaver." 202 Autobiography of a Petition of the Left Hand. To those who have the superintendency of education, I address myself to all the friends of youth, and conjure them to direct their compassionate regards to my unhappy fate, in order to remove the prejudices of which I am the victim. There are twin sisters of us, and the 2 eyes of man do not more resemble, nor are capable of being upon better terms with each other than my sister and myself. Were it not for the partiality of our parents, who make the most injurious distinctions between us. From my infancy, I have been led to consider my sister as a being of a more elevated rank. I was suffered to grow up without the least instruction, while nothing was spared in her education. She had masters to teach her writing, draw, aging, music, and other accomplishments. But if by chance I touched a pencil, a pen, or a needle, I was bitterly rebuked, and more than once have I been beaten for being awkward and wanting a graceful man. It is true my sister associated me with her upon some occasions, but she always made a point of taking the lead, calling upon me only from necessity or toe figure by her side. But conceive not, sirs, that my complaints are instigated merely by vanity. No, my uneasiness is occasioned by an object much more serious. It is the practice in our family that the whole business of providing for its subsistence falls upon my sister and myself. If any indisposition should attack my sister, and I mention it in confidence upon this occasion, that she is subject to the gout, the rheumatism, and cramp, without making mention of accidents, what would be the fate of our poor family young? Must not the regret of our family be excessive at having placed so great a difference between sisters who are so perfectly equal? Alas, we must perish from distress. For at Benjamin Franklin, 203 would not be in my power even to scrawl a suppliant petition for relief, having been obliged to employ the hand of another in transcribing the request which I have now the honor to prefer to you. Condescend, sirs, to make my parents sensible of the injustice of an exclusive tenderness, and of the necessity of distributing their care and affection among all their children equally. I am, with a profound respect, sirs, your obedient servant, the left hand. The whistle, I received my dear friend's 2 letters, one for Wednesday, one for Saturday. This is again Wednesday. I do not deserve one for today, because I have not answered the former. But indolent as I am and averse to writing, the fear of having no more of your pleasing epistles, if I do not contribute to the correspondence, obliges me to take up my pen. And as Mr. B has kindly sent me word that he sets out tomorrow to see you, instead of spending this Wednesday evening, as I have done its namesakes, in your delightful company, I sit down to spend it in thinking of you, in writing to you, and in thinking over and over again your letters. Ye am charmed with your description of paradise, and with your plan of living there, and I approve much of your conclusion that in the meantime we should draw all the good we can from this world. In my opinion, we might all draw more good from it than we do, and suffer less evils if we would take care not to give too much for whistles. For to me it seems that most of the unhappy people we meet with are become so by neglect of that caution. You ask what I mean when you love stories, and will excuse my telling one of myself. 204 Autobiography of when I was a child of 7 years old, my friends on a holy day filled my pocket with coppers. I went directly to a shop where they sold toys for children, and being charmed with the sound of a whistle that I met by the way in the hands, of another boy, voluntarily off another boy, I voluntarily offered and give all my money for one. I then came home and went whistling all over the house, much pleased with my whistle, but disturbing all the family. My brothers and sisters and cousins, understanding the bargain I had made, told me I had given 4 times as much for it as it was worth, put me in mind what good things I might have bought with the rest of the money, and laughed at me so much for my folly that I cried with vexation. And the reflection gave me more chagrin than the whistle gave me pleasure. This, however, was afterward of use to me, the impression continuing on my mind, so that often, when I was tempted to buy some unnecessary thing, I said to myself, "Don't give too much for the whistle," and I saved my money. As I grew up, came into the world, and observed the actions of men, I thought I met with many, very many, who gave too much for the whistle. When I saw one too ambitious to court favor, sacrificing his time and attendance on levees, his repose, his liberty, his virtue, and perhaps his friends to attain it, I have said to myself, this man gives too much for his whistle. When I saw another fond of popularity constantly employing himself in political bustles, neglecting his own affairs, and ruining them by that neglect, he pays indeed, said I, too much for his whistle. If I knew a miser who gave up any kind of a comfortable living, all the pleasure of doing good to others, all the esteem of his fellow citizens, and the joys of benevolent friendship for the sake of accumulating wealth, poor man said, "You pay too much for your whistle." When I met with a man of pleasure, sacrificing every laud, Benjamin Franklin 205, able improvement of the mendor of his fortune to mere corporal sensations, and ruining his health in their pursuit. Mistaken me, said I. You are providing pain for yourself instead of pleasure. You give too much for your whistle. If you see one fond of appearance or fine clothes, fine houses, fine furniture, fine equipages, all above his fortune, for which he contracts debts and ends his career in a prison. Alas, say I, he has paid dear, very dear for his whistle. When I see a beautiful, sweet-tempered girl married to an ill-natured brute of a husband, what happened, he say, thought she should pay so much for a whistle? In short, I conceive that great part of the miseries of mankind are brought upon them by the false estimates they have made of the value of things, and by their giving too much for their whistles. Yet I ought to have charity for these unhappy people when I consider that, with all this wisdom of which I am boasting, there are certain things in the world so tempting, for example, the apples of King John, which happily are not to be bought for. If they were put up to sale by auction, I might very easily be led to ruin myself in the purchase, and find that I had once more given too much for the whistle. D. Franklin. Dialogue between Franklin and the gout, midnight, October 22nd, 1780. Franklin, well, what have I done to merit these cruel sufferings and gout? Many things you have ate and drunk too freely, and too much indulged those legs of yours in their indolence. Franklin. Who is it that accuses me? 206 Autobiography of Gout. It is I, even I, that gets that. Franklin. No, not your enemy, Franklin. I repeat it, my enemy, for you would not only torment my body to death, but ruin my good name. You reproach me as a glutton and a tippler. Now all the world that knows me will allow that I am neither the one nor the other. Gout. The world may think as it pleases. It is always very complacent to itself and sometimes to its friends. But I very well know that the quantity of meat and drink proper for a man who takes a reasonable degree of exercise would be too much for another who never takes any. Franklin, I take as much exercise. I can, Madam Gout. You know my sedentary state, and on that account it would seem, Madam Gout, as if you might spare me a little, seeing it is not altogether my own fault. Gout. Not a jot your rhetoric and your politeness are? Thrown away your apology avails nothing. If your situation in life is a sedentary one, your amusements, your recreations at least should be active. You ought to walk or ride, or, if the weather prevents that, play at billiards. But let us examine your course of life. While the mornings are long and you have leisure to go abroad, what do you do and why? Instead of gaining an appetite for breakfast by salutary exercise, you amuse yourself with books, pamphlets, or newspapers which commonly are not worth the reading. Yet you eat an inordinate break. Fast 4 dishes off with cream, and 1 or 2 buttered toasts with slices of hung beef, which, I fancy, are not things the most easily digested. Immediately afterward, you sit down to write at your desk or converse with persons who apply to you on business. Thus the time passes till one without any kind of bodily exercise. But all this I could pardon, in regard, as you say, to your sedentary condition. But what is your Benjamin Franklin 207 practice after dinner? Walking in the beautiful gardens of those friends with whom you have dined would be the choice of a man. Since yours is to be fixed down to chess, where you are found engaged for 2 or 3 hours. This is your perpetual recreation, which is the least eligible of any for a sedentary man, because instead of accelerating the motion of the fluids, the rigid attention it requires helps to retard the circulation and obstruct internal secretions. Wrapped in the speculations of this wretched game, you destroy your constitution. What can be expected from such a course of living but a body replete with stagnant humors, ready to fall a prey to all kinds of dangerous maladies? I find the gout did not occasionally bring you relief by agitating those humors, and so purifying or dissipating them, one, if it was in some nook or alley in Paris, deprived of walks, that you played a while at chess after dinner. This might be excusable. But the same Steve prevails with you in Passy, Auto, Montmartre, or Savoy places where there are the finest gardens and walks, a pure air, beautiful women, and most agreeable and instructive conversation, all of which you might enjoy by frequenting the walks. But these are rejected for this abominable game of chess. Fie then, Mr. Franklin. But amid my instructions, I had almost forgot to administer my wholesome corrections. So take that twinge and that, Franklin. Oh, yeah, yeah. As much instruction as you please, Madam Gout, and as many reproaches. But pray, madam, a truce with your corrections. Gout. No, sir. No, I will not abate a particle of what is so much for your good. Therefore, Franklin. Asher or Franklin? Oh, shit. It is not fair to say I take no exercise when I do very often going out to dine and returning in my carriage. Gout. That, of all imaginable exercises, is the most slight and insignificant, if you allude to the motion over carriage here. 208 Autobiography appended on springs. By observing the degree of heat obtained by different kinds of motion, we may form an estimate of the quantity of exercise given by each. Thus, for example, if you turn out to walk in winter with cold feet, in an hour's time you will be in a glow all over. Ride on horseback. The same effect will scarcely be perceived by 4 hours round trotting. But if you loll in a carriage, such as you have mentioned, you may travel all day, and gladly enter the last inn to warm your feet by the fire. Flatter yourself then. No longer that half an hour's airing in your carriage deserves the name of exercise. Providence has appointed few to roll in carriages, while he has given to all a pair of legs, which are machines infinitely more commodious and serviceable. Be grateful then, and make a proper use of yours. Would you know how they forward the circulation of your fluids in the very action of transporting you from place to place? Observe when you walk that all your weight is alternately thrown from one leg to the other. This occasions a great pressure on the vessels of the foot and repels their contents, when relieved by the weight of being thrown on the other foot. The vessels of the first area allowed to replenish, and by a return of this weight, this repulsion again succeeds, thus accelerating the circulation of the blood. The heat produced in any given time depends on the degree of this acceleration. The fluids are shaken, the humors alternated, the secretions facilitated, and all goes well. The cheeks are ruddy, and health is established. Behold your fair friend at Auto, Aladi, who received from bounteous nature more really useful science than half a dozen such pretenders to philosophy as you have been able to extract from your books. When she honors you with a visit, it is on foot. She walks all hours of the day and leaves indolence and its concomitant maladies to be endured by her horses. In this see at once the preservative of her health and personal charms. But when you go to Auteuil, you must have your carriage, though it is no further from Passy to Auteuil than from Auteuil to Passy. Benjamin Franklin, 209 Franklin. Your reasonings grow very tiresome. Gout. I stand corrected. I will be silent and continue my office. Take that and that. Franklin. Oh, talk on, I pray you. Gout. No, I have a good number of twinges for you tonight, and you may be sure some more tomorrow. Franklin. What, with such a fever? I shall go distracted. Oh, can no one bear it for me? Gout. Ask that of your horses, they have served you faith fully. Franklin, how can you so cruelly sport with my torments, Gout? Sport, I am very serious. I have here a list of offenses against your own health, distinctly written, and can justify every stroke inflicted on you. Franklin. Read it then, Gout. It is too long to detail, but I will briefly mention some particulars. Franklin. Proceed. I am all attention, Gout. Do you remember how often you have promised yourself the following morning a walk in the grove of Boulogne, in the Garden de la Muette, or in your own garden, and have violated your promise, alleging at one time it was too cold, at another too warm, too windy, too moist, or what else you pleased, when in truth it was too nothing but your inseparable love of feet, Franklin. That, I confess, may have happened occasionally, probably 10 times in a year. Gout, your confession is very far short of the truth. The gross amount is 109 times, Franklin. Is it possible, yon Gout? So possible that it is fact. You may rely on the ACU ratio of misstatement, Brillen's garden saying what fine walks they contain, the handsome flight of 100 steps which lead from the terrace above to the lawn. 210 Autobiography of Below. You have been in the practice of visiting this amiable family twice a week after dinner, and it is a maxim of your own that a man may take as much exercise in walking a mile up and down stairs as in 10 on level ground. What an opportunity was here for you to have had exercise in both these ways. Did you embrace it, and how often, Franklin? I cannot immediately answer that question. Gout. I will do it for you. Not once, Franklin. Not once when Gout. Even so, during the summer you went there at 6 o'clock. You found the charming lady with her lovely children and friends, eager to walk with you and entertain you with their agreeable conversation. And what has been your choice percent? Why? To sit on the terrace, satisfy yourself with the fine prospect, and passing your eye over the beauties of the garden below, without taking one step to descend and walk about in them. On the contrary, you call for tea and the chessboard, and lo! You are occupied in your see at 10 o'clock, and that besides 2 hours' play after dinner. And then instead of walking home, which would have bestirred you a little, you step into your carriage. How absurd to suppose that all this carelessness can be reconcilable with health, without my interposition, Franklin. I am convinced now of the justness of porridge. Orid's remark that our debts and our sins are always greater than we think for, gout. So it is. You philosophers are sages in your maxims and fools in your conduct, Franklin. But do you charge among my crimes thou return in a carriage from Macmillan's? Gout, certainly. For having been seated all the while, you cannot object the fatigue of the day, and cannot want, therefore, the relief of a carriage, Franklin. What, then, would you have me do with my carriage percent? Benjamin Franklin, 211. Gout, burn it if you choose. You would at least get heat out of it once in this way. Or, if you dislike that proposal, here's another for you. Observe the poor peasants who work in the vineyards and grounds about the villages of Passy, Auteuil, Chaillot, etc. You may find every day among these deserving creatures 4 or 5 old men and women, bent and perhaps crippled by weight of years and too long and too great labor. After a most fatiguing day, these people have to trudge a mile or two to their smoky huts. Order your coachman to set them down. This is an act that will be good for your soul. And at the same time, after your visit to the Brillans, if you return on foot, that will be good for your body. Franklin. Well, then to my office. It should not be forgotten that I am your physician. There, Franklin, O.H. What a devil of a physician, gout. How ungrateful you are to say so. Is it not I who, in the character of your physician, have saved you from epilepsy, dropsy, and apoplexy, one or other of which would have done for you long ago, but for me, Franklin? I submit, and thank you for the past, but entreat the discontinuance of your visits for the future, for in my mind one had better die than be cured so dolefully. Permit me just to hint that I have also not been unfriendly to you. I never feed physician or quack of any kind to enter the list against you, if then you do not leave me to my repose. It may be said, you are ungrateful too, gout. I can scarcely acknowledge that as an objection. As to quacks, I despise them. They may kill you indeed, but cannot injure me. And as to regular physicians, they are at last convinced that the gout in such a subject as you are is no disease, but a remedy, and wherefore cure a remedy one but to our visit. There, Franklin. For heaven's sake, leave me, and I prom. 212 Autobiography of Eyes Faithfully, never more to play at chess, but to take exercise daily and live temperately. Gout, I know you too well. You promise fair, but after a few months of good health, you will return to your old habits. Your fine promises will be forgotten, like the forms of the last year's clouds. Let us, then, finish the account, and I will go. But I leave you with an assurance of visiting you again at a proper time and place. For Ray object is your good, and you are sensible now that I am your real friend. The art of procuring pleasant dreams inscribed to Miss being written at her request, as a great part of our life is spent in sleep, during which we have sometimes pleasant and sometimes painful dreams. It becomes of some consequence to obtain the one kind and avoid the other. For whether real or imaginary pain is pain and pleasure is pleasure. If, while we sleep, we can have any pleasant dreams, it is, as the French say, autant de gagne, so much added to the pleasure of life. To this end, it is, in the first place, necessary to be careful in preserving health by due exercise and great temperance. For in sickness, the imagination is disturbed and disagreeable, sometimes terrible. Ideas are apt to present themselves. Exercise should precede meals, not immediately follow them. The first promotes, the latter, unless moderate, obstructs digestion. If, after exercise, we feed sparingly, the digestion will be easy and good, the body lightsome, the temper cheerful, and all the animal functions performed agreeably. Sleep when it follows will Benjamin Franklin 213 be natural and undisturbed. While indolence, with full feeding, occasions nightmares and horrors inexpressible, we fall from precipices, are assaulted by wild beasts, murderers, and demons, and experience every variety of distress. Observe, however, that the quantities of food and exercise are relative things. Those who move much may, and indeed ought to, eat more. Those who use little exercise should eat little. In general, mankind, since the improvement of cookery, eat about twice as much as nature requires. Suppers are not bad if we have not dined, but restless nights follow hearty suppers after full dinners. Indeed, as there is a difference in constitutions, some rest well after these meals. It costs them only a frightful dream and an apoplexy, after which they sleep till doomsday. Nothing is more common in the newspapers than instances of people who, after eating a hearty supper, are found dead abed in the morning. Another means of preserving health to be attended to is the having a constant supply of fresh air in your bedchamber. It has been a great mistake. The sleeping in rooms exactly closed and the beds surrounded by curtains. No outward air that may come into you is so unwholesome as the unchanged air. Often breathe over a close chamber. As boiling water does not grow hotter by long boiling, if the particles that receive greater heat can escape. So living bodies do not putrefy the particles so fast as they become putrid, can be thrown off. Nature expels them by the pores of the skin and lungs, and in a free open air they are carried off. But in a close room, we receive them again and again, though they become more and more corrupt. A number of persons crowded into a small room thus spoil the air in a few minutes, and even render it mortal as the black hole single person is said to spoil only a gallon of air per minute, and therefore requires a longer time to spoil a chamberful. But it is done, however, in proportion, and many putrid disorders hence have their origin. Being the longest liver may be supposed to have best pre-214 autobiography observed his health, that he slept always in the open air, for when he had lived 500 years, an angel said to him, "Arise, Methuselah, and build thee an house, for thou shalt live yet 500 years longer." But Methuselah answered and said, "If I am to live but 500 years longer, it is not worth while to build me an house. I will sleep in the air, as I have been used to do." Physicians, after having for ages contended that the sick should not be indulged with fresh air, have at length discovered that it may do them good. It is therefore to be hoped that they may in time discover likewise that it is not hurtful to those who are in health, and that we may then be cured of the aerophobia that at present distresses weak minds, and makes them choose to be stifled and poisoned rather than leave open the window of a bedchamber, or put down the glass of a coach. Confined air, when saturated with perspirable matter, will not receive more, and that matter must remain in our bodies and occasion diseases, but gives us some previous notice of its being about to be hurtful by producing certain uneasiness, slight indeed at first, such as with regard to the lungs is a trifling sensation, and to the pores of the skin a kind of restlessness which is difficult to describe, and few that feel it know the cause of it. But we may recollect that sometimes on waking in the night, we have, if warmly covered, found it difficult to get asleep again. We turn often without finding repose in any position. This fidgetiness, to use a vulgar expression for want of a better, is occasioned wholly by uneasiness in the skin, owing to the retention of the perspirable matter, the bedclothes having received their quantity and being saturated. Refusing to take any more, to become sensible of this by an experiment, let a person keep his position in the bed, throw off the bedclothes, and suffer fresh air to approach the part uncovered of his body. He will then feel that part suddenly refreshed, for the air will immediately relieve the skin by receiving, licking up, and carrying off Philo Benjamin Franklin. 215 off respirable matter approaches, warm skin. In receiving its part off that vapor, receives therewith a degree of heat that rarefies and renders it lighter by cooler and therefore heavier fresh air, which for a moment supplies its place, and then being likewise changed and warmed, gives way to a succeeding quantity. This is the order of nature to prevent animals being infected by their own perspiration. He will now be sensible of the difference between the part exposed to the air and that which, remaining sunk in the bed, denies the air access. For this part now manifests its uneasiness more distinctly by the comparison, and the seat of the uneasiness is more plainly perceived than when the whole surface of the body was affected by it. Here, then, is one great and general cause of unpleasing dreams. For when the body is uneasy, the mind will be disturbed by it, and disagreeable ideas of various kinds will in sleep be the natural consequence. The remedies, preventive and curative, follow. 1. By eating moderately, as before advised for health's sake. Less perspirable matter is produced in a given time. Hence the bedclothes receive it longer before they are saturated. And we may therefore sleep longer before we are made uneasy by their refusing to receive any more. 2. By using thinner and more porous bedclothes, which will suffer the perspirable matter more easily to pass through them, we are less incommoded, such being longer tolerable. 3. When you are awakened by this uneasiness, and find you cannot easily sleep again, get out of bed, beat up and turn your pillow, shake the bedclothes well with at least 20 shakes, then throw the bed open and leave it to cool. In the meanwhile, continuing undressed, walk about your chamber till your skin has had time to discharge its load, which it will do sooner as the air may be drier and cold. When you begin to feel the cold air unpleasant, then return to your bed and you will soon fall asleep, and your sleep will be sweet and pleasant. All 216 autobiography of the scenes presented to your fancy will be too of a pleasing kind. I am often as agreeably entertained with them as by the scenery of an opera. If you happen to be too indolent to get out of bed, you may, instead of it, lift up your bedclothes with one arm and leg, so as to draw in a good deal of fresh air, and by letting them fall, force it out again. This, repeated 20 times, will so clear them of the perspirable matter they have imbibed as to permit your sleeping well for some time afterward. But this latter method is not equal to the former. Those who do not love trouble and can afford to have 2 beds will find great luxury in rising when they wake in a hot bed and going into the cool one. Such shifting of beds would also be of great service to persons ill of a fever, as it refreshes and frequently procures sleep. A very large bed that will admit a removal so distant from the first situation as to be cool, odd, sweet may, in a degree answer the same end. 1 or 2 observations more will conclude this little piece. Care must be taken, when you lie down, to dispose your pillow so as to suit your manner of placing your head and to be perfectly easy. Then place your limbs so as not to bear inconveniently hard upon one another, as for instance the joints of your ankles. For though a bad position may at first give but little pain and be hardly noticed, yet a continuance will render it less tolerable, and the uneasiness may come on while you are asleep and disturb your imagination. These are the rules of the art. But though they will generally prove effectual in producing the end intended, there is a case in which the most punctual observance of them will be totally fruitless. I need not mention the case to you, my dear friend, but my account of the art will be imperfect without it. The case is when the person who desires to have pleasant dreams has not taken care to preserve what is necessary above all things, a good conscience. Benjamin Franklin, 217, the ephemera, an emblem of human life, to Madame Brillon, of Passy, written in 1778. You may remember, my dear friend, that when we lately spent that happy day in the delightful garden and sweet society of the Moulin Joly, I stopped a little in one of our walks and stayed some time behind the company. We had been shown numberless skeletons of a kind of little fly called an ephemera, whose successive generations, we were told, were bred and expired within the day. I happened to see a living company of them on a leaf who appeared to be engaged in conversation. You know, I understand all the inferior animal tongues. My too great application to the study of them is the best excuse I can give for the little progress I have made in your charming language. I listened through curiosity to the discourse of these little creatures, but as they, in their national vivacity, spoke, 3 or 4 together, I could make but little of their conversation. By some broken expressions that I heard now and then, they were disputing warmly on the merit of 2 foreign musicians, one a cousin, the other a moschito, in which dispute they spent their time, seemingly as regardless of the shortness of life as if they had been sure of living a month. Happy people, thought I, you are certainly under a wise, just, and mild government, since you have no public grievances to complain of, nor any subject of contention, but the perfections and imperfections of foreign music. I turned my head from them to an old gray-headed one who was single on another leaf and talking to himself. Being amused with his soliloquy, I put it down in writing in hopes it will likewise amuse her, to whom I am so much indebted for the most pleased 218 autobiography of image of all amusements, her delicious company, and heavenly harmony. It was, said he, the opinion of learned philosophers of our race, who lived and flourished long before my time, that this vast world, the Moulin could not itself subsist more than 18 hours. And I think there was some foundation for that opinion, since by the apparent motion of the great luminary that gives life to all nature, odd, which in my time has evidently declined considerably toward the ocean at the end of our earth. It must then finish its course, be extinguished in the waters that surround us, and leave the world in cold and darkness, necessarily producing universal death and destruction. X have lived 7 of those hours, a great age, being no less than 420 minutes of time. How very few of us continue us along. I have seen generations born, flourish, and expire. My present friends are the children and grandchildren of the friends of my youth, who are now, alas, no more. And I must soon follow them, for by the course of nature, though still in health, I cannot expect to live above 7 or 8 minutes longer. What now avails all my toil and labor in amassing honeydew on this leaf which I cannot live to enjoy? What the political struggles I have been engaged in for the good of my compatriot inhabitants of this bush, or my philosophical studies for the benefit of our race in general? For in politics, what can laws do without morals own? Our present race of ephemerae will in a course of minutes become corrupt, like those of other and older bushes, and consequently as wretched. And in philosophy, how small our progress! Alas, art is long and life is short. My friends would comfort me with the idea overname, they say, I shall leave behind me, and they tell me I have lived long enough to nature and to glory. But what will fame be to an ephemera who no longer exists on? And what will become of all history in the 18th hour when the world itself, even the whole Moulin shall come to its end and be buried in universal ruin? Benjamin Franklin, 2:19 to me. After all my eager pursuits, no solid pleasures now remain, but the reflection of a long life spent in meaning, well, the sensible conversation of a few good lady ephemeras, and now and then a kind smile and a tune from the ever-amiable Brillanti. B. Franklin. To Miss Georgiana Shipley on the loss of her American squirrel, who, escaping from his cage, was killed by a shepherd's dog, London, 26 September 1772. Dear Miss, I lament with you most sincerely the unfortunate end of poor Mungo. Few squirrels were better accomplished, for he had a good education, had traveled far, and seen much of the world. As he had the honor of being, for his virtues, your favorite, he should not go, like common scugs, without an elegy or an epitaph. Let us give him one in the monumental style and measure, which, being neither prose nor verse, is perhaps the properest for grief. Since to use common language would look as if we were not affected, and to make rhymes would seem trifling in sorrow. Epitaph. Alas, poor Mungo, happy wert hadst thou known feeling felicity, remote from the fierce bald eagle, tyrant of the native woods, thou hadst not of fear from his piercing taunt. Saphanthe wired castle, Grimalkin of Cadanafi, 220 Autobiography of Daily Word Haft with the Choistians, by fair hand of an indulgent mistress. But discontented, thou wouldst have more freedom. Too soon, ALN as DWDA, einen DDS, ETR who obtain it, thou art fallen by fangs, a wanton cruel ranger. Learn hence, ye o blindly seek more liberty, whether subjects, sons, squirrels, or daughters, that apparent restraint may bureau protection, yield in peace and plenty with security. You see, my dear miss, how much more decent and prop, and this broken style is tiny for to say by way of epitaph. Here scug lies no gasabug in a roop. And yet, perhaps, there are people in the world of so little feeling as to think that this would be a good enough epitaph for poor Mungo. If you wish it, I shall procure another to succeed him, but perhaps you will now choose some other amusement. Remember me affectionately to all the good family, and believe me ever your affectionate friend, B. Franklin, Benjamin Franklin. Dear sister, I am highly pleased with the account Cap. Tane Freeman gives me of you. I always judged by your behavior when a child that you would make a good, agreeable woman, and you know you were ever my peculiar favorite. I have been thinking what would be a suitable present for me to make and for you to receive, as I hear you are grown a seal-braided beauty. I had almost determined on a tea table. But when I considered that the character of a good housewife was far preferable to that of being only a pretty gentlewoman, I concluded to send you a spinning wheel, which I hope you will accept as a small token of my sincere love and affection. Sister, farewell, and remember that modesty, as it makes the most homely virgin amiable and charming. So the want offit infallibly renders the most perfect beauty disagreeable and odious. But wherein that brightest of female virtues shines among other perfections of body and mind in the same person, it makes the woman more lovely than an angel. Excuse this freedom and use the same with me. I am, dear Jenny, your loving brother, D. Franklin II to Mrs. Jane Mecom, Philadelphia. Dear sister, I received your letter with one for Benny, 222 Autobiography of, and one for Mr. Parker, and also 2 of Benny's letters of complaint, which, as you observe, do not amount to much. I should have had a very bad opinion of him when she had written to you those accusations of his master, which you mentioned. Because from long acquaintance with his master, who lives some years in my house, I know him to be a sober, pious, and conscientious man, so that Newport, to whom you seem to have given much credit, must have wronged Mr. Wronged. Parker very much in his accounts, and have wronged Benny too, if he says Benny told him such things, for I am confident he never did. As to the bad attendance afforded him in the smallpox, I believe, if the Negro woman did not do her duty, her master, or Mistress Hash, would, if they had known it, have had that matter mended. But Mrs. Parker was herself, if I am not mistaken, sick at that time, and her child also. And though he gives that woman a bad character in general, all he charges her with in particular is that she never brought him what he called for directly, and sometimes not at all. He had the distemper favorably, and yet I suppose was bad enough to be, like other sick people, a little impatient, and perhaps might think a short time long, and sometimes call for things not proper for one in his condition. As to clothes, I am frequently at New York, and I never saw him unprovided with what was good, decent, and sufficient. I was there no longer ago than March last, and he was then well clothed and made no complaint to me of any kind. I heard both his master and mistress call upon him on Sunday morning to get ready to go to meeting and tell him of his frequently delaying and shuffling till it was too late, and he made not the least objection about clothes. I did not think it anything extraordinary that he should be sometimes willing to evade going to meeting, for I believe it is the case with all boys, or almost all. I've brought up 4 or 5 myself, and have frequently observed that if their shoes were bad, Benjamin Franklin, 223, would say nothing of a new pair till Sunday morning, just as the bell rung, when, if you asked them why they did not get ready, the answer was prepared. I have no shoes, and so of other things, hats and the like, or if they knew of anything that wanted mending, it was a secret till Sunday morning, and sometimes, I believe, they would rather tear a little than be without the excuse. As to going on petty errands, no boys love it, but all must do it. As soon as they become fit for better business, they naturally get rid of that, for the master's interest comes into their relief. I make no doubt but Mr. Parker will take another apprentice as soon as he can meet with a likely one. In the meantime, I should be glad if Benny would exercise a little patience. There is a Negro woman that does a great many of those errands. I do not think his going on board the privateer arose from any difference between him and his master, or any ill usage he had received. When boys see prizes brought in and quantities of money shared among the men and their gay living, it fills their heads with notions that half distract them and put them quite out of conceit with trades and the dull ways of getting money by working. This, I suppose, was Ben's case, the Catherine being just before arrived with 3 rich prizes, and that the glory of having taken a privateer of the enemy, for which both officers and men were highly extolled, treated, resented, etc., worked strongly upon his imagination. You will see by his answer to my letter is not unlikely. I send it to you enclosed. I wrote him largely on the occasion, and one how he might possibly, to excuse that slip to others, complain of his place. You may see he says not a syllable of any such thing to me. My only son, before I permitted him to go to Albany, left my house unknown to us all, and got on board privateer, and once I fetched him. No one imagined it was hard usage at home that made him do this. Eagery, one that knows 224 autobiography in me, thinks that I am too indulgent a parent as well as a master. I shall tire you, perhaps, with the length of this letter, but I am the more particular in order, if possible, to satisfy your mind about your son's situation. His master has, by a letter this post, desired me to write to him about his staying out at night, sometimes all night, and refusing to give an account where he spends his time or in what company. This I had not heard of before, though I perceive you have. I do not wonder at his correcting him for that. If he was my own son, I should think his master did not do his duty by him. If he omitted it, for to be sure, it is the high road to destruction. And I think that correction very light and not likely to be very effectual, if the strokes left no marks. His master says further as follows. I think I can't charge my conscience with being much short of my duty to him. I shall now desire you, if you have not done it already, to invite him to lie his complaints before you, that I may know how to remedy them. Thus far the words of his letter, which giving me a fair opening to inquire into the affair, I shall accordingly do it. And I hope to settle everything to all your satisfactions. In the meantime, I have laid by your letters both to Mr. Parker and Benny, and shall not send them till I hear again from you, because I think your appearing to give ear to such groundless stories may give offense and create a greater misunderstanding, and because I think what you write to Benny about getting him discharged may unsettle his mind, and therefore improper at this time. I have a very good opinion of Benny in the main, and have great hopes of his becoming a worthy man, his faults being only such as are commonly incident to boys of his years, and he has many good qualities, for which I love him. I never knew an apprentice contented with the clothes allowed him by his master, let them be what they would. Jemmy Franklin, when with me, was always dissatisfied and grumbling. When I was last you, Benjamin Franklin, 225 Boston Hazel, bid him go a show pan-please himself, which the gentleman did, and bought a suit of clothes on my account by one half than any I ever afforded myself, one suit, excepted, which I don't mention by way of complaint of Jemmy. For he and I are good friends, but only to show you the nature of boys. I am with love to brother and all yours, and duty to mother, to whom we have not time now to write. Your affectionate brother, B. Franklin, ill to Mrs. Deborah Franklin Goddenhutton, 25th January, 1756. My dear child, this day week we arrived here. I wrote to you the same day, and once since. We all continue well, thanks be to God. We have been hindered with bad weather, yet our fort is in a good defensible condition, and we have every day more convenient living. 2 more are to be built, one on each side of this, at about 15 miles distance. I hope both will be done in a week or 10 days, and then I purpose to bend my course homeward. We have enjoyed your roast beef, and this day began on the roast field. I'll agree that they're both the best that ever were of the kind. Your citizens, that have their dinner hot and hot, know nothing of good eating. We find it in much greater perfection when the kitchen is 80 miles from the dining room. The apples are extremely welcome and do bravely to eat after our salt pork. The mince pies are not yet come to hand, but I suppose we shall find them among the things expected up from Bethlehem on Tuesday. The capillare is excellent, but none of us having taken cold as yet, we have only tasted it. As to our lodging, 'tis on deal feather beds in warm blankets, 226 Autobiography of, and much more comfortable than when we lodged at our inn, the furnished after Welft home. Fourth woman being about to put very damp sheets on the bed, we desired her to air them first half an hour afterward. She told us the bed was ready, and the sheets well aired. I got into bed, but jumped out immediately, finding them as cold as death, and partly frozen. She had aired them indeed, but it was out upon the hedge. I was forced to wrap myself up in my greatcoat and woolen trousers. Everything else about the bed was shockingly dirty, as I hope in a little time to be with you and my family, and chat things over. I now only add that I am, clear Debbie, your affectionate husband, B. Franklin. I-4 to Miss Hubbard, Philadelphia, 23 February 1756. I condole with you. We have lost a most dear and valuable relation, but it is the will of God and nature that these mortal bodies be laid aside when the soul is entered into life. This is rather an embryo state, a preparation for living. A man is not completely born until he be dead. Why then should we grieve that a new child is born among the immortals, a new member added to their happy society when we are spirits? That body should be lent us while thee can afford us pleasure, assist us in acquiring knowledge, and doing good to our fellow creatures is a kind and benevolent act of God. When they become unfit for these purposes and afford us pain instead of pleasure, instead of an aid become an encumbrance, and answer none of the intentions for which they were given. It is equally cute and benevolent that a way is provided by which we may get rid of them. Death is that way. We Benjamin Franklin 227 ourselves, in some cases, prudently choose a partial death. A mangled, painful limb which cannot be restored, we willingly cut off. He who plucks out a tooth parts with it freely, since the pain goes with it. And he who quits the whole body parts at once with all pains and possibilities of pains and diseases, which it was liable to, or capable of making him suffer. Our friend and we were invited abroad on a party of pleasure which is to last forever. His chair was ready first, and he has gone before. We could not all conveniently start together, and why should you and I be grieved at this, since we are soon to follow and know where to find him? Adieu, B. Franklin. JLO, Mrs. Jane Mecom, New York, 19th April, 1757. Dear sister, I wrote a few lines to you yesterday, but omitted to answer yours relating to Sister Dowse. As having their own way is one of the greatest comforts of life to old people, I think their friends should endeavor to accommodate them in that as well as in anything else. When they have long lived in a house, it becomes natural to them. They're almost as closely connected with it as the tortoise with his shell. They die if you tear them out of it. Old folks and old trees if you go. Yeah. So WETO right are growing. Hold fast ourselves and shall expect the same kind of indulgences. If we give them, we shall have a right to receive them in our turn. And as to her few fine things, I think she is in the right not to sell. And for the reason she gives, that they will fetch but little when that little is spent. They would be of no further 228 autobiography of use to her. But perhaps the expectation of possessing them at her death may make that person tender and careful of her, and helpful to her to the amount of 10 times their value. If so, they are put to the best use they possibly can be. I hope you visit sister as often as your affairs will permit, and afford her what assistance and comfort you can. The neglect and slights of friends and near relations should never be added. People in her circumstances are apt to suspect this, sometimes without cause. Appearances should, therefore, be attended to in our conduct toward them, as well as reality. I write by this post to Cousin Williams to continue his care, which I doubt not he will do. We expect to sail in about a week, so that I can hardly hear from you again on this side of the water. But let me have a line from you now, and then, while I am in London, I expect to stay there at least at 12. Direct your letters to be left for me at the Pennsylvania Coffee House, Birchin Lane, London. My love to all from, dear sister, your affectionate brother, B. Franklin, P.S. April 25. We are still here and perhaps maybe here a week longer. Once more adieu, my dear sister. 6 to Miss Stevenson, Paris, 14th September, 1767. Dear Polly, I am always pleased with a letter from you, and I flatter myself you may be sometimes pleased in receiving one from me. Though it should be of little importance, such as Benjamin Franklin, 229, this which is to consist of a few occasional remarks made here, and in my journey hither. Soon after I left you in that agreeable society at Bromley, I took the resolution of making a trip with Sir John Pringle into France. We set out on the 28th past. All the way to Dover we were furnished with post-chaises, hung so's to lean forward, the top coming down over one's eyes like a hood, as if to prevent one seeing the country, which, being one of my great pleasures, I was engaged in perpetual disputes with the innkeepers, hostlers, and postilions about getting these straps taken up a hole or two before and let down as much behind, they insisting that the chaise leaning forward was an ease to the horses, and that the contrary would kill them. I suppose the chaise, leaning forward, looks to them like a yieldingness to go forward, and that its hanging back shows reluctance. They added other reasons that were no reasons at all, and made me, as upon 100 other occasions, almost wish that mankind had never been endowed with a reasoning faculty, since they know so little how to make use of it, and so often mislead themselves by it, and that they had been furnished with a good sensible instinct instead of affect. At Dover, the next morning, we embarked for Calais with a number of passengers who had never before been at sea. They would previously make a hearty breakfast, because if the wind should fail, we might not get over till supper time. Doubtless they thought that when they had paid for their breakfast, they had a right to it, and that when they had swallowed it, they were sure of it. But they had scarce been out half an hour before the sea laid claim to it, and they were obliged to deliver it up, so that it seems there are uncertainties, even beyond those between the cup and the lip. If ever you go to sea, take my advice and live sparingly a day or two beforehand. The sickness, if any, will be lighter and sooner over. We got to Calais that evening. 230 autobiography of various impositions we suffered from boatmen, porters, and the like, on both sides the water. I know not which are the most rapacious, the English or French, but the latter have, with their knavery, the most politeness. The roads we found equally good with ours in England Inn, some places paved with smooth stones like our new streets for many miles together, and rows of trees on each side, and yet there are no turnpikes. But then poor peasants complained to us grievously that they were obliged to work upon the roads fully 2 months in the year without being paid for their labor. Whether this is truth, or whether, like Englishmen, they grumble, cause or no cause, I have not yet been able to fully inform myself. The women we saw at Calais, on the road, at Boulogne, and in the inns and villages were generally of dark complexions, but arriving at Abbeville we found a sudden change, a multitude of both women and men in that place, appearing remarkably fair. Whether this is owing to a small colony of spinners, wool-combers, and weavers brought hither from Holland with the woolen manufactory about 60 years ago, or to their being less exposed to the sun than in other places. Their business keeping them much within doors, I know not. Perhaps, as in some other cases, different causes may club in producing the effect, but the effect itself is certain. Never was I in a place of greater industry, wheels and looms going in every house. As soon as we left Abbeville, the swarthiness returned. I speak generally, for there are some fair women at Paris who, I think, are not whitened by art. As to rouge, they don't pretend to imitate nature in laying it on. There is no gradual diminution of the color from the full bloom in the middle of the cheek to the faint tint near the sides, nor does it show itself differently in different faces. I have not had the honor of being at any lady's toilette to see how it is laid on, but I fancy I can tell you how it is or may be done. Cut a hole of Benjamin Franklin 231 3 inches in diameter in a piece of paper. Place it on the side of your face in such a manner as that the top of the hole may be just under the eye. Then with a brush dipped in the color, paint face and paper together. So when the paper is taken off, there will remain a round patch, offered exactly the form of the hole. This is mode from the actresses on the stage upward through all ranks of ladies to the princesses of blood. But it stops there, the queen not using it, having in the serenity, complacence, and benignity that shine so eminently in, or rather through her countenance, sufficient beauty, though now an old woman, to do extremely well without it. You see, I speak of the queen as if I had seen her. And so I have, for you must know I have been at court. We went to Versailles last Sunday and had the honor of being presented to the king. He spoke to both of us, very graciously and very cheerfully. Is a handsome man, has a very lively look, and appears younger than he is. In the evening, we were at the grand concert, where the family supped in public. The table was half a hollow square, the service gold. When either made a sign for drink, the word was given by one of the waiters, a whore pour le roi or a boire pour la reine. Then 2 persons came from within, the one with wine and the other with water in carafes. Each drank a little glass of what he brought, and then put both the carafes with a glass on a salver, and then presented it. Their distance from each other was such that other chairs might have been placed between any 2 of them. An officer of the court brought us up through the crowd of spectators and placed Sir John so as to stand between the queen and Madame Victoire. The king talked a good deal to Sir John, asking many questions about our royal family, and did me too the honor of taking some notice of me. That is saying enough, for I would not have you think me so much pleased with this king and queen as to have a whit less regard than I used to have for ours. No Frenchman shall go beyond 232 autobiography of me in thinking my own king and queen the very best in the world. Some say the expenses exceeded 80 million sterling. The range of buildings is immense. The garden front most magnificent, all of hewn stone. The number of statues, figures, urns, etc. in marble and bronze of exquisite workmanship is beyond conception. But the waterworks are out of repair, and so is great part of the front next the town, looking, with its shabby half-brick walls and broken windows, not much better than the houses in Durham Yard. There is, in short, both at Versailles and Paris, a prodigious mixture of magnificence and negligence with every kind of elegance, except that of cleanliness and what we call tidiness. Though I must do Paris the justice to say that in 2 points of cleanliness they exceed us. The water they drink, though from the river, they render as pure as that of the best spring by filtering it through cisterns filled with sand, and the streets with constant sweeping are fit to walk in, though there is no paved footpath. Accordingly, many well-dressed people are constantly seen walking in them. The crowds of coaches and chairs for this reason is not so great. Men as well as women carry umbrellas in their hands, which they extend in case of rain or too much sun, and a man with an umbrella not taking up more than 3 foot square or 9 square feet off the street, when, if in a coach, he would take up 240 square feet. You can easily conceive that, though the streets here are narrow, they may be less encumbered. They are extremely well paved, and the stones, being generally cubes, when worn on one side may be turned and become new. The civilities we everywhere receive give us the strongest impressions of French politeness. It seems to be a point settled here universally that strangers are to be treated with respect. And one has just the same deference shown one here Benjamin Franklin 233, by being a stranger as in England by being a lady. The custom house officers at Port St. Denis, as we entered Paris, were about to seize 2 dozen of excellent Bordeaux wine given us at Boulogne, and which we brought with us. But as soon as they found we were strangers, it was immediately remitted on that account. At the church of Notre Dame, where we went to see a magnificent illumination with figures, etc., for the deceased Dauphiness, we found an immense crowd, while were kept out by guards. But the officer being told that we were strangers from England, he immediately admitted us, accompagnied, and showed us everything. Why don't we practice this urbanitito Frenchman %? Why should they be allowed to outdo us in anything %? Here is an exhibition of painting, like ours in London, to which multitudes flock daily. I am not connoisseur enough to judge which has most merit. Every night, Sundays not excepted, here are plays or operas, and though the weather has been hot and the house is full, one is not incommoded by the heat so much as with us in winter. They must have some way of changing the air that we are not acquainted with. I shall inquire into it. Traveling is one way of lengthening life, at least in appearance. It is but about a fortnight since we left London, but the variety of scenes we have gone through makes it seem equal to 6 months living in one place. Perhaps I have suffered a greater change, too, in my own person than I could have done in 6 years at home. I had not been here 6 days before my tailor and perruquier had transformed me into a Frenchman. Only think what a figure I make in a little bag wig and with naked ears. They told me I was become 20 years younger, and looked very gallant. This letter shall cost you a shilling, and you may consider it cheap when you reflect that it has cost me at least 50 guineas to get into the situation that enables me to write it. 234 Autobiography of Besides, I might, if I had stayed at home, have won perhaps 2 shillings of you at cribbage. By the way, now I mention cards. Let me tell you that quadrille is now out of fashion here, and English whist all the mode at Paris in the court. And pray look upon it as no small matter that, surrounded as I am, by the glories of the world and amusements of all sorts, I remember you, and Dolly and all the dear good folks at Bromley. 'Tis true I can't help it, but must and ever shall remember you all with pleasure. Need I add that I am particular, my dear, good friend, yours most affectionately, B. Franklin, 7, to Miss Stevenson, Craven Street, 28 September, 1768. Dear Polly, the objection you make to rectifying our alphabet, that it will be attended with inconveniences and difficulties, is a natural one, for it always occurs when any reformation is proposed, whether in religion, government, laws, and even down as low as roads and wheel carriages. The true question, then, is not whether there will be any difficulties or inconveniences, but whether the difficulties may not be surmounted, and whether the conveniences will not, on the whole, be greater than the inconveniences. In this case, the difficulties are only in the beginning of the practice. When they are over, cometh the advantage everlasting. To either you or me, who spell well into present mode, to imagine the difficulty of changing that mode, For the new is not so great, but that we might perfectly get over it in a week's time. As to us who do not spell well, if the two difficulties are compared, namely, that of teaching them true spelling in the Benjamin Franklin 235 present mode, and that of teaching them the new alphabet and the new spelling according to it, I am confident that the latter would be by far the least. They naturally fall into the new method already, as much as the imperfection of their alphabet will admit of. Their present bad spelling is only bad because contrary to the present bad rules. The difficulty of learning to spell well in the old way is so great that few attain it, thousands and thousands. It is besides a difficulty continually increasing as the sound gradually areas more and more from the spelling and to foreigners. It makes the learning to pronounce our language as written in our books almost impossible. As to the inconveniences you mentioned, the first is that all our etymologies would be lost, and consequently we could not ascertain the meaning of many words. Etymologies are at present very uncertain, but such as they are, the old books would still preserve them, and etymologists would there find them. Words in the course of time change their meanings as well as their spelling and pronunciation, and we do not look to etymology for the present meanings. If he should call a man a knave and a villain, he would hardly be satisfied with my telling him that one of the words originally signified only a lad or servant, and the other an under plowman or the inhabitant of a village. It is from present usage only that the meaning of words is to be determined. Your second inconvenience is that the distinction between words of different meaning and similar sound would be destroyed. That distinction is already destroyed in pronouncing them. And you rely on the sense alone of the sentence to ascertain which of the several words similar in sound we intend. If this is sufficient in the rapidity of discourse, it will be much more so in written sentences, which may be read leisurely and attended to more particular line, case of difficulty than you can attend to a past sentence while the speaker is hurrying you along with new words. 236 Autobiography of your third inconvenience is that all the books already written would be useless. This inconvenience would only come on gradually. In a course of ages, you and I and other now living readers would hardly forget the use of them. People would long learn Torah writing, though they practiced the new. And the inconvenience is not greater than what has actually happened in a similar case in Italy. Formerly, its inhabitants all spoke and wrote Latin. As the language changed, the spelling followed it. It is true that at present, a mere unlearned Italian cannot read the Latin books, though they are still read and understood by men. But if the spelling had never been changed, he would now have found it much more difficult to read and write his own language, for written words would have no relation to sounds. They would only have stood for things. So that if it would express, in writing the idea he has when Helen's duer vescovo, he must use the letters episcopus. In short, whatever the difficulties and inconveniences now are, they will be more easily surmounted now than here. After, and sometime or other, it must be done, or our writing will become the same with the Chinese as to the difficulty of learning and using it. And it would already have been such if we had continued the Saxon spelling and writing used by our forefathers. I am, my dear friend, yours affectionately, B. Franklin. Yet Stevenson, October 1768. I see very clearly the unhappiness of your situation, and that it does not arise from any fault in you. I pity you most sincerely. I should not, however, have thought of giving you Benjamin Franklin 237 advice on this occasion, if you had not requested it, believing, as I do, that your own good sense is more than sufficient to direct you in every point of duty to others and yourself. If, then, I should advise you to anything that may be contrary to your own opinion, do not imagine that I shall condemn you if you do not follow such advice. I shall only think that, from a better acquaintance with the circumstances, you form a better judgment of what is fit for you to do. Thus till I conceive with you that, both from her affection to you and from the long habit of having you with her, would really be miserable without you. Her temper perhaps was never of the best, and whose even had that is the case age seldom mends it. Much of her unhappiness must arise from thence, and since wrong turns of mind, when confirmed by time, are almost as little in our power to cure as those of the body, I think with you that her case is a compassionable one. If she had, though by her own imprudence, brought in herself any grievous sickness, I know you would think it your duty to attend and nurse her with filial tenderness, even were your own health to be endangered by it. Your apprehension, therefore, is right, that it may be your duty to live with her, though inconsistent with your happiness and your interest. But this can only mean present interest and present happiness. For I think your future greater and more lasting interest and happiness will arise from the reflection that you have done your duty, and from the high rank you will ever hold in the esteem of all that know you for having persevered in doing that duty under so many and great discouragements. My advice, then, must be that you return to her as soon as the time proposed for your visit is expired, and that you continue by every means in your power to make the remainder of her days as comfortable to her as possible. Invent amusements for her, be pleased when she accepts of them, and patient when she perhaps peevishly rejects them. I know this is hard, but I 238 Autobiography. I think you are equal to it, not from any servility of temper, but from abundant goodness. In theme and time, your friends, sensible of your present and comfortable situation, should endeavor to ease your burden by acting in concert with you, and to give her as many opportunities as possible of enjoying the pleasures of society for your sake. Nothing is more apt to sour the temper of aged people than the apprehension that they're neglected, and they're extremely apt to entertain such suspicions. It was therefore that I proposed asking her to be of our late party, but your mother disliking it, the motion was dropped, as some others have been, by my too great easiness, contrary to my judgment. Not but that I was sensible her being with us might have lessened our pleasure, but I hoped it might have prevented you some pain. In fine, nothing can contribute to true happiness that is inconsistent with duty, nor can a course of action conformable to it be finally without an ample reward, for God governs, and he is good. I pray him to direct you, and indeed you will never be without his direction if you humbly ask it, and show yourself always ready to obey it. Farewell, my dear friend, and believe me ever sincerely and affectionately yours, B. Franklin. Stevenson, 25th January, 1779. It is always with great pleasure when I think of our long-continued friendship, which had not the least interruption in the course of 20 years, some of the happiest of my life, that I spent under your roof and in your company. If I do not write to you as often as I used to do when I happened to be Benjamin Franklin, 239 absent from you, it is owing partly to the present difficulty of sure communication, and partly to an apprehension of some inconvenience that my correspondence might possibly occasion you. Be assured, my dear friend, that my regard, esteem, and affection for you are not in the least impaired or diminished, and that if circumstances would permit, nothing would afford me so much satisfaction as to be with you in the same house, and to experience again your faithful, tender care and attention to my interest, health, and comfortable living, which so long and steadily attached me to you, and which I shall ever remember with gratitude. I thought I had mentioned to you before, and I believe I did, though my letter may have miscarried, that I received the white cloth suit, the sword and the saddle for Temple, all in good order. I mention them now again because Polly tells me you had not heard of their arrival. I wear the clothes a good deal last summer. There is one thing more that I wish to have, if you should meet with an opportunity of sending it. I mean the copper pot lined with silver to roast fowls in by means of a heater. I should also be glad of the piece of elephant's tooth. It is old ivory, perhaps of the time before the flood, and would be a rarity to some friends here. But I doubt you will not be able to send them. I rejoice to learn that your health is established, and that you live pleasantly in a country town, with agreeable neighbors, and have your dear children about you. My love to every one of them. I long to see them, and you, but the times do not permit me the hope of it. Why do you never write to me? I used to love to read your letters, and I regret your long silence. They were seasoned with good sense and friendship, and even your spelling pleased me. Polly knows I think the worst spelling the best. I do not write to her by this conveyance. You will let her know that to acknowledge the receipt of her pleasing letter dated the 11th instant. I shall now only observe to you upon 240 Autobiography of it, that I know not how the patent can be taken out in Jacob's name. I am sure he had no claim to it, for when I first proposed to him the making of such wheels at Mr. Vinnie's in the country, he objected to it as impracticable. But Mr. Vinnie, who seized the thought and carried it into execution, had certainly the best right to the patent. I wish he would send me a good drawing with the proportions of the little carriage with horses, which his children came once in to see us. How do they all do, and particularly my little patient Besom one, since my coming here? I have been told that Mr. Henley, the linen draper, had said, on my going to America, that I had gone away in his debt. I can hardly believe it. Let me know if you have heard such a thing, and what is the meaning of it. I thought he had been fully paid, and still think so, and shall till I am assured of the contrary. Let me know at the same time how my account stands with you. You wish to know how I live. It is in a fine house, situated in a neat village on high ground, half a mile from Paris, with a large garden to walk in. I have abundance of acquaintance, dine abroad 6 days in 7. Sundays I reserve to dine at home with such Americans as pass this way, and I then have my grandson Ben with some other American children from the school. If being treated with all the politeness of France and the apparent respect and esteem of all ranks, from the highest to the lowest, can make a man happy, I ought to be said. Indeed, I have nothing to complain of but a little too much business, and the want of that order and economy in my family, which reigned in it when under your prudent direction. My paper gives me only room to add that I am ever yours. Most affectionately, B. Franklin. Benjamin Franklin, 241, to Benjamin Webb Passy, 22 April, 1784. The account they give of your situation grieves me. I send you here, with a bill for 10 louis d'ors. I do not pretend to give such a sum. I only lend it to you. When you shall return to your country with a good character, you cannot fail of getting into some business that will in time enable you to pay all your debts. In that case, when you meet with another honest man in similar distress, you must pay me by lending this sum to him, enjoining him to discharge the debt by a like operation, when he shall be able and shall meet with such an other opportunity. I hope it may thus go through many hands before it meets with a knave that will stop its progress. This is a trick of mine for doing a deal off good with a little money. I am not yet rich enough to afford much in good works, and so am obliged to be cunning and make the most of a little. With best wishes for the success of your memorial and your future prosperity, I am, dear sir, your most obedient servant, B. Franklin Wilf to Samuel Mather Passy, May 12, 1784. I received your kind letter with your excellent advice to the people of the United States, which I read with great pleasure, and hope it will be duly regarded. Such writings, though they may be lightly passed over by many readers, yet if they make 242 autobiography of a deep impression on one active mind, in 100 the effects may be considerable. Permit me to mention one little instance which, though it relates to myself, will not be quite uninteresting to you. When I was a boy, I met with a book entitled Essays to Do Good, which I think was written by your father. It had been so little regarded by a former possessor that several leaves off it were torn out, but the remainder gave me such a turn of thinking as to have an influence on my conduct through life. For I have always set a greater value on the character of a doer of good than on any other kind of reputation. And if I have been, as you seem to think, a useful citizen, public owes the advantage of it to that book. You mention your being in your 78th year. I am in my 79th year. We are growing old together. It is now more than 60 years since I left Boston, but I remember well both your father and grandfather, having heard them both in the pulpit and seen them in their houses. The last time I saw your father was in the beginning of 1724, when I visited him after my first trip to Pennsylvania. He received me in his library, and on my taking leave showed me a shorter way out of the house through a narrow passage, which was crossed by a beam overhead. We were still talking as I withdrew, he accompanying me behind, and I turning partly toward him when he said hastily, "Stop, stop!" I did not understand him till I felt my head hit against the beam. He was a man that never missed any occasion of giving instruction, and upon this he said to me, "You are young and have the world before you. Stoop as you go through it, and you will miss many hard thumps." This advice, thus beat into my head, has frequently been of use to me, and I often think of it when I see pride, mortified and misfortunes brought upon people by their carrying their heads too high. Yours with esteem, B. Franklin, Benjamin Franklin, 243-22, to the Reverend Dr. Lathrop, Boston, Philadelphia, 31st May, 1788. Reverend Sir, I received your obliging favor of the 6th instant by Mr. Hillard, with whose conversation I was much pleased, and would have been glad to have had more of it if he would have spared it to me. but the short time of his stay has prevented. You need make no apology for introducing any of your friends to me. I consider it as doing me honor as well as giving me pleasure. I thank you for the pamphlet of the Humane Society. In return, please to accept one of the same kind, which was published while I resided in France. If your society have not hitherto seen it, it may possibly afford them useful hints. It would certainly, as you observe, be a very great pleasure to me if I could once again visit my native town and walk over the grounds I used to frequent when a boy, and where I enjoyed many of the innocent pleasures of youth which would be so brought to my remembrance, and where I might find some of my old acquaintance to converse with. But when I consider how well I am situated here, with everything about me that I can call either necessary or convenient, the fatigues and bad accommodations to be met with and suffered in a land journey, and the unpleasantness of sea voyages to one who, although he has crossed the Atlantic 8 times and made many smaller trips, does not recollect his having ever been at sea without taking a firm resolution never to go to sea again, and that if I were arrived in Boston, I should see but little of it, as I could neither bear walking nor riding in a carriage over its pebbled streets, and above all, that I should find very few indeed of my old friends living. It being now 65 years, 244 Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. Since I left it to settle here, all this considered, I say, it seems probable, though not certain, that I shall hardly again visit that beloved place. But I enjoy the company and conversation of its inhabitants when any of them are so good as to visit me, for besides their general good sense, which I value, the Boston manner, turn of phrase, and even tone of voice and accent in pronunciation, all please and seem to refresh and revive me. I have been long impressed with the same sentiments you so well express of the growing felicity of mankind, from the improvements in philosophy, morals, politics, and even the conveniences of common living, and the invention and acquisition of new and useful utensils and instruments, so that I have sometimes almost wished it had been my destiny to be born 2 or 3 centuries hence, for invention and improvement are prolific, and beget more of their kind. The present progress is rapid. Many of great importance, now unthought of, will before that period be produced, and then I might not only enjoy their advantages, but have my curiosity gratified by knowing what they are to be. I see a little absurdity in what I have just written, but it is to a friend who will wink and let it pass, while I mention one reason more for such a wish, which is that if the art of physics shall be improved in proportion to other arts, we may then be able to avoid diseases and live as long as the patriarchs in Genesis, to which I suppose we should have little objection. I am glad my dear sister has so good and kind a neighbor. I sometimes suspect she may be backward in acquainting me with circumstances in which I might be more useful to her. If any such should occur to your observation, your mentioning them to me will be a favor I should be thankful for. With great esteem, I have the honor to be, Reverend Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, B. Franklin. Notes P11. Plutarch, born 40 A.D., died 120 A.D. One of the most widely read Greek philosophers, moralists, and historians, the author of many works on historical and philosophical subjects. His Lives of Celebrated Greeks and Romans is one of the best-known works of classical literature. P11. Defoe, a famous English journalist and novelist, born 1661, died 1731. His most famous story was Robinson Crusoe. P11. Cotton Mather, son of Increase Mather, a prominent Puritan minister of Boston, born in that city in 1663, graduated from Harvard College, became his father's colleague in the pulpit, was a voluminous writer and an advocate of the supremacy of the ministry and churches in civil affairs, took a leading part in the suppression of witchcraft by the court. Author of memorable providences relating to witchcraft, of a very curious and once famous book entitled Magnolia Christi Americana, and over many other works, died in Boston, 1728. P12 for thought. Occasional ballads or narrative poems describing striking events widely circulated before the days of newspapers, and carried by Pedlercinto Alparts off the country, P14. The Spectator, a journal of small size, published in London in 1711 and 1712. Written chiefly by Addison, with the aid of Steele attained great popularity and has become an English classic by reason. John Locke, one of the most famous English philosophers, born 1632, educated in London and Oxford. His greatest 246 notes work, the Essay on the Human Understanding, appeared in 1690, died 1704, p16. Messrs de Port Royal, the gentlemen of Port Royal, were adherents of the Jansenist cause. Port Royal was originally a Cistercian abbey near Versailles. A sister house was established in Paris in 1626 and became the headquarters of the movement. p16, Xenophon. Born 445, died 391 BC. A Greek historian, his principal works are the Anabasis, describing the retreat of 10,000 Greek mercenaries in the service of the Persian king Cyrus, and the Memorabilia, a record of the conversations of Socrates, p22. Moll Flanders, one of the best known of Defoe's stories, appeared in 1722, 3 years after the appearance of Robinson Crusoe, p22-1. Pamela, one of the earliest English novels, the work of Samuel Richardson, born 1689, died 1761. The author also of Sir Charles Grandison and Clarissa Harlowe, p27. An elegy, a mournful or plaintive, poem p44. Little Britain, a locality in the heart of London, on the west, Christ Church School, on the north, Smithfield, on the east, Aldergate. Irving writes delightfully of it in the sketchbook, p45. Cheapside, one of the oldest and busiest thoroughfares in London, running from St. Paul's Churchyard to the Mansion House, p45. Fable of the Bees, a curious piece of moralization, with illustrations from Bee Life by Bernard Manville. A Dutch man born about 1670, died 1733. A practicing physician in London, a cynical and paradoxical writer, has been called the Diogenes of English philosophy, p45. Sir Isaac Newton, a famous English scientist and writer on scientific subjects, born 1642, died 1727. Educated at Trinity College, Cambridge, the discoverer of universal gravitation, set forth in his Principia in 1687, author of many notable works. Notes 247, OPO4, R6 of EDNWRGH, DTS, ONO GTS on po, EBMOSARD, no DTO at po, EBMOSARD 1L68. Veronica, according to an old legend, as Christ was carrying the cross, wiped his face with a cloth upon which an impression off the countenance remained. p51 bars. Blackfriars, a locality in London on the bank of the Thames, near the center of the old city, derives its name from an ancient monastery of the Blackfriars, the scene of many striking incidents in English history. p55, about sir. A man or woman brought to the colony esto serve for a stipulated period in payment for passage. p84. James Thomson, English poet, born 1748. The author of The Seasons, The Castle of Indolence, and other poems, largely descriptive of nature. p93. Junto, a faction, cabal, or small group of men organized to accomplish an end general secret. p99. General Assembly or Legislature of the Colony. p103. George Whitefield, born in Gloucester, England, 1714. Educated at Oxford under the influence of the Methodist move, became a preacher, developed remarkable speaking powers. Addressed vast congregations in this country and England, died 1770. p112. The Quakers, or Friends, a religious society formed in England as the result of the preaching of George Fox during the last half of the 17th century, believing in the inward guidance of the Spirit, rejecting forms and creed, opposed to war, discarding a paid ministry, notable for simplicity, integrity, and thrift. p114. Louisbourg, a fortress built by the French on the eastern shore of Caperton Island, besieged by New England. Colonies in 1745 and taken, restored to the French 3 years. Later, by the Treaty of Fez-la-Chapelle, finally destroyed by the British in 1758. 231. These 6 nations, a confederacy which included originally the Mohawks, Oneidas, Onondagas, Cayugas, and Senecas, the Tuscaroras, joining the confederation later. The combined tribes numbered about 15,000 and inhabited central and western New York. Each tribe was governed by its own sachems, but all matters affecting the confederation were settled by a council of sachems. They sometimes fought with and at other times against the French, Dutch, and English settlers during the War of the Allies of the English. P. 136. General Braddock, born about 1715, commanded British and colonial troops in French and Indian War, while leading an expedition against Fort Duquesne, was surprised and mortally wounded by the Indians near the present site of Pittsburgh. P. 142. Duquesne, a fort built by the French on the Ohio River to command the approaches to the west. P. 152. The Moravians, a religious community origin to the followers of John Huss, who were driven out of Moravia and Bohemia early in the 18th century, now widely scattered through England, Holland, America, and other countries, but most numerous in Germany. P. 156. The Royal Society of London, founded in 1645, established the Royal Charter in 1662, devoted to the interest of science. P. 157. Cave's Gentleman's Magazine, one of the earliest of English magazines, started in London in 1732, and numbering among its contributors Dr. Johnson and other well-known writers of the period. P. 157. Count de Buffon, born in Burgundy, France, 1707. Count de Buffon studied law, astronomy, and mathematics, traveled extensively in France, Italy, and England, devoted himself to science. Fresh methods of brilliant imagination and an effective style secured for him great reputation. His Natural History of Botany marked a new epoch in the study of natural science, a voluminous writer, and a man of many accomplishments. Died 1788. Notes 249, p. 158. Royal Academy of Sciences, founded by Louis XIV in 1666, abolished by the Convention in 1793, reorganized as part of the National Institute of Francino in 1795, reconstructed by Napoleon in 1806. One of the most distinguished of English statesmen, born 1708, educated at Eton and Oxford, entered Parliament in 1735, became 1755, reorganized the British Army and Navy, and conducted an aggressive campaign against the French on both sides of the ocean. Aided Frederick the Great, captured Canada, and drove the French from the seas, opposed oppressive measures against the colonists in America, died 1778, elevated to the peerage with the title of Earl of Chatham. Intense patriotism, stately bearing, and commanding eloquence. Archie V. Macmillan's pocket series of English classics, uniforms as and binding cloth. 25 cents each. Addison's Sir Roger de Coverley, edited by Zelma Gray. East Side High School, Saginaw, Mich. Anderson's Fairy Tales, translated from the Danish by Caroline Peachy and Dr. H.W. Dulkin, with biographical notes and introduction by Sarah C. Brooks, Training School, Baltimore, M.D. Arbionites. Edited by Clifford Johnson, Arnold Sohrab, and Rustum, and other poems. Edited by Justice Collins Castleman, Bloomington High School, Bloomington, and Bacon's Essays. Edited by Professor George Herbert Clark, Mercer University, Macangia. Blackmore's Lorna Doone, edited by Albert M. Barber, Superintendent of Schools, Natick, Mass. Browning's Shorter Poems, edited by Franklin, Baker Teachers College, New York City. Mrs. Browning's Poem, selections from, edited by Heloise Hershix. Brian Ananas. TMHI, ITO PNSI, Least TORLEACA, and DDO Mentis, PCOCA. Edited by Professor Hugh Moffat, Central High School, Philadelphia, Pa Burke's Speech on Conciliation. Edited by S.C. Newsom, Manual Training, High School, Indianapolis, and Byron's Child Herald. Edited by J. George High School, Newton, Mass. Byron's Shorter Poems, edited by Ralph Hart Bowles, instructor in English in the Phillips Exeter Academy, Exeter, N. H. Carlisle's Essay on Burns with selections. Edited by Willard C. Gore, Armour Institute, Chicago, 111. Carlisle's Heroes and Hero Worship. Edited by Mrs. Annie Russell Marble, Carol Sillyson Wonderland. Edited by Charlesa McMurray, Chaucer's Proloto, the Book of the Tales of Canterbury, Thick Knight's Tale. Edited by Andrew Ingram, late headmaster of the Zwain Free School, New Bedford, Mass. Church is the story of Teliad. Church is the story of Tadasi. Coleridge is the Ancient Mariner. Edited by F. Huntington, Leland Stanford Junior University. Cooper's Last of the Mohicans, edited Bubble. K. Wickes, Principal of the High School, Syracuse. N. Y. Cooper's Deerslayer. Pocket Series of English Classics, continued Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, edited by Clifton Johnson. De Quincey's Confessions of an English Opium Eater, edited by Arthur Beatty, University of Wisconsin. De Quincey's Joan of Arc and the English Mail Coach, edited by Carol M. Newman, Virginia Polytechnic Institute, Blacksburg, Val. Dickens's A Christmas Carolanthe, Cricket on the Hearth, edited by James M. Solon, with a collaboration. Offida M. Thomas Dickens, A Tale of Twosities, edited by H. G. Buller, Hotchkiss School, Lakeville, Con Dryden's, Palamon, and Arsic. Edited by Percival Chubb Vice Prin, Sipple Ethical Cultura Schools, New York City. Early American Orations, 1761,000. Edited by Louis R. Heller, Instructor in English Hintowick Clinton High School, New York City. Edwards's Jonathan Sermons, Selections. Edited by H. N. Gardiner, Professor of Philosophy, Smith College. Emerson's Essays, Selected. Edited by Eugene D. Holmes High School, Albany. N. Y. Emerson's Representative Men. Edited by Philo Melvin Buck Jr., William McKinley High School, St. Louis, Mo. Epoch Making Papers in United States History. Edited Bim. Thought S. Brown, New York University. Franklin's Autobiography, Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford, edited by Professor Martin W. Sampson. Indiana University. George Eliot's Silas Marner, edited by E. L. Ellis. Gulick Lawrenceville School, Lawrenceville, N. J. Goldsmiths. The Deserted Village and the Traveler, edited by Robert N. Whiteford High School, Peoria, 111. Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield, edited by H. W. Boynton, Phillips Academy, Hanover, Mass. Grimm's Fairy Tales, edited by Jamesh Fassett, Superintendent of Schools, Nashua, and H. Hawthorne's grandfather's chair. Edited by H. H. Kingsley, Superintendent of Schools, Evanston, 111. Hawthorne's Tea House. Edited Bricklet First, Secretary of Teachers, College, Columbia University. Hawthorne's The Wonder Book. Edited by L. E. Wolfe, Superintendent of Schools, San Antonio, Texas. Hawthorne's Twice Told Tales. Edited by R. C. Gaston, Richmond Hill High School, Borough of Queens, New York City. Homer's Iliad, translated by Lang, Leaf, and Myers. Homer's Odyssey, translated by Butcher and Lang. Irving's Alhambra, edited by Alfred M. Poor. Hitchcock, Public High School, Hartford. Kahn, Irving's Life of Goldsmith. Edited by Gilbert Sykes Blakely, teacher of English in the Morris High School, New York City. Irving's Sketchbook. Kiri Sharew's Office Guard. Edited by Charles Moores, Superintendent of Schools, Medford, Mass. Pocket Series of English Classics, Continued Kings, MLT, EMESRT. RDOS Greek Fairy Tales. Edited OS Greek Fairy Tales. Edited by Helen J. Robbins, Miss Baldwin School. Bryn Mawr, Pa Longfellow's Courtship of Miles Standish. Edited by Homer P. Lewis, Longfellow's Courtship of Miles Standish. Edited by W. D. Howe, Butler College, Indianapolis, in Longfellow's Evangeline. Edited by Louis B. Semple, Commercial High School, Brooklyn, NY, Longf, YL, LAUMTK, Island SLV, FHNCHITW. Castleman, Long, Ivan, EGL, OTWS, GS, Turin, SGS, IHVH, LTH, Will, TLTM, DMB, LTM, DMB, Elizabeth J. Flem Lowell's Vision of Sir Laurentful. Edited by Herbert Bates, Manual Training School, Brooklyn, N.Y. Macaulay's Essay on Addison. Edited by C.W. French, Principal of Hyde Park High School, Chicago, 111. Pierce, Assistant Professor of English in Tulane University. Macaulay's Essay on Johnson. Edited by Zilliam Schuler, Assist and Principal of the St. Louis High School. Macaulay's Essay on Milton. Edited by W. French. Maulay's Essay on Warren Hastings. Edited by Mrs. M. Frick, J. Los Angeles, Cal. Macaulay's Slice of Ancientrum and Other Forms. Edited by Frank Lynn T. Baker, Teachers College, Columbia University. Memorable Passages from the Bible, Authorized Version. Selected and edited by Fred Newton Scott, professor of rhetoric in the University of Michigan. Milton's Comus, Lycidas, and Other Poems. Edited by Andrew J. George, Milton's Paradise, Lost, Books Yonde. Edited by W.I. Crane, Steele High School, Dayton, Old English Ballads, edited by William D. Arms of the University of California, out of the Northland. Edited by Emily Eckert Baker, Polygraph's Golden Treasure Ale Songs and Lyrics, Plutarch's Lives of Caesar, Brutus, and Antony. Edited by Martha Breyer, teacher of English in the Polytechnic High School, Oakland, Cal, Poe's Poems. Edited by Charles W. Kent, Linden Kent Memorial School, University of Virginia. Poe's Prositalis, selections from Pope's Homer-Ciliad. Edited by Albert Smith, head professor of English Language and Literature, Central High School, Philadelphia, Pa Pope's The Rape of the Lock. Edited by Elizabethan. King Louisi and Industrial Institute, Ruskin, L.A.E. Ruskin, Sesamon, Annalise, and the King of the Golden River. Edited by Herbert E. Bates. Scott Sivenhill, edited by Alfred Hitchcock, Pocket Series of English Classics, continued Scott's Lady of the Lake. Edited by Elizabeth A. Packard, Oakland, Seal. Scott's Slay Off the Last Minstrel. Edited by Ralph H. Bowles. Scott's Marmion. Edited by George B. Alton, State Inspector of High Schools for Minnesota. Scott's Quentin Durward, edited by Arthur Llewellyn Enon, instructor at University of Illinois. Scott's Daedalus Man, edited by Frederick Rudley, Staten College, Ohio University. Shakespeare's As You Look At, edited by Charles Rupert Gaston. Shakespeare's Shamlet, edited by L.A. Sherman, professor of English Literature, the University of Nebraska. Shakespeare's Henry Verfee, edited by Ralph Hart Bowles, Phillips Exeter Academy, Exeter N.H. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Edited by Charlotte Underwood, Lewis Institute, Chicago, 111, Shakespeare's Macbeth. Edited by Edward P. Morton, assistant professor of English in the University of Indiana. Shelley Ann Keats, selections from, edited by S.C. Newsom. Southern Poets, selections from, edited by W.L.A. Bever, professor of English Literature at Emory College, Oxford. G.S. Spencer's Fairy Queen, Book I, edited by George Armstrong, Walco, professor of English in the South Carolina College. Stevenson's Treasure Island, edited by A.I. Vance, professor of English in the University of Nashville. Swift's Gulliver's Travels, edited by Clifton Johnson. Tennyson's Idols of the King, edited by W.T. Lyman, principal of Eastern District High School, Brooklyn. N.Y. Tennyson's Shorter Poems, edited by Charles Rednutter, instructor in English at Harvard University, sometime master in English at Groton School. Tennyson's The Princess, edited by Wilson Farrand, Newark Academy, Newark. N.J. Thackeray's Henry Esmond, edited by John Bell Henneman, University of the South. Suwannee Tenon, Washington's Farewell Address, and Webster's First Bunker Hill Oratian, edited by William T. Peck, Classical High School, Providence. R.I. John Woolman's Journal. Wordsworth's Shorter Poems, edited by Edward Fulton, assistant professor over at the University of Illinois. The Macmillan Company, 6466 Fifth Avenue, New York.